I have a policy of not talking about Chauncey Hayden, who used to call into our show all the time.
Yeah.
But I might have to break that rule just to talk about what a horse's ass he is.
Do you really have a policy? I didn't know you had that policy.
I don't really have a formal policy, but he just repulses me.
Yeah, I did notice you haven't brought him up.
Yeah, it seemed to be a fitting punishment for a guy who loved to hear his name.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. But this time, I got to talk about yesterday and the front page of the New York Post. And again, I will go on the air. John, I don't even know where to begin with my. Let me do a whole rap here. This might take a half hour or so. But this is insane to me. By the way, I've had no conversation with any executive here at Sirius about yesterday's news report, nor do we care. I assume they don't care. I know I don't. I know you don't.
I never cared.
All I know is...
For the record, neither have we, right? I mean, I don't know what's talked to us.
Well, because you talked about you had a meeting about...
The standards and practices.
Yeah. Let me clarify something. Because John Manelli says I contradict myself. Let me tell you exactly my experience here at Sirius. All right? I'm going to say it again. The report in the New York Post is a 100% false, as far as I know. Now, if there's somebody in the back office preparing a standards and practices lecture to give me, I'm unaware of it. I've received no lecture. I've received no request to get a lecture. There is no talk of censorship. I have always talked about I was going to use a delay button because if there's something I'm uncomfortable with, meaning if somebody walks in and says Robin once raped a horse, and I know that to be libelous, I would hit the button to protect Robin. If someone walked in and said that, the president of some country should be murdered today.
Or someone's gay or something.
Right, if someone, or accuse someone of being gay,
right,
I would hit the button because it's slanderous and libelous.
Or hurtful. I mean, the other day when Sal was telling his story, you hit the button once because it was getting too close to describing exactly who was involved.
Exactly. So I have admitted that one time I hit the button on my show. I said to my audience I needed to hit it because Sal doesn't know the rules. And I don't mean the rules at Sirius. I mean the rules of slander and libel. Now, neither do I all that well. I'm not an attorney, but I certainly try to, understand. So that's what I'm referring to by why I need a delay button. There was always going to be a delay button.
You said that over at the other place.
No one from Sirius works the delay button. I work the delay button in order to protect the people on this show, myself, and the people who are out in the public. Has nothing to do with whether I say the F word or not.
They didn't say that, did they?
Right. Well, that's what they're implying. So, after the New York Post printed an article that I am now going to be censored, the TV geeks, the so-called news reporter on television that don't even do real reporting anymore, they didn't bother to get a comment from anyone who would be in the know.
Yeah, nobody's made a call. They just quote the newspaper.
So now there's a tremendous amount of television coverage that I am going to be censored. And let's start the coverage. It starts off innocently enough, according to a report on, they say, according to a report in the New York Post, Howard Stern is being censored. Of course, nobody has any evidence of this. If you read the article, it's a complete non-story. And then within 5 minutes, you listen to television, and here's what you start to get.
Later on Your World at 4 o'clock, only weeks from the job, could Howard Stern be bailing on Sirius Satellite Radio?
Imagine that.
Yeah, Neil's going to have a look later today at 4 o'clock Eastern here on Fox. That's Your World with Cavuto today, about 3 hours from now. Check in with Neil here.
And be sure to catch Your World today at 4 p.m.
Fox News again, the
fair and balanced?
The fair and balanced voice of not America, the voice of the George Bush administration and the right wing. Once again, Howard Stern is leaving Sirius Satellite Radio. Now, so now the story more from I'm being censored to I'm leaving. So Neil Cavuto, who I used to have some respect for, but is clearly insane, has a Howard Stern expert on named Chauncey Hayden.
Oh,
Chauncey
my
Hayden,
God.
Let's clarify who Chauncey Hayden is. Chauncey Hayden is not a Howard Stern expert. Chauncey Hayden barely knows me. He knows me from listening to me on the radio, and we've had him on the show many, many times. I stopped having him on the show because I realized he was a danger to me. That the guy is just hell-bent on either being me or obsessed with me or something like that. There is no way that this guy is a Howard Stern expert, and I resent Fox News for passing him off as a Howard Stern expert.
I never even heard the term Howard Stern expert.
If you're going to call him a Howard Stern expert, talk about the multiple blowjobs he got on Internet radio, and talk about the free newspaper with all the spelling inaccuracies. Talk about, Howard Stern expert. What are his credentials to be a Howard Stern expert? Because he listens to the show. Does he know anything about my business or my motivations or anything I do?
No, I don't. You don't have heart-to-heart talks with him.
I've never had a heart-to-heart.
Motivations.
Yeah, I've never confided in the man. Didn't Chauncey stick a dildo in his ass on his radio show?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
That's the Chauncey I know. He's a guy you put on the radio because he's a backstabber because Scores used to be so goddamn nice to the guy. And then what does he do? He writes a secret expose on the strip club. The SEC does some investigation, and he gets a subpoena. Boom, right to the newspapers. He's hardly a friend of mine. He's just not. He certainly doesn't have my best interests at heart. He's got one interest at heart, Chauncey. And he uses my name as a Howard Stern expert and then speaks for me and tells people my motivations in life. So let's go to the clip of Chauncey on the Neil Cavuto show. And this is, if you want an expert with credibility, why don't you have him take off his shirt and see the misspellings on his tattoo? The quote's not even right on his back.
It's not finished.
It's a timely question. He left terrestrial radio with supposedly all censorship behind, but now Shock Jock Howard Stern once again could be facing restrictions. Turns out his Sirius radio show is on a slight time delay, and now report that...
It's always going to be on a slight time delay. How else would I have any control over it? So if somebody says something whacked out, libelous or slanderous, how would I hit what would I do?
You always said it's a live show. We shoot from the hip. Sometimes you go a little too far in saying something you haven't thought out yet.
Yeah. Sirius didn't ask me for a delay. I brought it up to them. I said, can you give me a 6-second delay that I can work? I've always worked with a delay. Talking about even in the early days of radio.
Sure.
I used a delay on myself. It only became when the FCC started finding me on terrestrial radio that management began to work the delay. But let's get back to the Neil Cavuto show.
Because I can't wait for the expert testimony.
Yeah, I want to know, when you call someone an expert, do you ever ask what his credentials are?
A new code of standards is on the way, a code that could be imposed by Sirius itself. Officials at Sirius would not comment to our show if this report was true or not. So could this be an issue for paying customers or even Howard Stern himself? Let's ask Stepping Out editor Chauncey Hayden. Chauncey, how real is this?
It's very real. And I'll tell you what, as a subscriber, I don't know if you are or not, but I feel scammed. And I think subscribers should feel scammed.
Why?
They got everyone into a big room. Howard spent a year marketing Sirius as uncensored radio, commercial-free radio. They get us all together in a room, they close the doors, and then they change the rules. It's not right. There's something so...
They get us all together in a room. Who's he talking about?
They got him all together in a room. They got us. He still is delusional and thinks he's part of the show.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and that's my problem with the guy. No one got him into a room. No one ever said there wasn't going to be commercials. I said there's no commercials on the music, and the talk has some commercials. It'll be a much lighter load than on terrestrial radio.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's inaccuracy number one. Inaccuracy number two is he feels scammed. Let's find out why.
I'm unethical about this, that it's making me sick, and it should make subscribers
What would be
sick.
wrong if Sirius was setting some standards?
There's something very wrong with it. First of all, the word is that, well, it's Congress doing it. It's not Congress doing it. Sirius...
Now that's inaccuracy number two. It's Congress doing it. There is no one here at Sirius has said Congress is doing anything. How would he know what Congress is doing?
He's got people saying things. They say Congress is doing it.
Listen to the expert here. He's had one disjointed statement after another. He's been in a room. They got us. He feels scammed. So far, let's hear some more.
Needs to make money. It's all about money. It's about money for Howard Stern. It's about money for the company. Now, they're not going to sell the mom-and-pop mattress king down the street anymore. What they need to do is sell Disney. They need to sell BMW. And they're not going to do it with this show. That's outrageous. They're just not. And they need those advertising dollars. That's what it's about.
Now, if I'm Howard Stern and I've come here to escape, the craziness of commercial radio and what's required of me there, I know a big paycheck was a big draw, to put it mildly.
Of course.
But, of course. He's a Howard Stern expert. He would know what drew me here. Of course it's a big draw.
We want Disney?
Yeah, like we're going to get Disney. Please. And has anybody heard any censorship either on my show or on Bubba's show or on the channel? The language is, I have my own censorship, if you will. I don't just use the F word. I could just say fuck, 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 fuck all day on this channel. I don't think anyone would be interested.
I'm just laughing at he now knows we want to go after Disney and McDonald's.
Yeah, well, guess what? Disney and McDonald's are never going to advertise on my show. I don't need to go after Disney and McDonald's.
Oh, that's funny.
As long as people subscribe, we will have an income base.
All of a sudden, I don't have that freedom.
I don't think with Howard it's about freedom. It's always about money. Let's call it what it is. Howard's making $100 million a year. If K-Rock came up with $100 million a year, he'd still be on K-Rock today.
Well, the Howard Stern expert seems to know everything. First of all, I wasn't interested. First of all, since the Howard Stern expert is me, I'll tell you a little something about myself. If you know anything about my career, if you were a Howard Stern expert, I certainly didn't get in radio for money. And never appeared I would make money. Now that they announce money with me, that this is a big money deal, everyone thinks my entire motivation is money. And the fact of the matter is I had enough money to quit. I didn't need to be doing this. Secondly, if everything is about money for me, as Chauncey seems to feel, you don't go into radio.
Why doesn't he tell us what happened in this meeting that he got this impression?
Let me go back to... the Howard Stern expert, Chauncey Hayden. When I got into radio, which was 1977, it never appeared I'd make more than $96 a week. It was hardly a career of money. I didn't have some master plan. The fact that it worked out and I made money is probably because of my devotion to radio. I spent my entire life devoted to this. I worked way too hard on it. I sat and plotted and planned how to do a good radio show every day. That was my whole intention. I wanted to be heard, and I wanted to be funny, and I wanted to be the best in radio. The best in radio at that time was probably making $80,000. I prayed one day I'd make $250 a week. The very thought that the Howard Stern expert knows what my motivation is in life is amazing to me, that Fox News puts a guy on who listens to the show and understands that I'm all about money. And if I was all about money... let me tell you something. I wouldn't have had a career. I got fired from more jobs in my history. I got fired from every radio station I ever worked for because instead of taking the money, I sat there and stuck by my beliefs. And that's why
would you have straightened up years ago if it was all about the money? Why would you keep fighting this endless battle and being thrown out of places?
And since he knows that my motivation is all about money, it is amazing to me that Neil Cavuto can put that statement on and go, well, how would you know his motivation is all money? No, he's a Howard Stern expert.
can bet on it. This whole thing with the fist in the air, free speech, uncensored radio, it was a big load of bull. But, you know,
I think the Howard Stern is a brilliant...
It's a big load of bull. First of all, the whole report that I'm being censored is a lie. Now Chauncey, the Howard Stern expert, what a horse's ass he is. And you know what kills me? I'm so naive. I'm nice to the guy.
Well, you know what this is. This is hurt feelings. You're hearing the guy who hasn't been able to get to you for a long time, and
never will.
This is his only way now.
Yeah, well, he sealed his coffin now. Just stay away from me. Go do another show. You know what I mean? Go do the Booker show, the Howard Stern Impressionist show. I don't give a fuck. You know, I tuned in K-Rock this morning. I don't even know who was on it. It was the overnight show.
Okay.
God damn. I mean, it's just a wall of Howard Stern imitators.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is just one Howard Stern imitation after another. They not only are we gone, but they replace us with an entire channel, a station rather, of imitators.
Marketer, this could be the best news coming. All of a sudden, he could say he's attacking the folks he's working for.
Bingo, home run. That's exactly right. This is the best thing that could happen to Howard. It gets him off the hook with having to go too far on the air, so now the fans can say...
But what about the fact that it's not true? I haven't been censored. Bingo!
I still want to know the details of this meeting and who was in it.
Yeah, what a dick. I mean, this guy...
Neil Cavuto, where's he sitting there going, well, who was in the meeting?
This so-called... I knew this guy's colors were not true. I just knew it. That streak of orange hair runs all the way down his back.
You know, I'm not sure. I think what he meant by the meeting, and don't quote me on this, I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. I think he meant that he got us all into a room, all the fans of Satellite, like we're all in a room right now, listening to the show.
Who knows what he means? He's incoherent. Listen to this.
The analogy.
Listen to
I don't even know who the us is.
Right.
Listen to these statements. He's been scammed. What about the fact I haven't been censored? How about, he goes, bingo, Howard now... I mean,
and what about, I've never heard a McDonald's commercial.
Well, they're persecuting Howard once again. Well, you know something? We've all been sold a big scam. And that's what it...
How about this could be potentially slanderous? He's been sold... he's saying I've perpetrated a fraud.
Yeah.
On Fox News, and Chauncey Hayden, the Howard Stern expert, are saying I perpetrated a fraud on the public. You're calling me a fraud.
Yeah.
You're saying I committed fraud. I'm not sure where the slander and libel lies in that.
It's a scam.
Yeah. Well, are you saying his... Now, I've listened to his show a couple of times since coming to Sirius, and it's very similar to the show he had before.
Of course.
So what changed?
Of course. Every answer is of course. He knows. He knows everything that's in my head. Because he's a scary asshole.
Well, it's going to get worse. It's going to be more sensitive than it was on free radio. What changed is that on terrestrial radio, Howard could always go a little far, according to the FCC guidelines. But they weren't going to lose the big advertisers because they didn't...
Look at how he's uncovered everything.
Have the big advertisers. They relied on the guy down the street to advertise. What's changed now is Sirius to survive needs corporate advertising. They need to charge big dollars to big...
No, they don't.
Even Neil Cavuto saying, oh, come on.
Those corporations knew what they were getting when Howard Stern came over.
Yeah, and don't think that for a second that they didn't know that this show was going to be censored. Isn't it odd that 2 weeks after he's on the air, 2 weeks after we all sign on, the rules change?
But you don't...
The rules haven't changed.
We all sign on.
The rules haven't changed. Does that matter? There's no censorship. No one has handed me... I'm telling you, I'll swear on a stack of Bibles. No one's handed me any guidelines.
Has he ever said, have you talked to Howard? This Neil Cavuto is not uncovering anything.
Neil Cavuto, who, like, I don't even understand how he's a reporter, Neil Cavuto. Who is this guy?
Yeah, Chauncey, who are you and how do you know anything?
It's two horses' asses standing there talking about a story that's not true that was written by Fox News. Debating something that's not true. There's no censorship here. I haven't been told not to do anything.
You know, they sent out the word that they needed a Howard Stern expert, and nobody called but Chauncey.
The only Howard Stern expert is sitting in this chair, Howard Stern. And I'm sitting here on a radio show telling you I have not received any censorship. Why is that not relevant to the conversation? And why is it not relevant that this guy doesn't ever have any personal discussion with me? Wouldn't know what... Now, here's my point of view. When a guy says my motivations are only money, purely financial, I have to look at the guy. Here's a guy who is trusted by Scores, and what does he do? Sells out to write a book about them and screw them. Here's a guy who will have a supposed relationship with me, gets a subpoena, doesn't call me, doesn't say what's going on. He has to find out what's going on by contacting the New York Post or the Daily News. And I'm sure that money is paid to this guy. I would bet. And this is a guy who just wants me to pay attention to him. But, I gotta just say at some point, this is not,
Well, he's not playing with a full deck of cards.
Yeah, this is not a Howard Stern expert.
Remember when he tried out for John's job, he cried? He was reduced to tears on several days.
Yeah.
For some reason or other. We couldn't even determine what was making him so emotional.
Hey, Dave, you're on the air. What's happening?
Hey, Howard, how you doing?
Good.
Love the show.
Thanks.
If you're so much all about money, where do I go to get my Howard Stern T-shirt, coffee mug, and vibrating chair for my office?
Well,
I would like to say, and on your behalf, I've seen this man quit jobs, get fired from jobs, just after having bought a house and having a new baby. He's never stopped to think about the bottom line when principle was at issue.
Yeah, and by the way, I've told you this story. I went to Infinity and I said, it doesn't matter what kind of money you want to offer me. I can't take the censorship anymore. It's nothing I want to do anymore. I don't feel like I can compete. I don't feel like I can do a full show. I mean, please, this is well documented.
But even as far
I just like that this guy's slamming me.
Even as far back as NBC, any other person would have said, you know what, I got to clean up my act. I have a family. I can't risk. But you said, I never want to be the guy who sits and worries about his family over his radio show.
Please, NBC offered me money to move to California, and I said, no, I'm coming back on the air in New York. I turned down a lot of money. So the fact of the matter is, it's just amazing to me. Forget Chauncey. He's just a jackass. I'm talking about Fox News, the irresponsible journalist. I mean, here they are in the afternoon saying that that I'm leaving Sirius.
A whole debate about something that's not real.
A lot of people who hate this guy.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of powerful figures in the Christian right, the Republican Party, far right, who would love to censor him. And it doesn't seem inconceivable to me to hear them say, all right, we've got to put limitations on satellite radio, just as we did with cable television and that sort of thing.
The rules are different on satellite. It's not the same rules.
Well, I know that, but it's not a gimme. They'll always be different.
No, not always, but we're talking about right now, here and now. And here and now, I think Sirius counted up the subscribers. They realized how much money they're going to be making this next year, because it's a year contract to sign on. And they realized that to really make it, to pay these outrageous salaries.
It's a year contract to sign on. Is it a year contract? Isn't it month to month? Yeah, okay.
They're going to have to have more income. Where's it going to come?
Do you buy that that's the reason why Sirius stock has suffered, that maybe the payout isn't going to be there?
Yes, of course. It's horrifying to investors. Should be. Should absolutely be.
What about the news?
Now he's a financial expert. This is a guy living in Jersey running a free newspaper.
He can pay his bill.
Yeah. He's got it all figured out. This is horrible to financial investors.
The investors quake when they say
now Cavuto's having a financial discussion with Chauncey, who used to stick shit in his ass on an internet radio show. That's Cavuto.
This is as legitimate as that guy Six accepting an Oscar for somebody.
I mean, Chauncey, he should have just been like, Chauncey, thank you for your opinion on the stock market. Now tell me, how much of that thing did you get in your ass?
When you look at Chauncey's hair plugs, do you think he could be an expert on anything?
It's just this guy Cavuto. You know what? If Cavuto is listening, I doubt it, but if he's listening, I don't know who's listening to this thing. But you know what? Why don't you give me a call? Let's discuss your sources.
Honestly, Double A would be a better guess.
Yeah, Double A knows as much about me as Chauncey does.
I think talk about investments as well.
Yeah, I think he knows more. Absolutely.
Right. Double A knows more, maybe. Hey, Dave, thanks, man.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bye.
It's competitive.
Say it again?
It's competitive.
Of course, it's very competitive. I mean, Sirius needs to make a profit. And they're under pressure now with Stern on to do it soon. They need to get the corporate...
Let's get with Sirius.
Even Cavuto has to cut him off. He's listening to Chauncey.
He's got a loon here.
Chauncey just said a business needs to make a profit.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, these guys need to make money quick, and the quickest way to do it is to censor Howard Stern, because that'll make sense. Well, here I'll say it again. I wasn't censored. Nobody here has approached me about being censored. If there is a document being prepared, I've not caught wind of it. And I am perfectly happy here and feel confident in telling you no trust has been broken. But Fox News can continue to report whatever they want.
Said on this. Do we have that statement, guys? I don't have a hard copy of it. If people wonder what Howard says or doesn't say on this show, they should listen to his show on Sirius.
Aha.
No. That's what they should do.
Okay.
Hey, you know, what are you going to do?
Right.
To them, this is only going to get them more subscribers.
All right. You're yelling at me and you're scaring me. We'll have more.
Yeah, exactly. Have him take off his shirt and take a look at his tattoo on his back.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, thank God somebody had him on. The Howard Stern expert. I'm going to run into Cavuto. In fact, I might even send the news department across the street. Aren't they right across the street?
Yeah, Fox News is not far from here.
They're practically in the same building.
You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to go over to Neil Cavuto with my microphone. I'm going to come back here later this afternoon. Ronnie, hold the car. Because I'm going to go over and I'm going to say to him, how is this guy an expert?
How many experts did you go through before you decided on Sean Zager?
Yeah. Yeah, how did you come up with a Howard Stern expert? Then John Gibson on the Fox News Network discussed the same thing, but he found a guy who sort of knows about radio, which is fine. Who basically said this is a non-story.
Not just a listener, because Cavuto could have gone on the street and picked up a homeless guy and had just as good an expert.
Yeah.
I've been in business for 30 years on the radio. What keeps people coming back is the feeling that anything can be said and anything can be done. And that's what I can do again.
The self-proclaimed king of all media may have spoken too soon, according to the New York Post, which is owned by the parent company of this network.
Oh, really? So you mean...
Yeah, they're in collusion.
Every inaccurate report comes out of the same company.
Howard Stern could actually be getting some house rules from Sirius satellite radio.
Good, let's see them. I haven't seen any.
This now is Executive Director for Billboard Radio Monitor, Paul Hein.
This guy, Paul Hein, actually knows what he's talking about. He just deflates. Paul. And, of course, John Gibson's miserable with him because he doesn't inflame the story.
So what kind of rules is Sirius contemplating imposing on Howard?
Well, this morning on his show, Howard said that it was a non-story. He denied the New York Post report. He said that he's received no directive from Sirius. And so there's sort of a disconnect here between what he's saying and what the New York Post is reporting.
What this fellow is saying quite nicely is the New York Post got a non-story, and John Gibson's not going to stop with that. He's got the whole scoop.
There seems to be some question as to whether the story has any validity at all.
Well, John Gibson just goes, well, let's assume it's true anyway.
Does it make sense that Sirius would want to set some, let's not call them rules, set some boundaries for Howard?
It seems illogical that you'd go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars
to get him to
bring in Howard Stern to do his show uncensored, and that he would leave a sizable, much larger over-the-air audience to come to satellite so that he could escape FCC shackles and would be, 2 weeks into his show.
But isn't he using the delete button on his own show?
Here we go again. Isn't he using the delete button? Yes, of course I am. Of course I want a delay button. This is freewheeling.
Well, if he's using it, it isn't censorship, really. It's just him editing his work.
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing this on the fly. Sometimes you got to protect people.
I don't think anybody writes something and sends it out the first draft.
Well, it says, in essence, what they want from me.
Because he is using a delay, and he does have restrictions, his own self-imposed restrictions. Now, what those are, he hasn't said. You can imagine that they're out there in the stratosphere.
But they're not. I mean,
they're not out there in the stratosphere. I do have my own restrictions, but it's my show. I get to call the shots. That's why I'm here.
Listening to it, you don't hear a lot of the so-called 7 deadly words.
Well,
now the words are deadly.
7 deadly words. First of all, there's a religious site that now is counting how many times we use the F word.
And it sounded pretty copious to me.
It was 100 the first hour. I mean, I don't know. I'm not cursing enough for people now.
Well, that's the funny thing. Yeah. When we come somewhere, we have to explode it. You know, we have to blow it up.
I think people just expected me to say cock and pussy every 3 seconds.
That as soon as you tune in, you will hear a curse word.
I told them it's not going to be that. It's about discussing. It's just sitting on a couch with Alexis Stewart asking her if she likes the rubber clit. I mean, that's the fun part of it. And I don't even have to say the word clit. It's just, how often do I have to explain this?
Well, obviously we're dealing with cretins.
I'm not a filthy, anyone who knows my show knows I'm not a filthy broadcaster.
And Howard's, I guess, doing theater of the mind. You imagine stuff is going on in there, but it sounds like he's not going as far as...
But what is it they would expect me to be doing?
Yeah, I'd like to hear the show he thinks.
I mean, what are people are disappointed. They're tuning in and they're hearing like a regular show.
All you ever said was, I want to get back to doing what I did.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what I say. Chauncey Hayden's an expert.
People thought he would go.
You know, he's doing a show that's very similar to what he did over the air, but there is more freedom for him.
Right.
And he can talk more explicitly than he could over the air. He has said that he doesn't want to swear just for the sake of using curse words if it doesn't have comedic value. So, yeah, you're not hearing a string of expletives. You are hearing Howard doing his show. But, again, it is racier. It is looser. There is material that he would be fined over if it was over-the-air broadcasting.
Why isn't he raping young girls as he promised? I mean, this guy can be my official spokesperson.
Yeah, he's
great. Yeah, he seems to get it. He seems to be a Howard Stern expert.
Have a serious concern that the FCC might try to assert some regulatory power over satellite radio?
You know, it could be sort of a preemptive move if they were to impose some restrictions that Howard were to agree to, a sort of self-policing move. If you look at what's happening in the cable TV...
I wouldn't agree to that. Why would I self-police myself on satellite radio that is a paid-for subscription service where listeners can block out my channel and my show? Why would I agree to that?
Industry right now,
if they want to regulate it, let them regulate. You got to change the United States Constitution.
Pressure from Congress on the cable TV industry to clean up its act.
Like Deadwood on HBO?
Programs.
Just to name one.
Right. So what the cable industry is doing is they are going on an 18-month campaign to educate Americans that they can control what comes out over their television sets.
But would there be, if the Post is right, that Sirius is a big investment. It's a huge company. It's paying Howard lots of money. It has its own concerns about keeping the...
Seems like the only people hung up on the money are the reporters and Chauncey Hayden.
Well, he's a reporter, too.
Yeah. Howard's in this for the money. Come on. Chauncey, everything you've ever done is for money. You've sold out your friends for money.
Nigga, please.
But I don't even... What point is he getting to now with the money? What is he saying?
I don't know. They're saying it's a business that needs to make money. Every business needs to make money. I don't know what the point is. I told you it's a non-story.
Is there a serious worry that the FCC might enter satellite radio and assert some control?
Well, Congress has threatened, members of Congress have threatened, and even introduced legislation. So you know that's hanging there in the back of their minds. Where they're going with it, the satellite radio companies, is they have the ability for listeners to block channels that they may find offensive. So there's 800 numbers, there's websites you can go to as a customer to block what you consider offensive channels from coming up.
Billboard, radio monitor.
Okay, let's just cut that off. The guy's
he's
actually
making too much sense.
Yeah, he's boring because he's actually an expert. The whole thing is ridiculous.
But nobody's taking into consideration the Constitution or the law and how it's just impossible.
Right. Paul Hein. Paul, thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Paul Hein actually knows something about radio, but you know. So anyway, it was this whole huge day of bullshit stories all over the news.
Well, good for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good for us. The only one I actually took offense to is the Chauncey one, because I just don't like the guy going around saying he's a Howard Stern expert and then saying that what my motivations are in life and what it is that I'm doing and thinking and what Sirius is up to, scamming people.
Well, yeah, he was really trying to be inflammatory.
Yeah. We're committing fraud. Well,
we've been scammed.
Hey, Jared, you're on the air.
Oh, hey, Howard. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm a doctor, and I'm on my way to work. But I heard what you're talking about, and I thought, wow, this is ridiculous that Chauncey can go on to Fox News, and that they can put him on the news. I think that maybe you should think about suing him for libel and slander.
Well, the fact is, what are the damages? It's not a question. Listen, I'm not looking to sue and all that kind of stuff. But my point is,
maybe we should stop calling Fox News Fox News.
Yeah, maybe just call it Fox Horseshit. You know, I mean, maybe it's not news. How is it news when here's a story I'm directly involved in? I've watched them just make up an entire story, bring in a so-called expert who doesn't even know anything about radio or me. He's never been in radio, and talks about my motivations, how Sirius has scammed the public. Scammed the public.
And how now they have this deal where they're going to clean up everything and go after Disney advertising.
Yeah, I mean, there's not one iota of truth in this entire story, and Fox gets away with it. Yeah.
Well, to me, it's like one of these, weekly newspapers that come out with stories that aren't true.
It's like the Inquirer used to be.
Yeah. The Inquirer has more credibility. I mean, I'm a guy who's sitting here. I'm telling you, I work here. I'm not covering anything up. When have I covered anything up but my nose job? And the fact of the matter is that I'm sitting here and telling you no one from Sirius has contacted me about any rules or regulations. I have, and I've said I have my own rules and regulations that are probably stricter than Sirius's. If it ain't funny, I'm not doing it. That's it. I mean, that's the only directive I've given myself and my crew.
I'll tell you how serious whatever meeting was. I didn't bother to go.
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Where's Robin? She's not coming.
And then John Minnelli in the Post today calls me a liar, and I contradict myself. I'm being as clear as I can be. I'll read you his article. It's insane. It's insane.
The whole world's gone crazy.
I mean, it really is frustrating to me.
And it's sad because, I came home yesterday and Mr. X said, oh, God, are you guys in trouble again?
I don't know, man. If it sold radios, then I'm happy about it.
Yeah, we're always in trouble.
I got to figure, isn't it amazing? I left radio, and I really thought I was kind of going into the, I was going to be in the backdrop.
I was waiting. I said, you know what? I'm going to start walking around, and nobody will be talking about us, and nobody will know who I am.
Well, it's funny because one of your old competitors, Mancow, was talking about how, you're done and you're over, nobody's listening to you. It must be killing him that you're in the news
get a headline.
every day. He can't get a headline.
Well, yeah. He sent me flowers and a note. The guy so badly wants to be me. And he was, upset that on Larry King I said I didn't think he was a very talented guy. And then...
and he sent you flowers?
Yeah, he's an oddball. And, here's a guy, again, all these guys want to do. He said, enjoy your retirement. I said,
you are.
I was going to send him back a note if I actually cared.
Yeah.
And I would have said, yeah, you could only dream of a retirement like this.
I would have sent back the flowers and said, stick these up
your ass. Here's John Minnelli's article. Howard Stern yesterday admitted that he's been given certain guidelines for satellite radio, but denied that he's being censored. What I said was, I have certain guidelines. They're mine. And, of course, there are certain guidelines. There's guidelines of obscenity and stuff. Of course, I mean, what do you think? You go on here and kill someone? Or fist a cow? You can't break the law.
It's frustrating.
Right.
It's very frustrating
Stern
to have
was
this happening.
sputtering about a page one story. Sputtering? Was I sputtering? Yeah. Stern was sputtering about a page one story in yesterday's Post about how Sirius, the Shock Jock's news satellite outlet, advertises itself as having no limits, even as it works on a written policy on what is off limits.
Now, again, no written policy.
And by the way, do they advertise themselves as no limits?
No.
I haven't seen that. I wish I could see some advertising. Quote, I mean, there are some boundaries, Stern told his listeners yesterday morning. Well, finish the sentence. There are some boundaries, yes, and I impose them on myself. I'm a performer. But then talking out of both sides of his famous mouth, he added, quote, I set up my own boundaries. What? Why is that talking out of both sides of your mouth? People ask me, what are the limits? I said, the limits are what I'm comfortable with. There are no limits. I make my own.
That's the story in 2 sentences.
That's it.
They haven't given me any limits.
How is that talking out of both sides of my mouth?
They haven't given you any limits. You make your own limits. That's
in other words,
the story.
When Jerry Seinfeld goes on stage, he decides what his act is. On stage, there's no limits.
Right, and he decided, I'm not going to curse.
But there are limits. He can't get up and slander and libel somebody. He can't get up. I mean,
he can't do a live sex show.
He can't yell fire in a room that's not on fire.
Right, and by the way, that meeting that me and Gary went to, that's what that was about.
Right.
That was about, you can't kill someone, you can't fuck a pig.
Yeah, well,
like everything else is fine.
Stern at one point even claimed the Post story on internal censorship was completely fabricated, until sidekick Artie Lang blurted out that he and other staffers had, in fact, been called into a meeting with higher-ups about so-called standards and practices. Now, what Artie is referring to is The meeting was about the law.
Right. You can't be obscene. You can't kill someone.
They act as if any corporation doesn't have a set of standards, you know, and it also includes what you do in the office between, you know, personnel.
Yeah, and I was given nothing in writing or anything like that.
You didn't have to sign anything?
You and Robin Quivers were not at the meeting, Artie said, which is odd because you're the two people who talk the most on the show, Lang told Stern. Stern then admitted that he, too, had a standards and practices meeting with Sirius execs over certain guidelines, but he did not give details of the meeting. I'm giving you details. Any conversation I've ever had, which maybe is one, they came to me and said, we're going to talk to your guys about the law.
Right.
And I said, fine, go ahead. They said, we want you in the meeting. I go, I'm too busy. I've received no directives. And neither of the guys on the show.
Definitely not. 100%
Stern acknowledged his show is on delay. I've acknowledged that before I even came here.
You said there will be a delay while you were sitting at K-Rock.
And Sirius didn't put it in. I asked for it.
But you even said that. I'm getting a delay for me.
A digital system that allows on-the-fly bleeping, but claimed it's used only for self-censorship. Well, of course it is.
But why did you claim that? Why isn't it?
I claimed. Of course I want the ability to edit on the fly. I've used it once already, and I will use it again if I need to. Not because somebody said the F word or said fuck. It's because somebody might have slandered or libeled somebody. And I didn't want that on my air. But why pay attention to what I'm saying? Let's keep reporting that I'm under some sort of censorship here.
Right. That you're not getting a free show.
They should have gone to Howard Stern expert, Chauncey Hayden.
And he would have screamed and hollered.
That he'd been ripped off and that fraud had been committed. Setting some sort of limits on Stern stems from a corporate fear that the FCC, which does not regulate content on satellite radio or cable TV at the moment, might try to claim jurisdiction over paid program services like HBO and Sirius Radio.
Perfect timing for the clip I want you to play. If you look on your page, the FCC commissioner was discussing you yesterday. Bottom right-hand corner in color.
Of my page or yours?
Your page.
Oh, okay.
Well, help me then understand. There's going to be more and more families with satellite radio looking exactly like their regular radio set in the car, pushing buttons. And Howard Stern is just one example. There he is on that car, in that car with people driving along. You don't have the power as a regulator that you did over the public airwaves. What's your response?
Well, the response is going to be, I think Congress is going to be looking at this. I think Congress should be looking at it. They're looking at the cable aspect of this right now, the family tiers and all, and I think that's what we're going to have. That's what we have to have.
But what about the Constitution? Why don't we do that to books or the Internet?
Yeah, because you can go into a library and the dirty books look just like the clean books.
Holy mackerel. That's the new FCC commissioner. This guy, he's got to be on I wonder what the connection is there.
Michael Copps, by the way, just so you know his name.
Michael Copps.
We're going to have to know his name, I guess, a little bit.
I'm not learning his name. But I'll tell you, learn his name. The guy's a complete whack job.
I can go to DirecTV at my home right now, and I can order some of the craziest porn in the world.
That
they never noticed.
And it looks just like regular television.
Since I came to satellite, they are so afraid. Clear Channel, Viacom, all of them, they're trying to sick the United States government on me.
But this is what they do. This is what big corporations do when they don't want competition. They kill anybody with a new idea.
How is it that they're not saying, how come I can go to Time Warner Cable and go to their page section and buy a porno movie?
How come when you walk down the street, an X-rated movie theater looks like a regular movie theater?
How come they're only bringing up my name to the FCC commissioner?
And what is that woman? Who is that doing the report? That crazy reporter?
She's just trying to get someone to talk.
Well, it looks just like your regular radio.
Right. Well, look what she got him to say. I mean, she got this guy to admit that he doesn't even know the laws of the country. Yeah. We got to look into this.
You know, when people get into a car, the satellite looks like a radio.
You got to regulate Satan. Are you going to do it? Oh, yes, we're going to do it.
We know that Satan looks like a radio.
Holy mackerel. I mean, are you guys freaking out? I mean,
if you bought a subscription because you thought we were going to make a snuff film like Chauncey. I'm sorry we're ripping you off.
Right.
Yeah, well, Chauncey wants to hear blowjobs on the air and wants to hear...
And sorry to Neil Cavuto that we're not cursing every second.
We're not going to kill anybody.
I'm actually trying to do a real radio show here.
I tried to explain, when we were doing all that publicity before we got here, I said, you know what? Howard is an entertainer. He doesn't want to just curse.
Yeah, I want to have the same rights that a comedian has in a comedy club. That's all I'm looking for.
By the same token, pull the Roy Simmons interview where when Rachel Hunter walked out of here, and you tell us if someone told us not to curse.
Really?
I mean, come on. It's crazy.
I don't know what they're talking about.
And then I love the guy saying the 7 deadly words now. I mean, because we really are getting to a point in this country where, the religious right is trying to convince people if you hear the F word, it'll kill you.
Well, John Gibson's the guy who wrote the book about how Christmas is being taken away from Christians or something. I see a lot of persecution of Christians in this country.
Yeah,
it's
Christmas
overwhelming.
really disappeared.
Yeah, Christmas is gone. Don't take away our Christmas.
I really do feel...
that's some book.
I feel persecuted.
John Gibson should be real proud of the book about Christmas.
My goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, the Christians are being so persecuted in this country, I feel horrible for them.
How can you persecute a majority?
Oh, that's right, because judges can't hang Christmas trees in their courthouses.
Right.
Oh, gee. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
How about taking it home? Leave me alone.
What a fucking nut job. And Neil Cavuto with his expert.
Well, the sad thing is to me that a lot of times reporters just allow this stuff to hang in the air like it's true.
So my dad yesterday, I go, can you believe I'm on the front page of the Post? He goes, gasoline is $5 a gallon. And he goes, and that's what they're putting on the front page of the Post. I go, I know. It's insane.
Well, 14 miners died. I was still thinking about that. I said, 14 people died.
And by the way,
they're worried about what your radio said.
14 people died, and their lives could have been saved if these coal mining companies had enacted certain regulations and put in certain equipment.
Yeah.
But, of course, it's not the law of the land, so they don't do it.
And there's no hearings in Congress about it.
No, the guy from the FCC's worried about satellite radio.
You know what was on the front page of the New York Times the other day? A 23-year-old Marine who got blown up by a car bomb and has to learn how to ride the bus again.
Yeah, well, you know what? Put him on the front page of the Post. I'll gladly take I'll take page 2. Jim, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, you definitely should sue Chauncey.
No, I don't need to sue him.
I don't think because you're a public figure, he gets to say whatever he wants.
And get what?
Well, he did say, I and this company have committed fraud.
Exactly.
That's a pretty strong statement to say that someone's committed fraud.
Exactly.
Well, he could always claim I'm stupid and just that's what I thought.
Well, I'm not looking to sue anyone. I'm just pointing out how retarded Fox News is. And if I can find Neil Cavuto today, I will track him down and say, let me ask you something. Are you a fucking moron? I mean, that's what I'm going to say to him. I mean, how fucking stupid are you? I mean, really, you're just a goddamn moron.
I mean, how to be stupid.
Are you going to pretend that any of this is news, or are you're just going to continue to make shit up? It's too crazy, man. It's just nuts. Hey, thanks, Jim. And Chauncey's just frustrated because we don't have him on the show
he's
anymore.
Like, thanks for having me on. He loves the spotlight.
Yeah.
He's like, thank you.
Thank you, I crave it. Marcus, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Howard, man? You've been great since you came on. Fuck Chauncey.
But fuck everyone. Who cares?
Yeah, well, fuck them all, man.
Right.
Yeah, and if the government wants to shut us down, shut us down.
Yeah, believe me. You're doing me a favor.
Dude, let me tell you something. The only thing is I want a refund if I can't hear George Takei banging Artie on the air.
You bet.
Yeah,
and by the way...
that was something I was looking forward to.
I know...
Not me. It was close.
We're trying to work out a deal where George comes back every once in a while.
Right.
Great. Anybody know anything? I got to talk to Tim about that.
I don't know.
Like, where are we at with that?
Howard, get him back, please.
Yeah, he's great.
He was wonderful, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is that someone that can help me with a warranty problem in the back, maybe?
What's going on?
I can't get a replacement on a Sportster, man. A Sportster replay, and it's like months they're telling me. And
yeah, I'll tell you.
Me out, it'd be great.
But you know what's happened is there's been such a run on Sirius satellite radio that you can't get them.
Yeah, everybody I know bought one. I've been like the biggest salesman for you guys.
I know. Well, I'm glad. I'm thrilled. I hope, you know what, I got to tell you something on a personal level. The people who run this company are just the nicest people who are so anxious to see this thing succeed. And yes, it's a financial thing, of course, but the passion that goes into this thing. And I'm going to tell you about financial, because everyone's bringing up money. There are people who work here, announcers and people like that, who hardly make any money, and they're so committed to this thing because they see it as the future. Not everyone here is a high-priced gun. And there are people here who toil away with a passion and a love for this product that it does a huge disservice to just make a blanket statement that everyone is here for the money. I don't think so.
Yeah, you know, it sounds like they think there's a big pile of money over here, and everybody's just coming and grabbing
Dude,
them.
You're a bonus with the content they got on here, man. You're just a bonus to the to whatever else is
exactly.
on here. I love everything.
I'm so happy to be a catalyst that brought in 2 million people, perhaps, who are now hearing this entire product. And that's what my dream always was. I used to go on all these talk shows, and I'd say, you know what, I might be the reason you come here, but you're going to be thanking me, because once you hear the product, you're going to love it. I mean, I don't even use my CDs anymore. I don't, you know, I'm getting rid of my CD player. I listen to satellite radio. It's got enough musical diversity for me.
TV? I don't even watch TV anymore.
I got some good tunes going. I'm sitting the other night. I'm typing on my computer. I got the classical station on, just checking it out, like kind of digging some of that. And I'm going, this is fucking great, man. I'm sitting here. I'm just totally into it.
It's got everything. You know, I sometimes get into my, you know, like the long bath thing with the candles lit. And they have this station called Spa.
Yeah.
And it's just this very soothing kind of music.
See, I don't even know about that.
You'd use if you were getting a massage. Yeah. It's amazing.
Right, chill.
I'm so proud to be part of this company. And I'm so proud to know Scott Greenstein and Mel and all the guys, and Walter Sabo and Jeremy Coleman, who's been toiling away here, and Meg Griffin and Pat St. John. I see the guy every day. He's so excited about being here. I mean, give me a goddamn break. I mean, I love how the Chaunceys of the world know my motivation and why I'm here, and everything
the motivations
with me,
of the whole company.
And everything with me is money. Check out my career and see if everything about me has been about money.
If you could have made those decisions in his position.
Yeah. See,
Underdog Lady would have been a better expert, man.
You know what? I've never gone to Scores and then had to write a book about it. I didn't sell out my friends. I think everything in your life is about money, not me. I think you got the wrong guy.
Howard, don't sweat it. We love you. Fuck all of these assholes. Fuck the FCC. Fuck Viacom and fuck Clear Channel.
Right. I'm with you.
I mean,
Thank
it's getting ridiculous, man. Our freedoms, you're the least of the problems. That's the sad thing, is our freedoms are much more than what they're doing to you.
There's a very nice campaign going to paint me as somebody who spent an entire career just about money. I'm not, you know what? I'm not Bill O'Reilly. I'm not selling mugs and T-shirts.
You've actually gotten fired because you're not good for business.
Yeah. I mean, I've caught, you know, as far as me courting McDonald's and whatever Chauncey's cockamamie half-baked theory is, let me tell you something. I've never courted anybody. I do my show and hope for the best.
My favorite part in Private Parts is in Washington when the guy comes in and goes, you just cost us Stereo City.
Yeah.
This is Stereo fucking City.
I mean, I've had that my entire career. And, you know, it's just, I just love people telling me what my motivations are.
Yeah, this is the first time you've ever been really good for business.
Your motivation is to be funny, in my view. That's it. Other than that, I mean, you want to make a buck like everybody else.
Hey, listen, I've made bucks already on terrestrial radio. I'm not the wealthy. I mean, sometimes I look at what I made on terrestrial radio. I don't think I got paid a tenth of what I was worth. What I did for Viacom, what I did for Infinity, and they merged with CBS and Viacom, I think I was a key player in that whole business being built up. And I was a salaried guy, but I ain't crying. I did enough money that I didn't have to sit and sign here for money, quite frankly. And my motivation in life is to entertain. And, you know,
job of it,
well,
man.
Thanks, brother. Okay.
Yeah, we love you, man. Like I said, I've been listening to you since you were on at afternoons and on NBC. I used to sit with my mother in the car waiting for my little sister to get out of school. I was like 13 years old, 12 years old, and I've been listening ever since then, man.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if I didn't think Sirius was a good value, I wouldn't tell my listeners to come here. That's how my stance on money. I'm not looking to rip off my audience. I think this product is great, and thank you for that phone call.
Now, if I'm Howard Stern and I've come here to escape, you know, the craziness of commercial radio and what's required of me there. I know a big paycheck was a big draw to put it mildly.
Of course.
But all of a sudden I don't have that freedom.
I don't think with Howard it's about freedom. It's always about money. Let's call it what it is. Howard's making...
Think anybody's projecting there?
$100 million a year.
Think everything for him is about money?
If K-Rock came up with $100 million a year, he'd still be on K-Rock.
No, I wouldn't. And you're not an expert on me. You don't know anything about me, dude. No offense.
You can bet on it.
You could bet on it, but you wouldn't be right.
thing with the fist in the air, free speech, uncensored radio.
Yeah, I haven't spent an entire career fighting management and running around the country. You're some fucking expert, asshole. Don't come up to me anywhere and start with the weepy eyes about how sorry you are. Shut the fuck up. And stop passing yourself off as a Howard Stern expert, asshole. Honestly.
Well, I guess everybody can now claim that. Because that's how good an expert he is.
It was a big amount
I
of
think
bull.
the Howard Stern is all a big amount of bull. I'm a big liar. Yeah, he was with me. He's the widow. The widow Chauncey.
I didn't realize that you spent this much time talking to him.
Yeah. Well, he knows. He knows my motivations. He's got it all figured out. Brilliant. Shame on him. And shame on Neil Cavuto.
Well, I guess they got endless hours over there to fill up at Fox.
Yeah.
And, of course, they're owned by the same people.
This could be the best news coming. All of a sudden, he could say he's attacking the folks he's working for.
Bingo. See?
Bingo.
Bingo. It's like the Matrix. You just woke up. You realize.
You two have figured it all out.
Yeah.
Oh, home run. That's exactly right. This is the best thing that could happen to Howard. It gets him off the hook with having to go too far in the air. So now the fans can say, well, they're persecuting Howard once again. Well, you know something? We've all been sold a big scam. And that's what it is. It's a scam.
Yeah. You've been sold a scam.
Oh, so now you don't have to stick a dildo up your ass. They fixed it for you.
Yeah, you see? Gee, I could have been sticking dildos up my ass. Because that's what he thinks uncensored radio should be. Ricky, you're on the air. That's why he'll never be in radio. He tried. He went on the internet and stuck a dildo up his ass like a goddamn girl. Ricky, go ahead, comment on Chauncey.
Oh, this is great. I cannot imagine how he can think that he's somewhat of an expert, yet he begs and pleads with you to be on his show.
Yeah.
I'm a long-time listener. I've been listening for the past 16 years. I lived in Texas. I lived in Memphis. I've watched your Channel 9 show. Chauncey is a douchebag. He doesn't know what he's talking about. What the real question is you need to see whether or not he's being paid off by the Christian Coalition.
No, he's just a douchebag, and I've said it, and that's why I don't have him on the show anymore. I haven't had him on, I don't know how long. I mean, a year or something like that, maybe more.
Yeah,
and he cries and goes, oh, everybody hates me over there, and I want to come back on, and I'm not going to beg. And I'm not going to have you on because you're dangerous. You're unstable with your comments. Your comments are completely out of line. You know nothing about me, and you should be ashamed to go on and call yourself a Howard Stern expert. You don't have any truth in what you say about me or the people who work with me, or you don't know a goddamn thing about me. And Neil Cavuto is a fucking chump. He doesn't know shit. He's an asshole. I mean, that's it. Yeah, King of All Blacks, you're on.
Yo, Howard.
No.
I never thought that you could get bigger than you were.
Yeah, can you believe it? Here was my plan.
Yeah, we thought you'd reached your topped out.
Here was my plan. My plan was to go on satellite radio and kind of do a show where nobody really would notice. You know what I mean? And I could just kind of be here and do my thing the way I want to do it. In fact, just ramble on for hours.
But I'm sitting here on hold and I'm laughing at you. Like you are, you can say you're funny, and you're funnier now. And they talking about on regular radio. I'm listening to because I listen to black stations sometimes in the afternoon. So I'm listening to them, and they talking about HD radio and they're all changed the whole game.
They're trying. I know I changed the whole game. Again, I've changed the whole game, and they all hate me for it. I am so hated.
Well, because on black stations, they never talked about you. They don't act like you ain't exist. Now they talking about you.
Yeah,
it's because you changed the face of this whole
First of all,
game.
On black stations, they never used to talk about me because I was on regular radio. Now everybody's all brave and they talk about me. And there isn't a guy in regular radio who wouldn't trade places with me. I'm the most important. Every move I make is important.
And they owe a debt of gratitude to you if they're making any money at all.
That's right.
And you got people talking about Sirius Satellite that I would never in my life ever think to me. People like friends of mine. I'm getting it. I'm like, you ain't even got no money.
Right.
People getting it that don't even have it. That don't have money, they getting it.
Well, that's the idea. I believe that this is a safe haven for broadcasters.
$13 a month? That ain't nothing.
I know. It's a great service.
I spent $100 yesterday and $200 the day before.
I know. It's not a crazy amount of money for the amount of programming you get, but listen, that's my job when I go on these talk shows. Oh, by the way, just a programming note, I will not be on the Charlie Rose show tonight.
Okay, why not?
Why not?
They called up yesterday. Charlie had to go out of town for an emergency, and they asked me to reschedule, which I said no, because I was only doing it because I committed to this months and months and months ago. And I said, if you can't do it tomorrow, I'll just pass.
Oh, okay.
You know, I really don't want to do the Charlie Rose show. I was going to do it because out of friendship, the guy was good to us in Washington many, many years ago. So if he can't be available, I'm not rescheduling. I don't want to do it.
Well, later time. Something will come up.
I can't wait to see your studio.
Yeah, besides Charlie Rose, there's no money in it. As Chauncey says, I'm in it for the money. So, you know, I want to get paid. All right, thanks.
Oh, God. And don't talk about, what's his name? Because I like to tune in and listen to them. Like, so what's that guy's name? Oh, come on. The guy used to go with Jennifer Lopez's sister.
Oh, Booger.
Yo, that's the guy with the radio show?
Yeah.
Yo, he thinks it is you.
I know. He was at my birthday party, and I just...
Yeah, just say hi, man.
Yeah, I won't even listen to the show. I've never heard it. I've never heard the Booger show. But if one more person comes up to me and says, Booger thinks he's you now, you know.
It makes you curious just to tune in for a second, and then you hear them like they, you know, it's just he got your voice down pat.
Yeah.
It's like trying to get your voice, and but it's a compliment. But I know it is.
He's like an Elvis impersonator. The whole damn station's like an Elvis impersonator.
That's wonderful.
But I don't even care. You know what? It doesn't even matter to me.
I know you the man.
I'm going to do my own thing.
Hey, yo, Howard, man, come on, let me come on.
You would still consider Booker a friend, right?
Yeah, he's a friend. He's a friend of mine. He's a friend. He just wants to put his head up my ass and be me. I mean, let's be honest.
I'm asking about your feelings towards him.
I like Booger a lot. Booger's a good guy. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but Howard, I got friends like that, too. They're your friends.
People want to be you?
Yeah, you have friends who want to be you?
Well, he's the king of all blacks.
Yo, people want to be me every game, man.
You're kidding me. All right, I got to go. Thanks.
It costs a lot of money to be me.
All right, King.
He's having such a good time.
Thank you, King.
All right, man, I love you,
He is great on the round table, I have to say.
Yeah, King of all blacks is great. We're finding a place for him. He's going to be okay. Thank you. There's so many people want to get on. Yeah, go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
You know, Chauncey, man, I've always hated that guy. He's a complete piece of shit. You know, how dare he sit there and talk about you? I mean, you've had him on so many times, and I mean, clearly we knew this guy had no loyalty whatsoever.
Yeah, well, it took me long enough to figure it out.
Yeah, I never understood that, but you know, I know why you had him on. He was funny on the air, and he got a reaction, but
right.
Man, I could never stand him. But you know, do these people ever even, like, maybe check and see what this guy's background is and see if he's got an axe to grind or something? Because clearly he does. I mean, we all know he's not on the show anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, obviously they were into inflaming the story. They weren't interested in facts.
Right.
It's disgusting how they could just throw somebody on and all of a sudden, you know, people who are just randomly watching it are going to think this guy's an expert.
Yeah, and not only do they think he's an expert, but when he goes on and says that we've committed fraud, how would he know that? And how would he know my motivation for coming here?
But it's the same thing they've done with those religious right groups that call themselves media experts. They just throw them on and give them credibility.
Well, he knows you're going to hear it. He's like a jilted girlfriend. And
yeah, well, you know, I've made a point of not talking about him, but you know what? I just had to at least play you that and let you hear the absurdity of Fox News and what they're passing off as news.
Well, then yesterday was a home run for him.
Right.
He got your attention.
He got my attention. Finally did it.
Spade, can I change the subject for a second?
Yeah.
Speaking of home runs, man, Alexis Stewart, best guest you've had on, best interview. I mean, she was great, man.
Yeah, I agree. And
that was killer.
Everybody was talking about how much they wanted to bang her after that.
I know.
Interview.
She's sexy.
Well, Ralph called me at home and said he wanted to bang her. You know, by the way, the email...
That is my kind of chick, man.
I got to read you the email next, and I got to take a break. I've screwed up here, but the email, I just figured I'd be getting all kinds of praise, and most of it was praise, but some of it was like, hey, you did a shitty interview, get this cunt off the air. I mean, really nasty stuff.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I thought she was really good. Then one guy accused me of throwing Brent and Bubba under the bus, and I go, how did I do that? But we'll explain all.
Yeah, let me hear about that.
Yeah.
I mean, even when Brent came in and said his piece, and she said her, I mean, she made her point great. I just thought she was so well-spoken, about 20 revelations in her life that most people in her position wouldn't even open their mouth.
Yeah, the thing about a baby was
unreal.
unreal.
That's really crazy.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that, because I have some strong feelings about it. I went home and thought about it, yeah.
You have strong feelings about
Well, Alexis Stewart, who is Martha Stewart's daughter, and by the way, I thought she was great yesterday.
Yeah, wait, I got to run. I got to go to a baby doctor.
Yeah, that was great.
A lawyer who's helping me have a baby.
But I got to just say something. I mean, why wouldn't she adopt a child? There are so many babies that are unwanted in this world.
Yeah.
She's got to go get impregnated with sperm and make yet another baby.
Most people want their own baby.
Oh, that's so selfish.
It's not about actually wanting a child. You want your own.
Yeah, and doesn't that, I mean, I really want I want to talk to her, and I want to say to her, you've got so much going on for you. You got assets, you say you have love for a child. Take the Chinese baby, black baby, white baby. I don't care what baby.
There are boarding schools that need children. What are you talking about?
I mean, why does she need to go get impregnated, carry a baby, and bring yet another baby? It's like, go to. I mean, there's enough dogs in the world. Don't go make a new dog.
You're screaming about a biological issue.
No.
It's not logical, Howard. It's an internal mechanism that fires off and makes a woman want to have a baby, want to go through the birthing experience.
It's a chick thing.
On Meet the Sterns tonight, please call in and ask my dad about that. He was going off on it.
Did he have a whole hissy fit over it?
The two of us were going off on it. It sounded like a masterful Stern symphony.
Oh, my God, I would have loved to hear that.
My father goes, what are you doing on the front page of the Post? $5 a gallon of gasoline on the front page of the Post. And then I go...
He goes, started his show.
And we started talking about Alexis Stewart. He goes, well, she's got to make a new baby? And I go, it's crazy. I said, why is she making a new baby?
Why is everybody making a new baby?
All right. Look.
The only reason people adopt is if they can't.
She's going to go find a sperm donor, get lawyers. Go down the street. There's a kid standing there. He's got no home.
Well, maybe Robin's right. Maybe it's something we don't understand.
Absolutely. Believe me, it's like me needing those vegetables. That's how bad the itch is.
There's no itch as bad as that, my dear. All right, Ralphie boy, I got to go.
All right, man.
All right, later.
That thing you have down there, Robin, just goes crazy sometimes.
It does. You can't control it.
That vagina.
Our thing goes crazy a lot, too.
True that.
Yeah, it sure does. All right, brother.
All right, man.
Later. Okay, we'll be back right after these words.
Once he wanted me to approve a contest where he would give a new toilet to the listener with the largest bowel movement. I mean, you can imagine the logistics of that.
The Howard Stern Show.
I can't look over there.
Song's depressing. I never listened to the word.
Oh, really? Yeah, this is a sad one.
Yeah, it's sort of like when we were 17. Nothing was going on.
17 song.
We did everything but almost attempt suicide.
Yeah.
Here's a little fun for you. This is a prank call from Sal, and he calls a Korean clock store, and I guess Koreans have trouble with the word clock.
Is this a clock repair shop?
Yes.
Oh, I just inherited a grandfather clock.
Okay. How old is that clock?
The clock is, I would say, about 75 years old.
75 years is not old for a clock.
Oh. What's that?
This is not old for a clock.
Okay. Now, how do you repair it? Explain it.
The first thing is, make sure the clock is completely level.
The what?
The clock is completely leveled.
Okay. It's about 10 inches.
10 inches?
Yes.
Is it a wind-up?
Wind up what?
wind-up clock.
Yes, there's something in the back. It does wind up. I don't have the key, though.
Okay. You're welcome to bring it in.
Bring what in?
The small clock.
I can't wind the clock, though, because I don't have a key.
Yes, you just need to bring the small thing in.
The small what?
The small clock.
Okay. Now, I don't have a key. Can you repair this clock?
Yes. That's why I just need to see it.
See what?
See your small clock.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can explain it to you. I have a lot here, too.
A lot of what?
Different clocks.
Okay.
I have over 100 clocks here.
How many?
Over 100.
100 what?
Clocks.
Oh, my God. Do you fix the clock with your own hands? How does that work?
Okay, we have a certified master clockmaker here who's able to diagnose and tell you exactly what happened to your clock and the time and the price lead to do so.
Okay, now, this clock, it's all black.
So please come in. That's so simple.
Okay, because I have a 10-inch black clock, and you could take a look and see if you can work it and fix it?
Yes.
You can fix it with your hands?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The home run that Sal was going for is, I'm going to take my hands, your big black cock, and fix it.
It turned into a little cock, else it was only 10 inches.
Yeah, 10 inches.
How big is a big one?
Oh, all right. Daniel Carver has a new hotline message if you want to hear that.
Those are always good.
Did you get his machine fixed?
Yeah.
He started making these again?
Yeah, this one's about a week old, but we taped it.
All right.
Here he is from the Ku Klux Klan, Daniel Carver.
Wake up, white people. This is Daniel Carver. People, it's unbelievable. I just returned from New York City a couple of weeks ago, which I thought was once to be the most dangerous place in this country. People, I felt safer in downtown Manhattan, New York City, than I feel in my own hometown of Gainesville, Georgia. We have let the filthy, stinking, ugly, nigger-looking Mexicans completely destroy our once beautiful, safe city.
Nigger-looking Mexicans?
Oh, boy.
These wild, smelly Mexicans are worse than niggers because of their large numbers. We have about 70,000 of them here in Gainesville and more coming every day to every city in this country. They're committing crimes at an alarming rate, and many are fleeing back to Mexico to avoid prosecution and then showing up in another city just a few days later to continue their savage way of life. Filthy Mexicans having lighter skin than niggers are a little more intelligent, and this makes them even more dangerous to us. They're becoming store managers, supervisors. Many are even buying stores and motels. People just look at the life in Mexico and ask yourself, is this the way of living that you would like to have for your children and grandchildren to grow up and live in? White people, you must avoid niggers and Mexicans whenever you can. People, don't work these filthy, stinking Mexicans. Stay away from them. Don't use them in any way. Don't trade with them. People, all we can do right now is pray that our God will save us from the filthy animals that we have let move in amongst us. Wake up, white people.
Wow. A strong message.
I always love it, though, that Daniel doesn't realize the whites have done this to themselves. He's always like, what are we doing here, people? Don't trade with these people. Wake up, white people.
Well, he's trying to wake up the white people.
He's so funny.
Hey, Lisa G's here with headlines. Here's what the Howard 100 News team is working on for the noon newscast. And you should check out the live. Hi, Lisa. You should check out the live noon newscast. It's real good right after the wrap-up show.
Oh, we have news theme music?
Yes, you do. That's
I love it.
Howard 100 News theme. What do you got on tap for us, Lisa?
Well, we are following Sal, the stockbroker, on his Peep Show tour. Going undercover.
Nice.
Oh, wow. I have never been to a Peep Show, but I am not the reporter assigned to go with him. It will be Shuli.
Shuli would be the right guy.
Have you ever been to a Peep Show?
Never. Never in my life.
I have.
You have?
Speaking of 17 with Janice Ian, I think I was 17. I took the bus into Manhattan with my buddies, and we went in Times Square.
Really?
I've been one time.
I remember, like, when I was in high school, I used to walk by those things in Times Square, and I'd go, man, I wonder what's going on in there. I'd love to get in there, but I didn't have the balls to try and sneak in.
We went in. I'll never forget it.
What, do you have to be a certain age?
Yeah.
They charge you and stuff?
I think you got to be 21.
Well,
really?
yeah, we had fake ID, and 3 of us jammed it. It was me, Paul.
Yeah, and Artie at 14 had a full beard.
It was me, Paul Cifelli, and Mike Lawler. I'll never forget that.
And you all are in one booth?
In one booth, and the thing opens up, and it's a fat guy eating out a chick.
Oh.
That's all it was.
But I'll tell you what, when you're 17, you want to see that.
Right. It was like we were all, it was like, exciting and everything. But you saw the guy's big fat ass in front of you.
You saw more of the guy than you did the girl?
Right, and she's just like sitting there with like, when do I get my crack?
Right,
look
that
on her
bored
face.
look.
Yeah.
The closest thing I had to a peep show was I went to something called I think it was called the Wayne County Fair or something like that, upstate New York. I was working in the kitchen. I was 17. I was washing dishes, and I went over with a bunch of, guys in the kitchen, mostly black guys, and we went over to this tent. They had a tent, it was a family carnival and everything, but you go to this certain tent, and there were, naked chicks dancing, fully nude.
Right.
And if you went up to the front...
You're kidding? That was at the family fair?
Yeah, it's called the Wayne County Fair, I think.
Wow.
And you go there, and then you'd be in the tent, and, they even have, freak show tents. They had all that old weird...
sideshow kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like a full carnival.
A full carnival. But then, if you went into this tent, I was in there, and if you stood in the front, when the girls would dance, you could, lick their pussy.
Really? How much did that cost?
Or you could put your finger in them. So I don't know how much money it was to get in the tent. I don't remember. But I remember standing there with a bunch of old dudes that I work with in the kitchen. And 3 of these black dudes that I work with went up front. They go, watch this, man. They get up. And this one guy I know, he goes to lick this girl's vagina.
Yeah.
And she smacks him in the head because she's a Southern girl and she doesn't want to be licked by some black dude.
Oh, it was a racial thing.
Well, a whole goddamn thing broke out. He starts yelling and he starts screaming racism. So finally she freaks out. Even the crowd was upset.
Screaming racism.
Yeah, the crowd is freaking out. So she goes, okay.
He's upset he can't lick her pussy.
We shall overcome.
So he got upset. She got upset. So she let him lick her pussy.
There's a whole march in Washington about
So he licks her. And he starts screaming, smell my finger, smell my finger. He was so excited, this guy. He goes, Stern, come here and smell my finger. And the guy had no teeth. I mean, he's a real mess, this cat. Right. And he was so excited he got to lick this white girl, forget about it. And I'm sitting there going, what's hot about licking some slut?
Skank.
Yeah, some skank hole.
Camp social?
No, I worked at a camp, and I went up to the fair, which was, it's not at the camp, it was off ground.
I just can't believe that there was family entertainment all around, and then there was one tent for licking.
Yeah.
Family entertainment.
And it was the ugliest, skanky chicks, but damn, it was exciting. I mean, wow. And then these two...
Did you not want to? You didn't even try?
No. I didn't want any part of it. And then there were two of the black guys I knew down from Tampa, Florida, and they were way into just putting their finger in these girls. And it was a whole big thing. They wouldn't wash their hand. It was like they just met the president.
Did they go back and cook?
Sure.
Oh, please.
Now, were you a camper until you were 21 because of this?
No. I wasn't a camper. I was working in the kitchen. I had a job at a summer camp.
Right. Isn't that where you met your girlfriend who we heard from at Howard 100 News?
Yeah.
So anyway, another news story we're working on is that apparently a cab driver here in New York City has Sirius Radio.
Yeah.
And he gets the most requests for the Howard Stern Show, and his tips have gone up because of it.
There you go.
Right. So it's a business move to get that in your radio.
And also...
that story could have gone horribly wrong, he's been arrested.
Right, yeah. Nobody will get in his cab.
And apparently...
You were telling the smelly pussy story, and the people complained.
Well, people don't realize that when you get in a cab, you have the right to ask for whatever you want on the radio in a cab.
Yeah.
So I guess that's cool.
And I have the right to tell you to fuck off.
I said get out of my cab.
No, Howard Stern.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yesterday, I got Martha Stewart's response to Alexis Stewart's interview.
About that, yeah.
I ambushed Martha Stewart when she came out of the studio.
Nice.
And
what did she think? Can you give us a hint?
What time is she on the air
we played it yesterday on the 6 o'clock news.
What'd she say?
She thought her daughter did a great job.
So did I.
She's very proud of her, and more power to her daughter for talking about things that most women won't talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said to Lisa. I think Alexis heard something else.
She was carrying an umbrella, and I ambushed her, and I got so scared. What if she gets upset? She's going to hit me over the head with this big thing.
That's what it means to be a Howard 100 News reporter.
You know what? I would love to talk to Martha Stewart even, because I've heard so many crazy stories about her. You hear everything from she's really, really nice to she walks around and she touches things and she expects them to be given to her.
And also, because you thought Alexis looked so nice while I'm, so young, while I'm interviewing Martha, I'm staring at her face. Like a whole subplot's going on.
Yeah, Martha looks like she's definitely either gotten some work done because she looks younger than ever.
She looks fabulous. I don't think she's.
Let's get her in here. What time is she in this?
I don't know. She was just there unexpectedly.
You know what we need to do? We need to just hang out in the halls and wait for people.
Yeah, that's what I do. Welcome to my life.
We haven't run into Cousin Brucey yet. Have you run into him?
Yeah, I've run into him. Yeah.
And just real quick, Bubba the Love Sponge is boycotting Howard 100 News because he thought we sucked up to Alexis with the whole C-word story when you called her that.
Is that right?
In the meantime, I was the one
What did we do? What did we do?
I was the one who did the story. When you called her the C-word, I called it.
I didn't call her the C-word. I said she was cunty.
Well.
I used it as an adjective.
Well, apparently he thinks we sucked up to her in the way we covered the story.
So if you're bitchy, you're not a bitch.
Ooh, cunty. I don't get it.
Is that her saying ooh, cunty?
Yeah.
Ooh, cunty.
Yeah, that's what she told me.
Well, there you go. Well, that sounds like that sounds real good.
News. Okay, we'll see you later.
Thank you.
But really, you have to tell me, if you're bitchy, are you a bitch?
Ooh, cunty.
You could be. You don't have to be.
No, I don't think so. I think if you're in a bitchy, if you're being bitchy, it doesn't mean you're a bitch. It means you're just being bitchy at the moment. Who knows? What kind of questions is that? Robin, I don't have the answer.
I have many questions for you, because you brought up the whole adoption thing.
Yeah.
If you were, you never contemplated adoption when you were thinking of having children. Why should Alexis?
Because Alexis is going to go get a stranger's sperm and put it inside herself and make a baby.
So that's what it's about. If she had a husband, it's a different story.
It's a different story.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Oh, listen to you.
For me, it is.
How dare you.
And quite frankly, you know
Quibbling, because you could have been a stranger.
She doesn't need to go get some stranger's sperm and stick it in her vagina and have a baby.
She might get one of her friends to knock her up. You don't know that she's going to do the sperm donor thing.
I'll give her a kid in a heartbeat. Fantastic. She's not a chubby kid, right?
Let's go to Tony. Tony, you're on the air. Oh, and I got to take another break. Tony, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, just a long-time listener. Just want to say, man, you guys are the best. Artie, you're the best.
Thank you.
No, I'm the best.
No, I'm the best.
You're really not. You and Artie are not the best. You're good, but you're not the best. I'm the best.
Hey, Howard, check this out. I was listening to Shitty 45, and they were saying...
Shitty 45. It's shady.
Shitty 45.
That's a better name, Shitty 45.
Yeah, go ahead.
They were saying your security guards are, like, weak and I don't know what, and you guys need to get their security guards and stuff.
Oh, they want to match up with our security?
Well, I know that a lot of black guys are really hung up on security guards.
Uh-huh.
And it's like a big thing in the rap community to have the biggest bodyguards. And I don't know.
Is that a sign, a status symbol?
Yeah, kind of like, as a white dude, I got to tell you, I really don't kind of care to compare my bodyguards.
But those guys we got are big.
Yeah. You do need security, though, a guy like you. You got to admit that.
Yeah, I got security.
They seem competent to me.
We got two guys who stand outside the door. Sometimes it's a woman. They seem pretty competent. Yeah. They're tall. They're black.
I'm not messing with them.
Well, you know what, Howard?
I'll match my black security people against their black security people.
Should we have, like, a tournament or something?
Yeah, why don't we have a black security people's tournament?
Yeah, like an Olympics.
And what if we win?
It's the Security Olympics.
And if we win, they got to change their name to Shitty 45.
Hey, Howard, you know what?
The world's first strongest security guard. Today, Shady 45 versus Howard 100 security guards. I'll do that. Gary, line that up.
Great.
Hey, Howard, you know everybody wants to talk shit and everybody wants to be you. They're jealous of you. You know what I mean?
I know. Everyone in the industry. Here's a perfect example. Radio and Records is an industry trade paper that's nominated me for years and I have many awards from Radio and Records, and I'm quite proud of them because I don't really win awards for anything else. Today they announced in their magazine that they're again holding their annual contest. Now, in the News Talk Syndicated Personality of the Year, which we just finished this year, it's for 2005. They nominate, every year I'm nominated. Now, who has had a bigger year in radio than me?
Nobody.
No one.
Maybe Neil Cavuto.
Yeah. So, again, it's the same characters. It's Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Mike Gallagher, Dave Ramsey, whoever that is, Michael Savage, and Dr. Laura Schlesinger.
And you?
No.
No.
Oh, you're not even
I'm not
nominated.
included. So Radio and Records has decided to remove my name.
You were on radio last year.
I mean, is there a person in radio that had a bigger, more monumental career move than me and had a bigger year than me?
No, that's class.
They won't even mention you.
They don't mention me in Radio and Records.
You on drugs?
I'm no longer eligible to be considered. Let's call Gary. Call someone from Radio and Records. Let's get him on the phone.
Find out why you were ineligible this year.
I want to find out why Dr. Laura Schlesinger had a bigger year in news talk radio than I did.
Is she the one that has the gay issue?
Yeah. Let's find out why Michael Savage deserves to be nominated more than me. Or Mike Gallagher show.
Or Hannity.
Yeah. I mean, and Rush Limbaugh's big year was his OxyContin scandal.
Yeah, he's still running from the government.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're the only guy in radio who's probably considered an A-list celebrity, wouldn't you say? Like, someone who could get on Letterman at any time.
Yeah. Hey,
that type of thing.
Yeah, maybe Rush Limbaugh could be in that category.
I don't know if they're going to, because I also considered, would they let you host Saturday Night Live?
Of course they would let Howard do it.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh's not hosting Saturday Night Live.
I'd watch that.
I know, but they're not going to ask him to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're doing a sketch now.
Live from New York.
Hey, dress him up as a woman. Hey, Gary, get me someone from Radio Records on the air. Get me Neil Cavuto on the air, too, because according to Lisa G. or somebody, they said he gets in at 5:30 in the morning to do his show.
We already checked for Neil Cavuto, not in yet, and I am emailing Kevin Carter at R&R right now.
Great. We have questions. Let me take a short break, Art.
Clear something up with Robin. In Daniel's message, he said that he thought Mexicans were smarter than blacks. I don't think that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Artie wants to go on record.
Considering what Daniel...
Right, yeah, I'm sorry, Robin. That's not true.
You don't know that for a fact. All right, let's...
They're a little lighter, and that makes him smarter.
Let's take a break. We'll come right back. We got plenty to get to right after these words.
I tell you so, Howard Stern, man. That motherfucking goddamn degenerate fucking cunt. Man's a fucking immature. Man's immature, you know? I'll tell you that much. There ain't no God while Howard Stern's walking the earth. I'll tell you that. Howard Stern can kiss my ass in hell.
Sheryl Crow from our triumphant day when we left K-Rock and came over to here, Sirius Satellite Radio, and Sheryl Crow doing a live too.
Sings like an angel.
Like an angel. That was really just great of her to do that. All right, Gary's working on getting someone from Radio and Record on the phone. We're working on getting...
You weren't nominated in any category.
No, they forgot about me in radio. They're trying to erase me from the map. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Let me get to some of the email. Let me get to some of your phone calls. I got to play you stuff from the Adult Video News Awards.
Oh, we got some stuff?
Yeah, they just had their big award show. All right. Here we go.
Always love the Adult Video News Awards.
Oh, they're funny to watch.
Here's Bob Levy. Last week's show with Reverend Bob Levy was great. His comments made me laugh all week long, as opposed to Artie, who only has anything to say when sports or homosexuality is the topic. Bastard. I'd say dump Artie, get Reverend Bob in his place. Signed, Reverend Bob's mom. So much for that. Okay, here we go. A lot of reaction to Alexis Stewart. Way to kiss Alexis Stewart's ass. Come on, man. I was never so happy to hear Marianne from Brooklyn squawk. She can't tell her mother it's raining because she's too busy squeezing that massive ego out of her itty-bitty Aston Martin. I hope she spends more than just a yoga session bawling those judges' mental eyes out. Guy says she's stuck up. Okay, here's a different opinion. Great guest. I loved her attitude. She's very honest, and you got to love that. Marianne from Brooklyn is a fucking idiot and a piece of shit with no life. Fuck her, and nobody cares about her opinion, according to this listener.
Oh, my God.
Marianne, if you're listening, I care about your opinion. I have to say that the Alexis Stewart interview was a complete disappointment. I almost had to throw my Sirius out of the car window. The main reason I've listened to your show loyally for 10 years is because of the real candor of everyone on your cast. To bring in and then stick up for someone who is the embodiment of pretentiousness and egomaniacal elitism is a betrayal to every working man and woman that makes up your core audience. She may have nice legs, but her personality reeks of poo. Oh. Howard, Alexis Stewart made you look like a bunch of amateurs. Howard deferred to her condescension like a naughty child. Brent sounded like a little boy throwing a tantrum, and it clearly bothered him that her attitude consisted of, quote, you don't matter. Here's a different opinion. Alexis Stewart is a great guest. She was open. She was honest. Everything a guest should be. I can't wait to hear what she has to say about the experience on her own show. Another one, great interview with Alexis Stewart. She was definitely a little more loose than I expected. Conveniently, though, Mary Ann got through. How is it someone from the K-Rock crowd always gets through? Considering
K-Rock crowd?
Yeah. She always gets through considering there's only 19 callers on the phone at once. Here's a guy who says Alexis Stewart is a bore. End this crap. Nobody cares about her or her mother. Believe it or not, your audience and hers are opposite ends of the spectrum. No one gives a crap. Here's another one. What a cunt. You had her on way too long. She sucks. I can't believe you couldn't tell what a bitch she was coming off as. And finally, Alexis Stewart was the worst guest you've had on in quite a while. Listening to Stewart with her one-word answers was painful, along with you having to drag anything interesting out of her. You know, lesbianism, anal. Don't have the ungrateful, boring whore on again. If you ever consider having Alexis on, reconsider. And have Artie tell a story from when he was all coked up. Those are a lot more entertaining. Alexis Stewart won the lottery by being born to Martha Stewart. Let's leave it at that. Here's a guy who says, I didn't defend Brent from Bubba's show. Thanks for making Alexis Stewart come out of the whole Brent versus Alexis deal, come out as the good person. What do you mean? The two of them had a discussion. Well, how did I make them?
I didn't think you stepped in at all.
I let them talk. What the hell is the deal with brushing Brent off like that when he called? I didn't brush him off. I let him have his say, and then I moved on.
And she was leaving.
Bubba and Brent do nothing but kiss Howard's ass all day long, and this is what they get in return, a slap in the face. Way to go. Nice to know you guys are a brotherhood. Well, we are in a brotherhood, but I don't know that I slapped him in the face at all. I'm a big believer in Bubba and Brent, and I think their show is great, but I think Bubba and Brent are big enough boys to voice
he
their
was
opinion.
right there. He defended himself.
I didn't need to jump in and beat up Alexis or have Alexis beat up Brent. I let them go at it, and that's my defense on that one. Here's a guy who says Ronnie the limo driver thinks he's now Howard Stern. I bought Sirius a week ago and have since retired my TV. The show's about 100 times better than it used to be. I was listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. It's a replay over the weekend and heard what a fucking louse Ronnie the limo driver is. What a fucking cunt. He spent the whole fucking show telling Bubba how he was going to fire him and how this was his town.
He was going to fire him?
I usually like Ronnie, but he came off like a real asshole on Bubba's show.
Ronnie can fire people?
I guess.
Ronnie bought a limo and it's way too huge. And now he's Kristen goddamn limo.
Yeah, here's another one. Ronnie the limo driver was so damn obnoxious, annoying, and rude on Bubba's show that I was glad when Bubba challenged him to a cock-off and finally shut Ronnie up and put him in his place. Evidently, I guess Bubba said, you know what, let's end this right now. He said, take out your penis and smack it into the microphone. And Ronnie goes, no.
Oh, that's it, huh?
And evidently, I might have said no, too. I got to be honest with you. But that's, Bubba has ways of settling scores, and that's his thing.
That shut Ronnie up?
What an aggressive, arrogant, ignorant jackass Ronnie the limo driver is. It's a persona that he's honed to perfection, if that's what he's aiming for. Is anyone going to mention, here's another one, that Ronnie, the limo driver, pussied out on Bubba's show Friday night? He challenged Ronnie to a cock-off, and he totally wimped out. I would commend him for that.
Ronnie, get in here. Why did you not take up the challenge?
Because he's not gay. Artie likes that one.
It's great.
I mean, it's like, it's so intricate.
I know. Ronbo, what happened? You were on Bubba's show. People are saying you were arrogant and obnoxious, and then you backed out of a cock-off. Why did you back off?
I wasn't arrogant. We were horsing around. Like, you know, that's his show. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Bubba is so confrontational, which is why it's entertaining. He's, like, right in your face.
And we were going at it back and forth about, you know, how he, you know, I busted his balls for 2 weeks. And, you know, he at the end, he finally tried to get me back by doing this cock-off thing.
Now, what did he want you to do?
He wanted me to take out my cock. First, he wanted me to lay it on the table.
Right.
And have one of the girls touch it to see whose is bigger. Oh.
Oh.
Well, why would they need to touch it? You know, one thing about Bubba, he is the horniest dude I've ever met.
That's why I won't go into that studio.
Every bit ends in somebody's penis being touched.
Well, oh, forget it. When I was on there and he was looking at the chick jerking off on the internet, he was leaning over his console, like touching himself, going, "Oh yeah, make her say fuck Artie. Make her say fuck me."
Well, apparently he and Brent are having an argument about who could F me first.
Yeah, they're having a game over there. Who could F Robin first?
Let me tell you, neither one of them.
I know. I would stay out of there if I was you.
But tell me.
I learned my lesson. I'm not gonna.
In order to settle the problem between the two of you, he said, put your penis on the table and let me touch it?
Yeah, first it was put your penis on the table and let one of the girls touch it to see if it's whose is bigger.
Couldn't she look at it? To make it grow?
No, then it was take it and wrap it against the microphone. Hit it as hard as you can against the microphone.
Is he crazy?
Yeah, he is. He's definitely crazy.
Yeah.
But I left as Ronnie was coming in. I had to go to the concert, so I missed it. But when I got the scores, Bubba was so proud of this cock walk.
Yeah, He
what did he say to you?
Well, he got right in my face. He goes, "Hey, did you know what happened on the show?" I go, "No, I was at the Rolling Stones concert." He goes, "We had a fucking cock off, and Ronnie's my bitch."
It's, according to this guy who wrote in, he goes, "Admittedly, a cock off is a bit gay."
Yeah,
that's what I said.
However, Ronnie should have done it. Instead of cowering in the corner and backing away. Well, maybe Ronnie should have put his penis in Bubba's ass. And
with Bubba, you never know where it's going to end, because the next thing he pulls out a vice, you got to put your penis in a vice.
Yeah, I was listening to the replay of his show this morning on the way in, and he had this girl in there. I guess she was some kind of stripper or something. And he had people lining up to suck her nipples.
Bubba even admitted he's never seen Ronnie back away from anything. But you backed away from something gay.
Yeah, that's I said it was
gay. He doesn't care. It was backing off.
For the record, I wouldn't have done it either.
We know you were listening, Howard, because you called Ronnie. I wasn't listening.
No, Mike called.
Oh, Mike called.
Yeah, Mike called.
You should call Ronnie out on the carpet and make him explain. As Bubba claimed, we know who wears the pants in the family. It would be so bad if Ronnie didn't have such a tough guy attitude on the radio. I guess when it all comes down to it, it's just some guys like to talk the talk. How could anybody mistake you not wanting to whip your penis out and wrap it into a microphone?
I don't know, man.
But what do you say when somebody challenges you that way?
You say, no, it's gay. You go, wait a second, you want me to take up my penis with you and we're both going to look at each other's penises?
But it always sounds like wimping out the moment you say no.
When he first said it, I was like totally dumbfounded. I just stood there.
No, I understand going out in the hall and punching each other. That's something I understand. And one guy can move afterwards and the other one can't.
Right.
I don't understand taking your penis out.
And wrapping it against a microphone. What does that do for
What you do is you say, listen, I'm a straight man. I'm not comfortable putting my penis.
I said that to him. And then they came up with this. They have their own language over there that I'm not the booker in my house.
The booker?
The booker is like who's in charge.
Oh, well. All right, well, listen,
so crazy.
Obviously there's something going on, but listen to Bubba today.
He's great, man. His show is great.
I figured this is how you get over it. When you say when a guy challenges you to take out your cock, you say, the only way I'm taking out my cock is to put it in your
ass. Right.
Then he'll back off.
That better end it.
You should have stuck that cock in his ass.
But I don't think he would have backed off. That's the problem. He would have taken it.
All right, fuck me in the ass.
I don't care. It's my show. I'm happy.
All right. Well, thank you, Ronnie, for that update on what happened. Now,
so crazy, that show.
Let me take a couple of phone calls. Let's go to Kathy. Kathy, go ahead. You're on the air. Hi. And it's, let's see, 7:58 here in New York. Go ahead, Kathy.
Good morning, Howard. It's great to talk to you. I've had my radio since November, so I didn't have to worry about not finding one. But I wanted to talk about Chauncey. I didn't get to see the Neil Cavuto show, but what I find is very funny is for the last 3 weeks, I've been thinking to myself, who's that stepping out guy? I haven't heard him on Howard's show for ages, and I couldn't remember his name. He was completely forgotten, you know.
Yeah, well, I did that on purpose. I got ticked off when a series of things have gone down, and I just said, you know what, better we just part ways. And what I find most false about this is, Neil Cavuto passing him off as a Howard Stern expert. The guy would know nothing about me other than from listening to the radio. Also, I question him saying that somehow I and Sirius have committed a fraud when we haven't. B, when he says that my motivation in life is money, I don't know how he'd know that except if he was someone who had intimate conversation with me. Anyone who knows my career knows it hasn't been motivated by money, most certainly. But I'm not here to defend myself. It's just I find Fox News reprehensible, passing him off as a Howard Stern expert.
Well, I think
as if there is such a thing. And also, the guy is someone who I feel is in it for the money. I think when you go to Scores and Lonnie's nice to you, you don't throw him under the bus by writing a book about Scores and making some horrible accusations and turning your friends in.
And doesn't he also sell stories about his friends?
Yeah.
You know, if he gets to watch you, he'll try to sell a story to the Post or something.
And I mean, and the bottom line is, I just don't want to be around the guy. I don't want him on my show. And I think it's really interesting now. I'm a bad person because I don't want to have him on the show. Now the whole thing is that I'm a scam artist. I'm a rip-off artist. I do everything for money because he can't come on the show. Why would your opinion change of me because you can't come on the show?
Well, because it's sour grapes. And,
right.
and I think the thing about the cable news, phenomenon is because there's so many shows, they're jumping all over each other to get somebody to say something that's either, interesting.
Right.
Or
they got to fill in those hours.
They got to fill in all these 24 hours, and it's foolishness. It's absolute foolishness.
Right.
But
yeah.
I do have to say that the sound quality is unbelievable. For all these years I've been listening to you, Howard, when you do your impression of Ralph, I never understood why you lisped. And now, when I hear Ralph on the radio, I can hear it.
Yeah, well,
I can hear how he really talks, and it's cracking me up. It's absolutely cracking me up.
It's funny, I don't get headaches anymore when I do the show. For the longest time at K-Rock, I was getting headaches.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know whether it was the sound or the amount of compression we had to put through the headphones, but I would just get these massive headaches, and I find I'm not as achy. My ears don't hurt as much because there's a completely different sound here. It's quite remarkable, the difference, especially on the music side of things with satellite as opposed to regular radio. It's really remarkable. Thanks for the call, Kathy. Did you see that thing in the Daily News about David Lee Roth?
No, what does it say today about David Lee?
Well, it's Hold on, I just dropped my papers.
Speaking of technical...
Where did you go?
I just dropped my papers.
You think how does all the mics sound now? Everything seems to be normal, right?
Pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied. There's sometimes when the room is really full, the guest microphone over at the podium sounds a little hollow to me, but we're working on everything. It's a work in progress. This is from Lloyd Grove's column, which, of course... We did this story for the last 2 weeks. I have internal sources who tell me everything that's going on over at K-Rock. But, okay, now that it's in the paper, let's read it. Looks like rock star turned shock jock David Lee Roth is having an ugly launch as Howard Stern's successor, with radio station staffers grumbling about Roth's alleged bad behavior. My sources at 92.3 Free FM, formerly K-Rock, tell me that former Van Halen frontman and his manager, Matt Sinico, are totally out of control and out of their league when it comes to producing a radio show, as one disgruntled employee put it. This guy Roth is impossible to work with, a real arrogant, self-righteous asshole, says a low-down spy. All the execs know they made the 2 biggest errors in radio history, letting Stern go to Sirius and hiring this moron Roth. He never preps for a show. He's out the door 5 minutes after the show unless he's forced to record a commercial or record ones he made errors on. Again, that's an unfair statement. If a guy leaves after a show doesn't mean he's not working on a show.
That's right.
According to the anti-Roth faction, he demanded that general manager Tom Chisano do expensive renovations on Stern's old studio and then refused to use it, claiming asbestos infestation. He ripped down the walls of a temporary studio because of a suspected dust deposit behind the walls. Quote, he swears he is allergic to dust and smoke, but he smells like an ashtray, says the spy. The source also says Roth's manager got into a shouting match with program director Mark Chernoff on one of the first few days of the show. Then the spy says Roth insisted on decorating the halls and studios, and then he had a moving company come in and remove dozens of pictures and his fake palm trees while he mumbled about Tom and the bastards at Infinity. In addition, said the source, Roth hates Tom and is vocal about that to almost everyone he talks to. It's almost like he wants to get fired and take the money and run. My detailed messages to various and sundry went unreturned yesterday, and a station spokeswoman declined to comment. Well, first of all, I'm going to give some props to David Lee Roth. You know, as bad as he might be on the radio, at least he's an original. I'll tell you that. He doesn't sound anything like me. The other guys on there all sound like me. I haven't heard all of them, but whoever was doing the overnights last night sounded almost identical.
I didn't even know they had an overnight show. I thought they were going to play music.
As far as those reports go, we've been reporting that for 2 weeks. So that at least confirms what we've been getting for information. Okay.
You could be the source of that story for all I know.
For all we know, yeah. I might be the one saying that. Because certainly I've... Hey, isn't Fareed the guy who screwed me over? Yeah. Isn't he Citadel Broadcasting?
Yes.
Oh, he is, yeah. Did you see this? Citadel is going to buy Disney's radio stations.
Is that who's stepping up to buy Disney stations?
Yeah, they're going to become one of the biggest broadcast companies in the country. Citadel.
We're buying the Mouse House.
You say I'm going to do it. I told you our start is finished in the business. I don't care how big he gets. He's still a dick, and he didn't pay me. And
he still hasn't? Are you guys in court or anything?
No.
As far as we know, he's Citadel. That's the last we heard.
I think he's Citadel.
Well,
I don't even know.
He certainly didn't leave there.
I wish they'd fire him. Not to get too political, but my heart breaks.
I'm going to be the mouse that roared.
My heart is breaking for our Supreme Court with this Judge Alito. I don't think Judge Alito's a bad man. I'm sure he's a very nice gentleman and really believes in his, convictions and has for a long time been an ultra-conservative. But for the Supreme Court, I think it's a disaster. And I beg all Republicans and Democrats not to endorse him and not to vote for him.
Well, you're probably a little too late with this argument.
All the senators should oppose him because, Sandra Day O'Connor was a conservative, but she had I would say she was more of a moderate.
She had a mind of her own.
Yeah, she wouldn't just give a knee-jerk opinion. She didn't vote always along sort of conservative lines.
But lately they have been bringing on these ideologues who never sway. They go right down the line conservative.
There's a lot of female Republican senators who believe in a woman's right to choose. And Judge Alito is basically telling you, because all along, all of his opinions have been against a woman's right to choose. He's telling you.
How many women senators are there?
I don't know. Do you know the number?
It couldn't be more than 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, if they're Republicans, they should. There's got to be at least 2 Republicans, I think, that are. And I also know there are many male Republicans who believe in a woman's right to choose, like Arlen Specter, and they really should reconsider, and vote their conscience.
The Republicans are going to vote for him.
And this is a guy who, throughout his whole career, has really voted more sort of in favor of big business and not the little guy.
And that's what they want.
Yeah. And I'm not anti-big business, don't get me wrong, but sometimes the little guy needs a break, too. And
well, there have to be checks and balances. That's all we're really looking for. Not to put the clamps down on big business, but to watch them so that they don't go crazy.
I mean, the guy was even against, I don't know if you know this, but he was against a law that would have given Congress the power to ban machine guns being sold to the public. And he was against that. He said Congress was overstepping its bounds. So, I don't know, it just disturbs me, but I think he's going to get in, and God help this country.
Our only hope is that, we die soon. So we don't see what happens.
I'm working on that.
Artie's almost there.
You got to start drinking.
Yeah. All right, the Adult Video News Award. Oh, let me go through a couple more phone calls. Let's go to Mike. Mike, you're on the air. You there, Mike? South Carolina, Mike.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
How we doing, Howard?
All right, brother.
Going to work. I appreciate your show.
Thank you.
You sounded good before. You sound so much better now.
Thanks, brother.
Tell Robin that I share her fantasy with meat products.
Oh, no.
Take a slab of liver, put it in the microwave for about 25 seconds, get it nice and warm, and burrow your little hole in the middle. It's better than any pussy you ever had.
Let me tell you something. A lot of guys are big shots who get laid a lot.
You got some bad pussy.
For a lot of guys, taking a piece of liver and jerking off into it is about all they got. And
bad.
Dirty magazines and stuff. And, using your own hand is one way, and then once in a while to mix it up.
Vary it up.
And Robin coming clean about the fact that she would shove vegetables in her vagina. And big vegetables, not just small ones.
Ah, please.
And the fact that she, no, I'm saying, you're telling guys, listen, I'm proud of you. This is all right. We've all done it. Good for you. You should be very proud of yourself.
I'd like to break with this whole group.
And, Mike, there's nothing wrong with you taking a piece of liver and jerking off into it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Russ, go ahead. You're on the air. Russ.
Hey, Howard.
Russ is calling us from Nebraska. Look at this.
How's it going?
All right, brother.
Nebraska? I don't think we've ever talked to anybody from Nebraska before.
Normally we weren't allowed to.
I just wanted to tell you how that interview you had with Alexa Stewart yesterday was probably the best interview I ever listened to.
Thank you. Well, I thought that we got a lot out of it. We got a glimpse into the life of a girl who lives with Martha Stewart, her daughter, and she was open about the fact that she's going off to adopt a kid. She talked about her sex life somewhat, and I enjoyed the interview.
I thought you got a lot out of her. I don't know what these guys were sending email. I thought you... John, they got almost everything out of her.
Well, I think a lot of people were turned off to the fact that she has an incredible lifestyle. She doesn't have to work. She has a Aston Martin car, and I think it stirred up some jealousies. I really do.
Hey, I grew up with somebody who used to be on your show all the time. He passed away, but I grew up in Fall River, Mass., and I grew up with Hank
the Angry Dwarf.
Yeah, we used to have some great Hank the Angry Dwarf tapes that I could play for you. Of course, Infinity now owns them. Although I went back to our E-cameras, and the E-cameras taped Hank many times on locations.
Yes.
And so I was able to get some Hank material, not much. Yeah, and I was down there when he, well, I wasn't at his place when he passed away, but I was in Massachusetts when he died.
You know, how many people in that state? You were like so many people in the state.
Well, I'm trying to find my... Hold it a second. I'll try and find these because there's so many damn...
He was in Massachusetts when Hank died.
Yeah, she was. She's a very lucky man to be there. Here's Hank the Angry Dwarf singing.
Joker, he just do what he please. Come together.
Thank God he wasn't alive so he could hear him butcher his song.
Yeah. John, you're in Virginia. Welcome to the air.
Thank you. Howard, I grew up with you in Long Island for your first day of NBC. I moved down here 17 years ago. I'm a professional firefighter, and my life was a void. The best we could do was watch you on the E! channel at the firehouse. That was it.
Right.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, it is nice. The potential of satellite is incredible, that we can now reach the whole country. And admittedly, we're in our infancy, but maybe one day we'll have a massive amount of audience that extends from coast to coast.
I mean, basically, I tell people growing up listening to you is why I'm such a sick bastard today.
Well, thank you. That's good.
One more thing on Ralph. We would, when we go into the bunk room at night, we turn our TV on for an hour and watch you on E! channel. And we all come up with the same thing. Ralph is a misogynist. He's got to be bisexual at the least.
All right. Well, yeah, you are not the first one to have that theory. Thank you. Chuck, you're on the air in Pennsylvania. Chuck.
Howard, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, I've been trying to get hold of you all morning.
All right, then you must have something very... What?
Since with the Fox News controversy with you and everything, I just want to say, Dan the man, say the Empire, because you are the Empire.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Thank you very much. I doubt we'll get Neil Cavuto to come on with us.
No?
Yeah, because we're going to make him look ridiculous.
I just paged his...
What?
I just paged the publicist again.
What do you say?
I just paged them. I can't get them, so I paged them.
You paged them?
Yeah, I paged them.
You paged them?
That's correct.
All right. Baba Booey paid the publicist.
He just wants you to know he's on top of things, Bull.
Gary, just have someone walk over to Fox and say, we want to talk to Neil Cavuto right now. Forget paging people. You page a publicist? Why would a publicist get back to you? Fox is right across the street. Come on. Let's go. Let's go to war. Are you a warrior?
Yes.
No, you're not. You're not a warrior.
You know the answer. Why are you asking?
I wanted to see what your answer was. You should have said, no, boss, I'm not a warrior. I'm lazy. I'm going to page a publicist.
I'll be back. I'm going to go to his house and wake him up.
Good. Now you're talking.
That's a warrior.
Now you're a warrior. With giant teeth and big, thick lips.
Prepare to break the law here.
You're not bad looking at all with your shaved nose and your sucked-out chin.
Sucked out fat.
Oh, dear.
Look, he's cracking himself up. He thinks he's so funny. Wolf, I made a joke. You're not so good looking with your shaved nose and chin. I nailed you to the ground, boy. I paged the publicists, both. Like the publicists are going to rub smack.
Guess what?
Guess what I've done? Now I'm reading something.
I'm on his ass. I paged his publicist.
Work's done. I paged the publicist.
No, we called him as well. He's not in.
Gary, walk over to Fox. It's across the street. Tell him I want his ass here now.
I'm using all the electronic media, Bull.
Bull, I use my BlackBerry.
I paged him. I called him.
You know, when the Germans attacked Pearl Harbor, we didn't page Germany.
Howard, let's be reasonable. I can't get through the front door of Fox any easier than I can call. The same thing's going to happen. If I go downstairs at Fox, they're going to say, who would you like to speak with? And I'll say Neil Cavuto, and they'll call him, and he still won't be in, and they'll turn me away.
Make a spectacle of yourself.
Go over there. See if that's true.
I hate to say it, but this is a job for Benji.
I'm ready.
Bull.
Get over there.
You know I'd do anything for you. You know I climbed up the side of the Chrysler building when I fought those airplanes.
This is a job for Benji and his enormous Sirius sweatshirt.
The one that he has worn every single day?
I love it. I got to get mine.
You know what? It was really funny. The other day, Benji walks out of here, and he had some kind of a sports jersey on.
Oh, yeah, Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, that is so... He's so not a sportsman.
He wears a lot of hockey stuff.
They look fat.
Let's go to Joe.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Howard. Hey, I've been listening to you since back in the early days at NBC. Just wanted to tell you, great job you guys are doing over there.
Thank you.
And the other thing is, I don't know what these people are talking about with that Martha Stewart's daughter interview. After I heard it, I had to go online and look her up to see what she looked like. She's hot.
Yeah. Well, I listen. Listen, everything that I do is, of course, analyzed and scrutinized. And, you know, there are those who like something. You know, it's impossible to do a radio show that everyone will like, even among your fans. There are guys who love when I sit there and just, you know, talk lesbian stuff. There are guys who like when I do some politics. There are some. You just got to go with your gut and hope that people enjoy it. And if they don't, here's the great thing. There's many channels to listen to.
But also, she's a lightning rod. I mean, here's a girl, of course she's going to have an attitude. She's known, her name is Martha Stewart's daughter.
Right. We don't even know her name.
I don't even care what her name is.
That's my point.
Exactly. All right, thank you, Joe.
The other thing is, I have the greatest thing for the David Lee Roth morning show. It is the biggest nightmare to listen to. So I get to listen to it in the shower because I only have Sirius in my car. So in the shower, I turn him on, get nauseous, and jump in my truck to go to work so I could listen to you guys. His show is a disaster. It's a train wreck.
Well, you know, listen, he's on the air. He's trying to get something going. The guy just started, and we'll see what happens. I'll tell you the truth. You weren't great when you started. Absolutely true. I was not great when I started. I was the world's worst. So let's give it lots of time, and let's hope he develops.
If he gets 18 years, he could
That's right. Given 18 to 20 years, he should be just fine. No, but
I don't have that long to listen to him.
Listen, you know what it is? I'm in a new universe. I don't care. There are guys scrambling for my audience on terrestrial radio. It is delightful to sit back and watch the scramble. Everyone in the radio industry, I mean, here in New York, you cannot escape a billboard.
The best is the Curtis and Kuby thing.
It says, no Stern, no problem. Listen to Curtis and Kuby. Well, it's a big problem because if you're a Stern fan, Curtis and Kuby are not Stern.
They're the last things you want to listen to.
They incessantly talk about politics. Nobody cares what those two guys have to say about politics. There isn't a person on this planet that's
sitting... You want to wake up and listen to them argue every morning?
You know, but listen, listen, not everyone's going to come to Satellite with us. So there's going to be a mad scramble to try and get my audience.
Eventually, everyone's coming.
David Lee Roth's trying. They got
Adam over in the West Coast.
Adam Carolla. I haven't even heard a report on what Adam's doing. I don't know what his story is. You know, these guys are all trying. It's a mad scramble to get my audience, and I wish them all luck. I don't even care anymore. We are in such a different place. We are no longer in that mix. And
well, listen. I thank you for all the years, and
Thanks, Joe.
These next ones are going to be great. I can just.
And by the way, the guys on terrestrial radio can't compete with us now. They couldn't even do a show half as good as this one. We're not censored. The topics...
Great job bringing that Bubba guy, too. That was a unbelievable move by you. I never heard him, but I turned it on the other, when he came on, and he's hysterical.
He's funny. He's a professional, and he's been working in radio his entire life. He got slammed by Clear Channel. They thought he was the greatest thing on the earth, and then the FCC complained. Same thing has happened to me, and they fired him. So he deserves a spot on our channels. And I am very happy for him that the audience seems to be really liking him and enjoying his show. Not everybody. You can't please everyone, but I think he's doing a great job. He's pleasing me. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, what's going on?
Hey.
I was wondering, if for the 6 o'clock show, for the 101 show?
Yes.
If you guys could put the scroll across.
Is there no scroll on 101?
No.
You see, I'm not even aware of that one. Okay, I'll make a note of that. We'll try and get to it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to Margaret. Margaret, you're on the air.
Howard.
Hey.
How you doing? Listen, it's the second time I got in touch with you. It's great to talk to you again.
Good.
Thank you so much for taking Sal off the monitor.
Yes, yeah,
really
the PDT. Yeah, this thing that scrolls across the screen, we're playing it pretty straight right now. As you can see, it says 1-888-9 asshole, giving out the phone number because I'm taking phone calls. One woman wrote me a letter saying that she is canceling her subscription. She's a longtime fan, loves the show, lives for the show, and she is a serious subscriber. But she is pissed that she has been calling in since we got on the air here, and she hasn't been unable to get through, and she feels that I am sliding her by not letting her through on the air. Now, clearly the woman is delusional. She should be a Howard Stern expert on Fox News.
That's where she'll next turn up.
And I only wish I could find this letter because it's a scream. I mean, you talk about people being mentally ill in our audience. There is a...
Howard, what's the email address that we can get in touch? How can we send you stuff through email? What's the address?
All right, that's a good question. Fred, do you know the email address? I know you're the one who reads all the email and passes it over.
I think it's sternshow@howardstern.com.
Sternshow@howardstern.com, okay. Maybe that should go across one day.
That would be good.
It's a good idea.
I would like that.
That's a good I think the whole, you have like a real reality show going there with reviving the old careers of some of the people. I think you ought to dig up some other people who could use a little reviving right now. Give them another week or two out in the limelight. It was great for George, and I think it would be another thing, too, is, interviewing the people who've made negative comments. Bring them in, let them have fun on the show. Maybe we can turn more people's heads around.
All right, thank you. Here's the letter I was looking for. I didn't follow what you were saying, did you?
She was saying something about giving more has-beens a shot on the show, is what she said.
What has-beens have we been given a shot on the show?
She figured that George Takei had fallen out of the limelight, and we revived his career.
There you go. She's absolutely right. We're going to find more has-beens.
Balloon knot.
We were going to have Tony Franciosa, but he died.
He died. He just dropped on us.
I've written at least a dozen times since you moved to Sirius. The telephone number 19999 asshole does not work. Well, that's because it's 1-888-9 asshole, honey. Every time I call in, I get, due to network difficulties, your call cannot be completed at this time. I'm a 25-year listener. I woke up early the first day to be part of your adventure, to support you, to marvel in the event. I was proud to hear the first note of Howard and Rob Zombie's song. I stood up and threw my fist in the air. The excitement was incredible. Now I'm pissed. Why? Because I get zero respect. I'm a widow with a 15-year-old child. I have a back operation in my near future. I'm a hairdresser who owned my own salon in Connecticut. I may have lost my career. I tell you this because Sirius wasn't even a consideration. It was a must. The added expense may not seem like a lot to you, but to me, I budget everything, so I did it because it's important to me. The laughter, the connection between Robin, Fred, Artie, and Howard in life, and I know you are all like my family, but I cannot participate in the show because the phone number does not work. How many emails should I write? Maybe someone could at least email me back. I am insulted and sad that you just don't care. From Ann in Saratoga Springs, New York.
She didn't leave us her number. We really should give her a call. Because I'm afraid this won't get through to her.
I would like to tell Alexa Stewart that she was great, and I found her to be warm and entertaining. There you go. Well,
we'll pass that along to her.
So do you really think this woman can't figure out the phone number, or she has figured it out, but she just hasn't been able to get through?
Well, if she's calling 999, she hasn't figured out anything.
It'd be great if someone else had that number, a private home.
Freddie, play the 1-888-9 asshole jingle. Maybe people will get the idea of what the phone number is, and we won't get any more negative phone calls and letters.
For those who want to go, fire! 888-9 asshole! For those who want to go, fire! 888-9 asshole! For those who want to go, for those about to go. No! 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 Fire!
I just got the video for that again.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny. It's like early MTV. There's a huge cannon on fire! And Brian Johnson just keeps yelling fire and just blasting out. So funny.
Hey, Maria, you're on the air in Maine.
Hi, Howard. Hi, Robin. Hi, Artie.
There.
How are all of you?
Hi.
I'm calling because I wanted to publicly thank my sister, Addie, and her husband, Mark, who got me Sirius this weekend as a birthday present. I'm so eternally grateful for them, and
Great.
I know they're listening, and I just wanted to thank them for being them and for being so generous and for allowing me to share in all of this with all of you guys.
Yeah, it's a great product. And again, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier this morning. You know, there has been so much attention on Sirius because of my move here. And, you know, everyone seems to understand everyone's motivation. Forget about the money aspect. Of course, every business wants to make money. Let me tell you something. The people who work here are into giving you a quality service. I mean, they are so proud of this product. If I tell you there are people working day and night for low wages here who are just in love with the freedom. I mean, Meg Griffin...
Where's the patriotic music?
Well, Meg Griffin, I really feel like I have to defend people, you know? I mean, Meg Griffin, for one, was a woman who left commercial radio to go work at a college radio station, and this woman had a huge career because she believed in the music.
She believes in music, yes.
I mean, my God, these are the types of people you have here. And
the music stations are great, really.
They're terrific. These guys, I see them there. They're toiling away on this crap every day and night to make it a better product.
How about the great Carol Miller is here?
Is she?
Right.
Yeah,
I haven't run into her.
I ran into her. Well, I saw her at the coffee machine.
I got to avoid her. She chews my ear off.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm glad you told me that.
I got to tell you, the music library is so deep that the other day I'm listening to The Vault, and they were playing John Lennon's Woman is the Nigger of the World. Now,
yes,
when do you hear that?
Really?
I play that every day in my house.
What a good
by
title.
the way, hey, I got to tell you, when the reason it's hard to get work done here, there's so many people who work here.
Yeah.
You know, you got 120 channels.
Right.
I do a dash out the door. When I decide to leave, I put my head down and like a linebacker, I just move.
Pull your way through.
Yeah. I mean, if I run into Carol Miller in the hall, it's got to be at least a 10 to 15-minute conversation.
I can imagine.
Every day I see Pat St. John, he stops me, he starts telling me about his commitment to radio, and I'm like, you know, hey, Pat, I love you, but I got to get that.
Heard that speech yesterday.
Yeah, we all know, we're all committed. But, you know, because there's so many people here. And thank God you told me Carol Miller's here, because she catches me in the hall. That's
I thought you knew that.
No.
No, yeah, Carol does a show here. I saw her by the coffee machine, and I was a big fan of her when she was on PLJ, so I actually approached her.
I met Human Newman the other day.
Human Newman, very nice guy.
I'd love to see what he looks like.
Human Newman?
Yeah.
He's about 5'8", I'll say, bald.
I'm curious.
Very human looking, actually.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I can see where he gets his
human.
Human Newman.
I'm building a pole in my office. I can slide down like a fireman so I can get out of here without getting stopped in the hall by 27 people. It's unbelievable. And, you know, and then sometimes I'll leave and they go, you know who needs to talk? You walk out here, there's 57 people from the news department. I go,
oh, my goodness.
My head is spinning.
Well, you have to run a gauntlet even here. Coming out of the studio every day, there's a microphone in your face.
Yeah. Did you notice I shut off one of the entrances into our little compound here?
Yes, I do.
Because I couldn't take it. There's guys from all over just hanging out back here.
It's true. I don't know who all these people are.
I need to get work done. Everyone's so excited we're here. It's like a huge lounge. We have like our own compound. There's one side of the floor that is completely closed off. And it's the Howard Stern Show studios, offices, production facilities, and my office.
Right.
And in order to get from this studio just back to my office, there are guys hanging out. There are guys from this company who love to hang out back here. It's fun. So I said, I want the doors shut off because I got to get people out of here. Believe it or not, we're working. You can't get any goddamn work done.
I know. After the show is over, the halls fill up.
Yeah, then I walk out, I get a review. Great show today. Good show. Pretty good show. Great show. Get the fuck out of my way. I'm trying to get some work done here. It's crazy.
Well, we got to use the security team we have.
I think we got to go through a third level of security.
I need security from the people who work here.
That's right.
From Pat St. John.
All right. So there was and every conversation in the hall is literally, I love it here. It's great. You can play whatever you want.
Or do you like it here?
No. I'm like, yeah, I like it here. Charlie from Florida, go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, I'd have to say that satellite radio has got to be the best thing since the Internet.
Yeah, I agree.
It is just awesome. Your show's awesome. But one thing I have to point out is I almost wrecked my truck when I heard Artie's story about a man's DNA getting squirted all over his sweatshirt at the porn party.
That was a good one.
That was awesome. I used to listen to you guys in Richmond, Virginia in the early 90s, and you got kicked off by some guy who owns a grocery store chain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's unbelievable.
I was so dumbfounded by that, and I was like, well, I'm out of here. So in 2000, I moved to Florida and then been listening to you ever since. And then, of course, you got your market went, bye-bye here. And so now I got my satellite for Christmas, and I enjoy your show, and it's awesome. It's
great.
Awesome.
Glad you're enjoying it, and we're enjoying being here. Thank you.
And want to say hi to Artie and Robin, and you guys have a good one.
So funny, on regular radio, we couldn't even tell you that story about Artie getting jizzed on at an orgy.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't happen.
There is a line of debate out there. Some people are saying Artie minimized and probably took a full load. Other people are saying Artie just wanted you to know he was at an orgy.
Israel, you're on the air.
Well, part of me wanted you to know I was at an orgy.
Howard, man, I was reading yesterday online that you might be starting to get censored by Sirius. You want to make sure if that was true?
Israel, I'll tell you what. I did an hour and a half this morning, straight through, describing how outrageous that story is, how it is a completely false story. There's been no talk of censorship. And what I would recommend is, on Howard 101, they start the replay of the show, the 6 o'clock hour, in a half hour. Why don't you listen to that? Because for me to go through the whole spiel again, for you, Israel, I don't mind doing it. It's a good spiel. I could sit and play all the Fox News reports and all the various television news reports about that story. But why don't you listen to my explanation? In a half hour, we start that. And then there's a replay of this show at night.
Yeah, I'll catch it. I mean, I just wanted to make sure, because I read it online yesterday at night, and I was like, no way.
It's online, too.
Yeah, well, Israel, it's all over the place. And let me tell you something. There is absolutely no basis for this accusation. And I would be the first to tell you if I was being censored. I am not censored in any way. No one has I've said on the air, I censor myself. I have my own lines that I draw. It's the same as a comic who works in a nightclub. He does it. In other words, I don't think it's funny to talk about raping a 2-year-old, let's say. So that would be my form of censorship.
It's not fun.
As far as Sirius telling me what I can speak about, the only guidelines they've ever given me are the law of the land. In other words, a libel, that kind of stuff. There's been no censorship. As far as the delay goes, I've said all along, I put my own delay in. Sirius didn't want to put a delay in.
No.
I put a delay in.
I just wanted to make sure, man. I've had Sirius already for about a year and a half, and I've been waiting for you to come on the air finally.
Yeah, it's a bogus story. And what even pisses me off more, and when you listen to the replay, I play you a tape from Neil Cavuto on Fox, who brings in a Howard Stern expert. It's a guy named Chauncey, who used to be on our show. He is not a Howard Stern expert. He is one of the whack pack, if you're going to call him anything. He's just like a nutty listener who cries at the drop of a hat, who has done, absolutely nothing in terms of a professional relationship with me. And he calls himself, or Fox calls him, a Howard Stern expert. And he goes on to say many, many things about how now that there's censorship, it's a fraud and we've committed fraud. There is no censorship. What does he know? He has no contact with me. And you go listen to my whole rap from this morning, and I think you'll get the gist of what this is. This is a non-story.
All right, well, one more thing regarding Bubba the Love Sponge. It wasn't like a cock-off trying to see who had the biggest cock. It was trying to see who had the cleanest balls.
The cleanest balls?
No, that was... Yeah, they were shaven, and the stripper ended up saying that it was Bubba that had cleaner balls than Robbie.
Then who?
Robbie?
Who's Robbie?
Bigger size.
All right, well, we're not going to get into it. Hey, Israel, thank you.
All righty, man, thanks.
That's Israel. That's a very Jewy name.
You couldn't get more Jewish than that.
No. Israel is... All right, the AVN, the Adult Video News Awards, these are the best. You got to love these.
These are fun to watch, too, because whenever they announce the nominees, they go to the table where they're sitting, like the Golden Globes, and they're always having sex, practically.
Really?
At the table, yeah.
Did you see who the host was?
No.
The host is Greg Fitzsimmons.
Oh, really?
I think I knew that.
What a gig. The AVNs are the porno awards. This is where porno stars actually have their own Academy Awards, and it's funny because some porn stars treat this like it is the Academy Awards.
Like they've actually achieved something.
Yeah. I mean, people win double anal, and they're really excited. Did you go?
No, I didn't, but I watched this. I edited all this.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they do treat it real serious now. This is like a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they thank, their parents and people that influenced them and stuff.
for winning Best Bukkake scene.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mom.
Wait a second. Yeah. Oh, hey, Robert, what's up?
Hey, Howard, great show as always, man.
Thanks, bro.
I think the more publicity that we're getting, great, bring it on.
No. By the way.
Who benefits? We benefit. Satellite radio is going to benefit.
Yeah, by the way, listen, being on the front page of the New York Post only helps the cause.
Right.
It'll sell more radios. It had the big name of Sirius and Howard Stern.
Right.
But I do want to point out, when you hear something like the show is being censored, this is, by the way, I don't mind that. The fact is, I just want to show you how wrong the news is. And then when there's a story about me that you sit there and you go, oh, my God, look what he's done now. Half the times it's just not true.
Okay.
And I have to point to the fact that, they had me buying strippers' cars. Because
well,
I was
they had you getting married, too.
My
Some
point
of them
is,
have him married. They are not giving up on that.
Now, this isn't really an important story. Imagine what's going on with the war in Iraq. If they can't get my stupid, dumb shit right, imagine what is going on there. How scary, I think.
Good point.
Yeah, I see my own stupid life. When I open up the front page of the paper, and I see this.
Look, we got into a war in Iraq because we thought there were WMDs.
Yep. Hey, anyway.
The papers told us.
Howard, finally, the speech, man, the final speech, it was great.
Oh, thanks. I've been displeased with my performance.
No, man. All of you got. Every speech was great. Yours was so right on. It was perfect, man.
All right, Robert, thanks.
Hey, later.
Later. That's Robert from Louisville. Oh, Dick Clark's on the phone. This was excellent.
What?
Yeah, Dick Clark, who, of course, has had some health problems. Dick, go ahead.
Howard.
Yes, Dick.
I just want to congratulate you on your move to Sirius Satellite Radio.
Thank you, and of course, coming from you, that's very, very complimentary.
I don't know if I'll make next New Year, but I just want to tell you that I love you.
Oh, thank you. How are you feeling?
I'm not feeling well at all.
Yeah, you don't sound
I hope I can get a blowjob before I die.
Right. Well, what about your wife giving you a blowjob?
Oh, shit's old hat.
Yeah, she doesn't want to.
He needs new
you want. All right, Dick, listen, great to hear from you.
I love you, Robin.
Love you, too. Thank you, Dick.
At least the memory's working.
Please call again. Good luck getting that
Sound more
blowjob.
like Buddy Ebsen.
That's big news that Dick Clark doesn't want a blowjob from his wife anymore, I think.
See the revelations that we find out on this show?
I think he said she's old hat.
Right.
Yeah.
Dick Clark is tired of his old lady.
He doesn't want head from an old hat.
I don't know if that was really Dick Clark. I think it might have been Kirk Douglas playing the joke. All right, so Greg Fitzsimmons, who's a friend of our show, actually emceed the AVNs, the Adult Video News Awards. And, listen, he's sitting and cracking jokes to porno stars.
Are they a good audience?
We're talking about introducing next year. Best double...
You asked if they're a good audience. I don't think so, because I don't hear them laughing.
Right.
Yeah, they're a tough audience.
They're a tough audience.
Yeah.
They're afraid someone's goofing on them. And you can see they're a little sensitive.
One of the categories we're talking about introducing next year, best double anal. Do you need to call somebody best? I think any woman that puts 2 dicks in her asshole, give her a plaque. Give them all a plaque.
Right.
Don't get competitive about it. I'm married. I'm lucky to get single vaginal.
So Greg trying to bring some lightness, levity to yeah. That's good. That's A-list material.
Yeah, he was good.
All right. So some of the highlights are, let's see what I'll play you first.
This next one, Nikita Denise and Jenna Jameson. This woman has maybe the funniest accent I've ever heard.
All right, here's Nikita Denise and Jenna Jameson.
She sounds like Boris Karloff.
All right.
If you're up for this next award...
That's Jenna, of course.
You've been doing a lot of things right. Now, it means you can fuck, and you can act, and you can act like you fuck, and you can fuck like you act.
And you have been fucked acting like this for a whole year.
Wow.
Moose and Skull.
Wait, we've had this woman on.
We had Moose and Skull?
We totally had this brought on. She was on the other show, and she's a porn chick who talks exactly like that.
Boris Badenov.
And we did that all morning.
Moose and Skull.
We got to do a bit with her. She's great.
Yeah.
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Moose and Skull.
Moose and Skull.
It says here, Nikita Denise was on the show and you kicked her out because she wouldn't shut up.
Yeah.
Really?
She was annoying.
She was smoking hot, too. She looks kind of like Carmen Electra.
She was big for, I think her talent was squirting or something. Some shit like that.
We need to get her back on. Why would I shut that up? I must have been on that.
Because you had to hit the button over and over again.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, she was bleeped a lot. We should have her back on.
Have her back on with my apologies.
And we got to have her do that whole Karloff.
I'm thinking get Rocky the Squirrel.
Yeah.
Rocky the Squirrel.
You can eat my shit.
Let's take a look at the nominees for Male Performer of the Year.
I'm going to suck your blood. Maybe you're right. Maybe the Karloff.
I have no home.
Mr. Agosi, I know you're very busy, but can I have your autograph?
Certainly.
You know which movie of yours I love, Mr. Lugosi? The Invisible Ray. You were great as Karloff's sidekick.
Karloff? Sidekick?
Fuck you! Karloff does not deserve to smell my shit. That limey cocksucker can rot in hell for all I care.
What happened?
How dare that asshole bring up Karloff? You think it takes talent to play Frankenstein? It's all makeup and grunting.
Bella, I agree 100%. Now, Dracula, that's a role that requires talent.
Of course. Dracula requires presence. It's all in the eyes and the voice and the head.
That's right. That's right. You seem a little agitated. You want to go outside and get some air?
Bullshit. I'm ready now. Roll the camera.
Where's that phony phone?
I love that.
Where's our phony
It should be on your main page.
Yeah? Let me go. Wait, I gotta play that now.
Not for nothing. He's right. Frankenstein is easy to do.
I got it. Frankenstein's easy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
It's all makeup and grunting.
Hello?
Karloff?
Can I help you?
Certainly. Karloff?
You want Carl?
Certainly.
Well, Carl's not home right now. He's at work. Would you like to leave a message?
That limey cocksucker can rot in hell for all I care.
Excuse me?
Karloff does not deserve to smell my shit.
Who the hell do you think you are? Hello?
How dare that asshole bring a towel off? Bullshit. You think it takes talent to play Frankenstein?
Excuse me?
You think it takes talent to play Frankenstein?
Frankenstein?
It's all makeup and grunting. Karloff does not deserve to smell my shit.
You got some nerve disturbing people like this.
Fuck you!
What the hell? You know what?
You!
You know what?
Fuck you!
Get a job.
Fuck you!
Get a job,
Fuck
man.
you!
Earn a living.
Fuck you!
This is America.
Fuck you!
Yeah, fuck you. I'm telling Carl.
You couldn't have scripted a better ending line for her, too. I'm telling Carl.
Let's get back to the action over at the AVNs. Oh, did I lose my place? I guess when you switch pages, you lose your place.
If you're up for this next award, you've been doing a lot of things right. Now, it means you can fuck, and you can act, and you can act like you fuck, and you can fuck.
Boy, Jenna's a filthy pig, huh?
Yeah, she sounds hot, too.
Fuck, act, fuck, fuck. Oh, yeah, she's hot as hell.
Yeah, she definitely has an A.
Like you act.
And you have been fucked acting like this for a whole year. Let's take a look at the nominees for Male Performer of the Year.
It's got to be a dude.
Oh, that's great.
All right, I thought this one was pretty good. Here's Katsumi and Manuel Ferrara accepting for Best Anal Scene.
All right. Katsumi.
Who's Katsumi and Manuel Ferrara?
Katsumi's like a Japanese or Chinese porn star, and Manuel Ferrara's a Spanish guy porn star.
Here are the nominees for Best Anal Scene in a Video.
Venus and Marco Duato, Assquake, Elegant Angel. Katsumi and Manuel Ferrara, Cum Shitters, Red Light District Film. And the winner is Katsumi and Manuel Ferrara.
Cum Shitters.
Lord, what a name for a film.
It was easy with Manuel, you know. It's him. I did nothing.
It is true. It is the dude. Yeah. She just sat there and opened up. She goes, it was really nothing for me.
It was nothing.
It's on him. His dick shit cum.
Yeah. He's the one who had to get it going.
He's the real cum shitter.
I just had to try not to shit.
I really think that...
Did she shit?
No, I don't know.
Well, what does that mean? What's the
purpose of that name?
No, in other words, she released cum.
She squirts out the guy's stuff.
No, so you see, I really think that girls like Melissa Lauren, like Sandra Roman, or like Katja Cassin really deserve these awards, so I would like to share it.
I think she's great. She says, I don't really deserve the award. He does.
And she says that she names the people who deserve an award more than she does.
She's like Ving Rhames when he gave away his Oscar to the other guy.
With them, and...
right on. I
like
that at the Academy Award.
Speaking is better than me.
All right, here's Manuel.
That's very rare for me to hear a young lady saying that it's easy to do anal with me, but...
yeah, is that an insult?
She deserves it. I don't know if she said it, but that's the third year in a row that she gets this one, so please.
Nice. Imagine 3 years in a row you get that anal award.
So he makes a point. Really, is it him or is it her? She's only getting the award. A lot of modesty.
By the way, there were a lot more categories. I just cut it down for time.
Yeah.
Okay.
How come Larry Flint made a speech? This is a good opportunity for Artie to do his Larry Flint.
Well, it's actually like a really good speech. It's inspiring about how the government's trying to get into our bedrooms and things like that. But also, his voice, I'm sure.
President of the Hustler Empire, Larry Flint.
Sounds like they got a pretty good band there.
Yeah, a huge orchestra.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. What a long, strange trip it's been.
Welcome to Cum Shitters.
You're not kidding.
And our next issue, Cum Shitters.
You know, I've been dragged through most of the courts and prison, shot and paralyzed for defending First Amendment. But this industry has become larger than anyone man.
In our next issue, I'm going to shit cum.
All right, Lexington Steel wins for... Lexington Steel goes up there to present an award, but there's a big announcement being made.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is kind of a surprise. This took the industry by storm. It was a shocking revelation.
Lexington Steel fucks a moose in our next issue.
So here's some guy introducing Lexington Steel as a... they're just supposed to give away an award.
Okay.
We give you...
Lexington Steel, Vanessa Blue, and Shishi LaRue.
By the way, this is the guy who's supposed to give Scott Salem anal. Remember that?
Yes.
We had this whole line. Scott, the engineer, must have been out of his friggin' mind. He needed money. So we told him we were going to put him on pay-per-view, a pay-per-view special, and he would get $250,000 if he would just have anal sex with Lexington Steel.
Still never laughed that hard in my life.
I never laughed that hard. And Scott went, I don't want to be on camera. So we said, okay, we'll put a curtain. We'll just see your head while this guy puts it in your ass.
Me and Stutter and John shared a cab after that show, and we sat on either side of the cab, and we didn't speak for 20 minutes. We just laughed.
Right.
About the thought of Scott's head poked out of a curtain, just getting shoved forward.
The whole paper
Giant Stadium.
Yeah, we were gonna shoot it live at Giant Stadium, and with our massive audience on terrestrial radio, we would have sold out Giant Stadium. Lexington Steel is how big is his penis?
12 inches.
12-inch black penis.
Around 12 inches.
Right in Scott's ass. It would have been the funniest goddamn special ever. And he all of a sudden he goes, I talked to my wife and my son, and
his son.
And they said, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Now, can you imagine?
We need a sunroom.
We thought that once he went home, he'd come to his senses. But he came back and said everybody approved.
Then like a week later, he comes and he goes, I can't be on the pay-per-view special. I go, well, forget it then. I mean, there's no $250,000. Isn't there something else I could do? I go, no. I mean, for $250,000, you got to get full anal penetration from Lexington Steel. And wasn't there like it had to be like a half hour of anal penetration?
I think so,
there was a time limit.
Yeah, there was a time and but no, a number of inches and all kinds of...
And didn't Lexington Steel come on the show and show us his penis and everything?
Yeah, but the only thing is he's a straight guy. I don't know that he would have done it, but...
he is straight.
Oh, he is straight.
Enough cash. Enough crystal meth will do it.
Didn't all those guys start out in gay porn? That's what I...
They got to climb up
Lexington Steel, though, he's like he's not like a crystal meth head. He's not gay. He was a Wall Street broker. I mean,
really?
Yeah, he's just into porn.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
I mean, but the funniest part was just Scott's head peeking through a curtain.
Yeah, it was going to be brilliant. And then he goes, well... I can't do it. So I said, well, what's going on? My son feels he'll get ridiculed at school.
No kidding.
But, son, think of the money we'll get.
Now, every time I look at him, I think of that. Like, every single time.
Well, you think that he's gay. He was going to take it in the ass.
Yeah, that he was willing to do that.
Well, originally he was doing this for his son's education. It was like the education
for his college,
fund.
Yeah, my son needs a good education. Because, you know what? After I destroy him mentally by taking anal, he's going to need an education to get ahead of life.
Usually when you tell
he's going to need a good education in psychology.
He can get a doctor's degree so he can put my butt back together.
When you tell another kid in school that his father got fucked in the ass, you're usually joking.
Right. Anyway, let's go. Lexington Steel's about to make an announcement at the Adult Video News Awards.
Hey, everybody!
That's not him. That's
Shishi LaRue.
Shishi LaRue is a guy?
Yeah, a guy dressed as a woman.
All right.
All right. Lex, I heard you have something to announce.
Oh, no. It's just that in January of 1999, I met this fantastic woman named Vanessa Blue, which many of you may know. And I'm happy to announce that after a long courting period, I chased her for several years. She has definitely agreed to marry me as of this year.
Wow. Lexington Steel is off the market, girls.
Yeah, I would boo that.
Let's see. You want to hear the winner of Best Oral Scene? You know what I thought was kind of funny? The Best Anal Asian announcement.
Yeah.
Anal Asian? Is that a special category?
Yeah, they have like different ethnicities of anal films.
Right.
And the music in this one is hilarious, the music that the band plays.
All right, let's go.
Here are the nominees for Best Ethnic Anal Theme Release, Asian.
What?
Oriental Orgy World 2, Evasive Angles Entertainment, Planted Holes 2, No Boundaries Entertainment, Yellow Fever, Zero Tolerance, Invasion 2, Jules Jordan, Evil Angel.
And the winner is Invasion 2, Jules Jordan, Evil
How insulting.
Why do they have different ethnic
I'd like to thank all the beautiful Asian girls that were in this title. The beautiful Roxy Giselle, Katsumi, and everybody else. Thanks, Avian.
What's Penny Flame accepting? I forget.
For Best Couples Scene. With her and Herschel Savage.
Wait, here's a good one. This is for Best Oral Sex.
Here are the nominations for Best Oral Sex Scene in a Video.
Katya Kassine and Tony T, I Wanna Get Face Fucked, Anabolic Video. Danny Woodward and Brandon Irons, Lick My Balls, Kick-Ass Pictures. Gia Paloma, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Dick Nasty, Face Blaster, Johnny Fender and Jim Beam, Tonsil Train, Evolution Erotica.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger. The biggest award you can get is Best New Starlet Award.
Uh-huh.
And
yeah, they fight for that one.
Yeah, here you go.
Now to present the award for Best New Starlet is last year's winner, Cytheria.
Is she hot?
Hi.
Oh, yeah, super hot.
We had Cytheria.
She was on, yeah.
How do you remember that?
I just remember the name, Cytheria.
Yeah, she squirts.
Yeah, another squirt.
Like, she can squirt like 6 feet.
See, we ought to have those chicks on now because we
should have a competition.
She's very tiny, Cytheria. Very, like, tiny, put together.
Yeah, I don't know how she holds all that liquid.
And winning the award last year for Best New Starlet was the absolute highlight of my career.
Oh, my.
If I couldn't, I would squirt on each and every one of you.
Hey, Artie, you're into that.
You know what?
I forget you like it when guys do it.
We should have an Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, in honor of the Olympics, we should have some porn Olympics.
There you go. That would prove we're not censored.
So, it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you this year's nominees. And the winner is... Okay. Mackenzie Lee.
You know what that could mean for her career, Mackenzie Lee?
What?
It could be more anal films.
She could win double anal next year.
I think that the Oscars should do that ethnic thing, like best acting by a Puerto Rican in a film.
I didn't understand that. Maybe that's a good thing.
Why don't we just have those girls in and let them squirt on photos of Neil Cavuto?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There's so many people that I'd love to thank for this award. You know, everyone that I've ever worked with, worked for. I'm so nervous.
Well, she sounds real old.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's the newest
she's young.
star.
She's probably like 19.
She's super hot?
Yeah, super hot.
Yeah. Well,
she's one of Jenna's girls.
She a British girl?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I think so. British
Oh, my God. Love Jenna. Jenna J, you're the best. I love you so much. And that's it. ABN, thank you very much.
Not a great speech.
Wait a minute. Yeah, she started out saying there's so many people. How makes you think, too?
Jenna Jameson.
Well, some of this has been edited down for time constraints and all that.
Time constraints, like we have any. Yeah, that was edited down for time constraints.
We don't want to waste time.
Yeah, I'm working like a bitch back there.
And the winner is Dark Side, Penny Flame, and her...
She lost her voice, this chick.
See, now this is what the Oscars should be.
Actually, it would be great if one of these people for no reason gave the award to Jack Lemmon. That would be great.
See, if they had given me the award for Private Parts, I could have gotten up there and gone, fuck yeah!
Yeah, I lost my voice. Holy shit, my bad. I'm losing my shoes soon. I lost Herschel. I still have my mind. Thank you, guys.
Cool.
No, you don't.
Thanks, baby.
The end.
She's one of my new favorites.
She's my favorite.
I have an Asian favorite, and a Mexican favorite, an Italian favorite, and an Arab favorite.
Let's go to Quinn. Quinn, you're on the air. Quinn from Cleveland. Yeah, Quinn.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, brother.
Hey, love your show. I was just worried, though, that the FCC might really shut you down.
Yeah, well, again, I'm going to tell you, Quinn, there's so many people calling in like you. We devoted an hour and a half to what a non-story this is.
Well, what I'm really afraid of, though, is like the FM signal. Wouldn't that fall under the FCC's jurisdiction?
Now, there's no way you can justify a pay service where you can actually block channels as something that they can regulate. If they do that, they've got to regulate Time Warner, the movies that you watch, books that you read. I mean, there's just no way. And as far as me being censored, I'm not being censored. There's no story there. No one has approached me from this company to censor me. And I've addressed this for an hour and a half. And right now it's 9 o'clock. If you tune over to Channel 101, I'm about to go on the air.
No, what I mean is, like, the FM transmitter, like the...
Yeah, I know. It doesn't affect this situation.
All right, it doesn't?
No, there's no regulatory body in the government that can sit there and tell satellite radio what it is they can and can't do.
All right. Because I was just worried because it was broadcasting over regular airwaves.
No. Somebody was illegally broadcasting it over regular airwaves.
All right.
You know, that's not still going on, by the way? I wonder.
I don't know. I don't know what the FCC is doing. But in other words, Sirius isn't broadcasting over FM airwaves. Some guy stole our material and started broadcasting it over the FM airwaves, which I think is hysterical. But we're not doing it.
Yeah, so, I was just worried because the home units and stuff do use the FM signals.
Yes, within the house if you want to. If you want to. It's a choice you can make.
Yeah, because that can be disabled as well.
You can also sing karaoke over your FM and use dirty words. And if the government starts regulating that, then we might as well pack up our bags and go to Tehran and live.
All right, I was just worried about that because you know how weird they can get.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also try to start electing some people who are a little more moderate in their views and not religious fanatics. That would also help when it comes to these government regulations. Our people should start standing up and voting for candidates that are more moderate in their approach to life, that can tolerate other people's differences. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy what's going on, man.
Yeah, they just banned, like, American music in Iran, I heard. It doesn't sound like we're too far off from that.
Sounds like it's getting to be crazy.
I just heard.
Where does he hear all this? I just heard that on the Internet.
Well, I read the news and stuff. I watch news.
They're cool.
From what I can tell, that Iran is fucked up.
They won't hear Megadeth.
Can I tell you an idea we're working on that I think is going to be phenomenal?
What?
And I think people are going to really love this. This is just a thought. Tell me. In fact, let me do an Insta poll. Let me see if anybody thinks this is a good idea. I'll ask the audience if they'd like to hear this. So here's the concept. At night, when we replay the show, okay, on Howard 100, I think it starts at 9 o'clock, the replay.
Mm-hmm.
On Howard 101, we could simultaneously play you what happened during the show in the back office. Now, follow what I'm saying. So,
in the
same time frame. I'd actually delay it by 30 seconds. So let's say you're sitting and listening to our show. We go to a commercial break. You could start listening into the back office if you wanted to.
During the commercial break?
Well, yeah. I mean, it would just be, or maybe we would break for commercials. I don't know how it would work. But here's what would happen. Let's say simultaneously we're sitting here and I'm saying to you, Robin, you know, let's say Alexis Stewart just left and we're on to the next topic. If you wanted to follow what was going on in the back office.
Cunty. You mean out in the hall, like once Alexis leaves?
That's right. And if you wanted to follow, let's say, the interns answering the phone calls. Now, I know that's crazy, but we've had so many people come up and say to us, Artie, I don't want to put you to sleep, but
no.
I've had so many.
Stay with her.
Stay with me on this.
I'm with it.
For example, like some people sit in the back office and they go, wow, it's really fascinating to just sit there and watch the interns as they answer the phones.
Is it? I don't know.
I mean, all you would hear is their side of things. Or to hear Gary, you know, barking out whatever it is he barks out to them.
Well, it would have been funny to me like today, you know, the whole Neil Cavuto thing when Gary plugs in and says, I just paged him, both.
Right.
And then you see him scrambling because you say, no, get a microphone and go out there. What happens out in the hall?
So as an experiment, I thought maybe what we would do is, on the other channel, play the back office and what goes on back there during the show. So let's say we suck.
Uh-huh.
You know, you and I aren't turning anyone on. And all of a sudden you go, hey, I wonder what's going on in the back office.
Yeah.
And so we could play that on 101 while the show is replayed on 100. What do you think?
It's certainly worth a shot,
Yeah.
don't you think?
I think it's funny.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. It'll be funny seeing how people in the office react. They'll be trying to put a show on back there.
Well, the catch would be, I'm going to try to just put microphones how we do the cameras. You know, of
so
course
they're not obtrusive?
Yeah, so they're not obtrusive, so people aren't playing to the microphone. And then I have a mixing guy back there who would, you know, kind of mix to whatever was happening, wherever the action was.
Like if he hears Gary's office, he turns that up a little bit.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's one of the ideas I have for the future of the show and the channels, and we'll see how it is. If you feel like it's something you're interested in, let me know. Give me a call.
So when are you going to start that?
I don't know. I'm working on it. I mean, it does require some, you know, some planning.
Okay.
An obvious highlight would be like when AJ hit John. You could,
follow him right
just
out
go
there
over and see
what
that.
The commotion is.
I think it's the greatest part about that is when a guest leaves, because I think, like, if it's a guest that's not used to this environment, like in Alexis Stewart, it's cool to see her get out of here. Does she moan relief, you know?
Does she run?
Yeah.
What does she do?
Does she look scared to death? I like that aspect.
Okay, let's see what the fans think. Eli, is that something that would interest you?
Hey.
Hey, Eli, is that something that would interest you?
Well, I wasn't sure. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to the phone. Anyway, listen, I have on an internet, like a Kinko's Internet Cafe. And
hey, Mike, does that interest you? Mike from Florida, does that interest you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool.
Like, I'd like to hear the guests when they go back in the green room to talk to their publicists.
I wouldn't put
or even beforehand, if somebody's coming up.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a mic in the green room, because the green room is sort of sacred, and we need Gary to have conversations that are private. But, you know, I was just thinking it would be kind of cool to hear what goes on in Gary's and the interns area and when people pass by.
A publicist wouldn't allow that anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
But you know what? When Scott went off yesterday,
it would be there.
That would be great, because that happened right out in the hall when somebody came, whoever threw him under the bus and said he wasn't doing his job. The song parody.
I'm talking about a guest as soon as they leave, their reaction, you know, because sometimes that's interesting.
That's one of the things I loved about, you know, the old E! shows, seeing, you know, because we never knew that when somebody got finished in here, what their reaction to the whole thing
So I would leave microphones on throughout the whole show, and you could either, you know, and if it's boring, you tune back to us, and you go back and forth, and you can kind of hear what's going on, okay? How's that?
It's almost like that show that used to come on, what was that, Comedy Central, where they had the guys watching the old bad movies?
Mystery Science Theater.
It could be weird.
Also, when you call for something or mention something, the scramble in the back of, you know, someone going to get it for you.
Yeah, it's just kind of another dimension we could bring you. I don't know that it would be interesting all the time, but then you could listen to our show. What, you know, so
cool to have the option.
Yeah. All right, Mike, thanks.
Not a problem.
All right. Hey, Eric, what do you think of that? You like that idea?
Hey, it's a bit.
Eric, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You like that idea?
Love the idea.
Oh, all right. I thought it might be viable. Well, let's go to Bill. Bill, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, yeah, we just listen to it once or twice, see what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Hey, I got something for you, though, about Clear Channel. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, old Mad Cow's the one that started that on Fox yesterday morning.
Yeah, I heard his thing. That was actually kind of comical to me. Boy, I've never seen a guy more jealous of me than Man Cow.
Oh, man.
I mean, the amount of jealousy is just incredible out there.
Well, and then we have a local show comes on at 4 out here in Charleston, and it comes out of Florida, the Snitch Show or something like that.
Wow.
And it was like Clear Channel just trying to smear you, talking about how everybody's getting ripped off because they're going to censor, and how you're losing.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, this is what I'm talking about. The jealousy in this industry over what I'm doing. It's just little old me coming over to satellite radio and broadcasting. You'd think they'd forget about me. And all these guys, all these radio personalities, they're all lackeys for Clear Channel.
Yeah, but it's interesting who picks up the story. Clear Channel is telling you, look, you're getting ripped off.
Yeah, you're getting really ripped off at satellite. It's just, you know, and they see satellite as the enemy. Let me tell you something. Any broadcaster better look at satellite as their savior, because when you all get kicked off the fucking air because the FCC decides that you're a bunch of assholes, we'll see who you come to for a job.
Oh, yeah, you know they're running scared when they start worrying about you.
Yeah, satellite is better. Satellite rules musically, and satellite rules for content, because guess what? We can talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, Clear Channel hasn't been ripping you off with bad programming.
Yeah, Clear Channel, who fires any disc jockey who gets a little bit in trouble with the government, doesn't have a backbone, who sits there and monopolizes the entire concert industry. No, they're just great people. They're just terrific.
Yeah, well, I signed up for life on this thing, man, and I've been enjoying it.
Good. I'm glad you like it. Thanks a lot, Bill.
Thanks, Howard.
Right. There isn't a broadcaster out there that isn't just wishing they were us right now. And isn't sitting there wishing that they were working on this channel. Because I've heard from them all. Yes, Ralph, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, now. Hey, I think that's a great idea, man, having the show on another, on the, the background sort of thing. Hey, because there's like 20, you guys don't know what goes on back there. I mean, there's like 20 other shows going on in the back there.
Yeah, I am kind of aware of it, and I would actually be curious to tune over and hear what was going on in the back office. What is it, Gary?
Like, what would have been really interesting is you would have heard the conversation I'm about to tell you, but probably in the next 20 to 25 minutes, Neil Cavuto will be calling in.
Good.
But I was just on with the publicist to go through that whole thing.
Great.
You know what I'd love to hear, too? Like when Rachel Hunter was on and Sal and Richard came up with those songs in like 10 minutes, I'd love to hear them scrambling back there, putting together songs,
Yeah, well, we're going to try and put that together for you. That's one of the ideas we have here at the channel, and we'll see if we can't get it done. Dave, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, how are you?
Hey.
You're doing a great job, man. I love the show.
Thanks,
the
Dave.
back office idea is super, man. You got to do it.
Yeah, and I would imagine if you're just listening to the back office, there'll be tremendous lulls, but it'll be a compliment to the replay of the show.
Maybe things have nothing to do with the show that you'll hear, too. That might be very intriguing.
That's right.
Yeah, no, you got to do it. I mean, the other thing, too, I had an idea for On Demand is to have Sulu go to a Yankees game with Artie.
Well, it's funny, one of the things I'm thinking about...
Oh, my God.
For Super Bowl, I thought would be really cool, Artie, if, like, you did the pregame show with... I'll line you up with a bunch of great athletes, and you guys sit there and just talk about who's going to win, all the predictions, all the betting lines, and all that kind of stuff. I thought that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, well, see who you could get. That would be awesome.
Well, one of the guys could be the guy who wrote the book, the gay football player.
Yeah, you and the gay guy.
Fuck him. No, I'll talk to... I forgot his nickname, I think, was Sugar Bear. Sugar Bear Simmons.
There you go.
All right, real good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I have my season Yankee tickets. I'll take George to a game. That might be fun.
He'd love it.
Let me take a break. But yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that idea sounds pretty cool. Is it going to be something like on the E! channel at the end of the show when the guests walk out, you give them a quick interview, hey, how was it?
No, what I'm suggesting is that we would have microphones in the back. Well, when I say the back, that's Gary's office, that's where the interns sit, where the phones are answered, where Will and Jason are. It's sort of what goes on behind the scenes of the show. Now, I would have a guy mix it so, like, if somebody started talking, you don't want to hear 20 different voices just going at once, but you
No.
You would just kind of tune over and see what's going on in the back office.
Okay.
It won't even be anything as specific as, if somebody is talking and, Gary goes, hey, man, make sure you try and get Neil Cavuto on the phone. Maybe, I keep screaming to Gary, get Neil Cavuto on the phone. Maybe on the other channel, what's going on during the show is just Gary trying to go through the process of getting Neil Cavuto on the phone. Whatever it is, you would hear.
But it could also be something that's not calling the office into, full steam ahead charge, and they're sitting there talking about how they all hung out at a bar last night.
Could be the interns discussing, I don't know, whatever it is they discuss, or Will and Jason, or Sal, Richard, or any of those guys.
Because we understood that there used to be lively debates going on, sparked by some of the things we even talk about here on the air.
Yeah, there could be actual crimes going on, as far as we know.
You know what? I think we should go for it. We should go for it.
And I think it could be incredibly dull, too, but that's just, we'll just...
back to us.
Just leave it...
Well, there's some intrigue in that. There's some intrigue. You want to hear what's going on back there.
Exactly. I think it would be really cool. I'm going to try it, and I'm just telling you that I'm working on it. Jeff, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, hey, it's been a long time. I got Sirius Satellite. Haven't had you on for like over a year because I lost you here in York, Pennsylvania. But I had an idea. If you're talking about doing something like behind the scenes, in Channel 101, if you have the guests sign a release or something saying that anything can be recorded at any place, and when you get like John and Jameson on, recorder in the bathroom?
Yeah, well, you know, we want to be able to. We do want to be able to get guests, and but they're
going to forget.
I think Jenna would go to the bathroom for us and we could ask her to, and she would do it. So I don't think that'll be a problem. I'm even thinking of just implanting a secret microphone in Jenna Jameson's ass and all our guests, and then we can follow them as they go to the bathroom. All right, anyway, we're going to take a break, and we'll come back. We'll do news for you, and we got a bunch of other things, too. But first, these words.
The Howard Stern Show. Robin, you're out of this world. I'm thinking Planet of the fucking Apes. The way you kissed Howard's ass, you'd think it smelled like fucking bananas. You look like a cross between grape ape and a nigger. Jane Goodall's camped out in your living room with a canteen and a fucking notebook. She's eating again. She's shitting herself. She's eating again. Howard's got you sitting in that glass aquarium, floating around like a big black turd. Hey, I find out we're related. I got a song for you, bitch. My grandpa owned your grandma down at the plantation. Fucked her in the ass on the grass, gave her anal stimulation. Talking about nigger, 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 nigger. Big fat greasy nigger. If I were Mr. X, I'd put a gun in your mouth and pull the fucking trigger. Thank you, good night. Try not to shit yourself in the car on the way home, you dumb nigger. Shut the fuck up!
We love you. This song makes me cry, makes me crave a man's backside. Every time I hear this queer song play, I feel like I'm shaves my belly. 6 or 7 inches, could I handle it? Am I going gay? Get KY, this song, it makes my ass ache. Need a guy, homo love could be a mistake. Get KY, them sphincters are a dirty place. Could I go Artie, bend over and bark loud like Rover. Would Baba Booey be my sweet love slave if I went the gay way? Get KY, I'm singing like a sissy. Get KY, Benji, come and smell my butt cheeks. About the ballet, could I go the gay way? Will there be pain? Man, I cannot explain. A man's penis inside of me, so tight, too tight. If I start to resist, please don't clench your fist, or I might need some surgery. I watch the telly while Ralph shaves my belly. Homo, 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 homo. My bunghole's on display. Get KY. Would I like to see a sphincter? Get KY. No smell is more distincter. Get KY. I wonder what poor Beth would say if I went the gay way. Get KY. here. John Hein, he's here to tell us what's on the after show today. 9:27 in New York City. Thank you. Hey, John.
How's it going?
Well, my dear, if they're replaying this in real time at, in Los Angeles, it'll be 9 whatever when they hear this.
That's right.
And you're telling them it's 9 in New York City. It's really not.
Well, we're also having people who are in Los Angeles listening to us on 100 who would be confused by me saying 9:27, so I tell them it's in New York. You follow?
But now you're confusing them later.
Not confusing them, just tell them it's 9:27 in New York.
But, all right.
I'd rather confuse them later than now.
I see.
All right? It's 3 p.m. in London, but who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say is what I'm saying. Exactly. I know what you're saying, but I don't know what to say.
If we start caring about L.A., Robin, we'll all be bogged down with work.
John Hein has an after show today with Gary Fafa Flowfly.
That would be the wrap-up show.
Right. I keep calling it the after show. And Tim, don't send me another memo saying I'm calling it the wrong thing. Who cares what the name of it is? I hate to break it to Tim. Nobody's listening. All right,
the shit you hear after this.
Right.
That's a good title, actually.
Yeah, we're changing the name of your show to the shit you hear after this show.
Yeah, on today's shit you hear after this show, we're going to talk about...
It's got a ring to it.
We're going to talk about...
Good one, Artie.
Welcome to the shit you hear after...
Got to go cut a bumper now for that.
The after shit.
Oh, I like
Not
that.
the after show.
What do you got for us?
Well, we're going to talk about the saga of Chauncey and what he's done to get him to the point he's at right now, and dealing with self-proclaimed Howard Stern experts, because he's not the only one who's done this before.
Is that right?
So we're going to dig deeper on that.
Why? Who else is a self-proclaimed Howard expert?
Well, that's what Gary's going to talk about. Other people who have posed as that in the press before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, also the search for Cavuto, as we like to call it. It sounds like it's going to culminate in a call coming in here. But the process of what Gary was going through to try and actually track him down.
Right.
And how it feels when he walks in here and you and Robin and others kind of pile on as he's trying to explain, how hard he's working in getting Mr. Cavuto on the show.
I think it's fair to say the After Shit show is basically Gary explaining
what he did
all day.
That was too long of a time. Also, on the Radio and Records Awards, do awards really mean anything to you, Howard? And what would you accept, and where do they go? And did the AVN Awards mean more?
All of my Radio and Record Awards are in my apartment, and they're on my bookshelf. And I use them as bookends. And I must have about 30 of them. My point is, and they mean something to me. I mean, why not? I mean, I won an award in radio, and that's what I do for a living. I feel pretty good about it. I don't understand how in 2005, because I've gone to satellite, you can't say my entire year in radio wasn't important. It was probably the most...
satellite start to step up? Like in cable, they used to not... the Emmys didn't recognize cable shows for a while, and then the ACE Awards came about, and the next thing you know, the Emmys were being given out to cable shows.
Yes, we need to be included. But
that's right. This is radio.
But even if we're not, who knows if it is? Even if we're not included, 2005, I was on the radio for a full year, and there was nobody in the history of radio that had more attention paid to them than me in 2005. How can you not nominate me if you're having a true Radio and Records Award? It's an outrage.
Who owns Radio and Record? That would be...
I do. That's the funny thing.
You do? And you're not recognizing yourself.
I should buy that goddamn newspaper and bury it.
So we're going to try to get to the bottom of that now.
Anybody who doesn't do anything my way, I'm going to buy it.
Now, that's what you have to do.
Right. Also, we're going to talk about the Karloff call, which seems to be a big hit over the first few weeks of this show, and the origin of it and how it got made and what got rejected before it actually came about, and then how they feel when you play it a lot and kind of...
Who is they? This they you're talking
about?
The creators, Sal and Richard.
Who else? They. They who need credit every 15 minutes.
You know what? The after show is also a lot of Sal and Richard. I noticed that too.
Yeah, somehow they mosey. I need them working.
And last but not least, Scott's going to reflect on what he was willing to do for $250,000 and tell his side of the story.
Well, it was a lot of money. And I'm not gay.
He'll change the story.
It was a lot of cabbage.
Well, let me tell you, that's a lot of shit for the After Shit show. Good for you.
I think it would have been great if Scott got fucked in the ass, got the $250,000, and then put it on the top of his car and drove away.
Which he's been known to do. I lost the $250 grand. I put it on top of my car, and I drove away.
I'm going to have to do it all over again.
Thank you, Johnny Boy. You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
The great John Hine, who's on the after show.
And he's going to be with your parents tonight, right?
Oh, yeah, you're on Meet the Sterns with my parents.
That's right.
How come George, you got aced out, huh?
Can I tell you?
How the hell would you?
Job?
Apparently.
I thought you did a good job. But, John, you're going to be hosting that?
I will be hosting tonight at 7 o'clock with your folks.
Yep. John wrote me a memo and said, you got any ideas on what I should ask your parents? I said, ask my dad about tons of politics. And ask my mom about relationship stuff, and you'll be right in the zone.
Well, you brought it up today, though, that your father had a lot to say about Alexis Stewart wanting to have a baby by artificial insemination.
I wrote that to John. Make sure you hit him on that one.
Yeah. That's on the list.
Yeah, he'll go nuts.
And I got a bunch of emails from everybody else here who had a ton of questions for them. So.
Good. And ask him about the front page of the paper yesterday.
I already have it.
Gasolina's $5 a gallon, and you're on the front page.
Where's he buying his gas, by the way?
I know. He's up to $5. I think somebody's ripping off an old man. A senile old man.
Yes.
Yeah, so my parents will be on, what time, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
Right after the fresh newscast.
The news.
All right.
And we're going to go an hour and take a ton of calls and have a good time.
Look at us, man. We got programming going on.
Yeah.
You know, George, they laughed at us when we started this, but screw them all.
They're not laughing now.
I remember the first time I met George Flowers. I was like, wow, a real news guy.
Your brush with George.
Well, I had this whole notion of doing an all-news format.
Uh-huh.
And then Walter Sabo found George Flowers, I guess, somewhere.
Dug him
under a rock somewhere.
I said, I got this great guy. And George walked in. At that point, George was the news director because he was our only news guy.
I was president of news programming and everything else here.
And I looked at George and I go, George, this is a great day.
Look at your empire.
I'm giving you total autonomy. And he looked at me like, I used to work for WINS, you motherfucker.
I didn't say that.
Where did you work? CBS?
WCBS.
WCBS FM?
Side,
yeah. So I said, George, this is a great day. You could do anything you want. You have total autonomy. I don't care what you do. And he goes, okay, great. That was it.
I could have been hearing that from the president. I'm hearing it from Howard Stern.
Yeah.
All I recall is you having me say granny porn.
Yeah. I was trying to get George excited, like if someone had said to him, you're replacing Dan Rather. Which was probably his fantasy.
Yes.
And then I threw him the Crapathon with High Pitch Eric to cover.
Thanks, Howard.
George went, wow, this is great. I can say whatever I want about the Crapathon. Fabulous. You're enjoying the job, though, right?
Oh, having a great time.
Yeah,
I've never had more fun in my life.
You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
What's on the news?
What's happening? Bubba the Love Sponge apparently not in love with Howard 100 News. He apparently is upset about the way we handled the Alexis Stewart story.
What is this story that you mishandled?
I'm not sure how well. It's the use of the C word by you and so on, and how she reacted to it and all of that, apparently.
I still don't understand. What do you mean? Bubba's upset with you guys because of what?
He thought we were just too nice to her, too... It's just, we didn't really pick on her. We were too
Bubba gets pissed.
Yeah, Bubba likes confrontation.
You got to definitely be on Bubba's side. He's got to hear you clearly on his side.
You guys are my friend.
Yes, we are.
I mean, you guys are being dicks.
You know what? Me, Hulk Hogan, George Flowers. Take out your penises right now. We rub them together and see who's bigger.
All I said was I wanted to see your wife's McGillicuddy, and you got to act like a fucking dick.
Yeah, I mean, you guys...
got Bubba half hot,
So Bubba is boycotting Howard 100 News?
That's apparently what he's doing. He says he and his crew will never cooperate again with us on stories or interviews.
Wow.
That's what he's saying. We'll see how long that lasts.
That's hysterical.
Okay, we also we'll take a look at Sal's obsession with peep shows. The stockbroker revealing the very rigid, perhaps strange rituals that he goes through when visiting these New York City emporia. Shuli will have that story.
We landed in the right place for Sal because there's one close by.
Is there?
Yeah. Like you don't know, George.
I don't know.
George is there every day.
You seem to know, Robin.
I happen to pass it.
Okay.
All right, so that's good.
Good. We also, plus Stern staffers confessed to Shuli some of the stupid mistakes they made in the very beginning when they first began going to strip clubs.
All right.
We'll see what those...
There's mistakes. There's strip club etiquette.
There is strip club etiquette.
Right, and faux pas
that's a good story.
Make. And also, a New York City cab driver, Howard, good story here, says that his tips have increased since he put a Sirius satellite radio into his cab, that the people who get into the cab, the customers, say, please put it on to the Howard Stern Show.
Did you have an interview with the guy?
We go along. Yes, he called us. And we go along for a ride in a cab to see what this is like.
Who's on that one, Steve Langford?
I believe it's Langford, but don't quote me on that.
Usually he's the guy in the cab.
He gets the good stuff.
He gets to go in the car.
Oh, yeah, with Elliot often.
That's right.
Anyway, those are the stories we're working on.
All right, and now a newsbreaker. I have Neil Cavuto on from Fox Television to defend his Chauncey interview, and I've got plenty to say about it. Neil, how are you?
Hi, Howard. How are you?
I'm a watcher of Neil Cavuto, and I am a
little disappointed with yesterday?
Yeah, I was. I didn't actually see it. Someone played it for me today, and Neil, I don't even know where to begin with this story. It's bizarre of you to put Chauncey on as a Howard Stern expert.
How did you determine that he was an expert?
How is he a Howard Stern expert?
Well, we certainly tried, Howard, to get you. We tried to get anyone from Sirius to talk about this.
Assuming you couldn't. I wasn't available to talk to you yesterday, and I'm sorry for that, but I do have a life.
So how far do you have to go before you get to Chauncey? I mean, how many people before him?
Yeah, who the hell did you turn down?
I mean, you hit rock bottom. I mean, tell me something. When you put up a sign that says, Chauncey Hayden, Howard Stern expert, how do you determine his expertise on me?
All right, now, I think what's bugging you is he clearly doesn't like you.
No, I didn't say that bugs me. I want to know how he is qualified to be an expert.
We looked at anyone and everyone who could talk about this issue, mostly from Sirius. We were getting nowhere. Your company did put out a statement. Here was a guy who was saying that he thought that what was going on here, if it was censorship, would be bad for you. I was not aware to the degree, and this is my fault, Howard, that where there's bad blood from prior episodes.
No, but I don't mind bad blood. I don't mind someone criticizing me. I just don't understand how he is a Howard Stern expert. This is a guy who would call into my show on a regular basis. He wanted to be a member of our show. He cried on the air when he couldn't be. He had an internet radio show. I would call him one of my whack pack, if anything. He had an internet radio show where he would get blowjobs, for lack of a better word, on the air. He has a tattoo on his entire back that isn't even the right Nietzsche quote.
It's not finished, too.
It's not finished.
And they had to shorten they had to change the font of the letters because they were running out of space.
And someone recalls him putting various objects in his behind on his internet radio show. If that's his opinion of what free speech is or what the Howard Stern radio show is, he wouldn't know. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know.
Well, when you say you should have said whack packer on his, identifying scroll, you put, at least you get to put his comments in context.
I mean, Howard Stern expert. That's the part I don't get about Fox.
So now
expert.
This is general rap at Fox?
He's a listener. He's not an expert. What would qualify? I mean, get any listener, and you can call them an expert.
If you threw a rock, you could find somebody as qualified.
Now, here's the other thing. Despite the fact that I went on the morning show for 4 hours and made a statement, no one from Sirius has come to me with any kind of directive. The story is a non-story. It's completely false. Chauncey then goes on your show and says that I've committed fraud because I've duped people. I put them in a room. I got to play you your report. And
now Howard's going to fix the show to the point that we could get Disney as a sponsor.
There isn't one thing in this thing that makes sense. And I'm surprised at you, Neil. I mean, you're a very bright guy.
Well, Howard, to be fair, I think, could we have done a better booking? Could we have probably gotten someone of a little bit more caliber? I think you're absolutely right. In retrospect, that's my fault. But I think, as you know, Howard, from prior shows we've done on you and on Sirius, I've been most fair. Even when other people are coming on the show, oh, Howard, this and that. I've defended your show because I like your show. I like you. I get a kick out of you and Robin. And I look forward to your coming over to Sirius. I'm a Sirius subscriber.
But can I play you your report? And let's go through it. Let's figure out the madness. It's madness. Gary, where is this report? I don't even know what page it's on. JD page? All right, here, I got it. Neil Cavuto. Neil, I got to go through this with you because I'm dumbfounded by it.
All right.
Here we go.
It's a timely question. He left terrestrial radio with supposedly all censorship behind, but now Shock Jock Howard Stern once again could be facing restrictions. Turns out his Sirius radio show is on a slight time delay, and now a report that a new code of standards is on the way, a code that could be imposed by...
Now, when I took the job, I said, Sirius didn't ask me for a delay. I asked them for the delay. I'm doing a live broadcast, and I said some people will come on here and try to libel someone. Maybe I can prevent it by hitting a delay button. It's hardly censorship. I'm censoring myself.
So when you
I've said this a million times.
Well, no, let's be clear here. So
yes.
When you came on board, you knew because of your own guidelines that there was going to be a slight delay.
I asked, there was no delay here. They haven't had any delay. I said I would like a delay button.
And we announced that at K-Rock,
Why would you want a delay button?
I want a delay button if you walk into my show and you say Rupert Murdoch is a homosexual. I want the ability to hit the delay button to prevent a libelous statement from going out over the air.
So you do that. That wouldn't be, in this case, Sirius.
No, Sirius has no control over the button. I have the button. This isn't a case like at K-Rock where they took my button and put it in the hands of 6 lawyers and a general manager and a guy named Dead Air Dave. This is a case of I requested it to protect what you would call libel and slander laws.
And it was no secret. He said this before we ever left K-Rock, that the show would be on delay.
This is such a non-story.
Well, then answer me this.
And I've announced that.
The so-called certain guidelines coming from Sirius,
ahead.
Was there any truth to that?
None. We had one meeting where I wasn't even in attendance, where the guys sat down in management and said the libel and slander laws that pertain to broadcast or to newspaper or anyone else. There was no discussion of censorship. There never was a discussion of censorship.
And I didn't go to the meeting either, Neil.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I went around here today and I said to management, are you guys planning a document that will outline some sort of censorship? They said no. But
there's a difference, right, Howard, between someone saying censorship and someone saying guidelines, right?
No. There's no censorship. I didn't say that.
There's no guidelines or censorship.
There are guidelines for libel and slander. I want to know those.
But these new things they're pointing to thwart the FCC, that has not happened.
But is there any limit on what either of you do on the air now?
No.
There are limits that I place on myself. I told you. To me, this room now is the same as Jerry Seinfeld or Sam Kinison going up in a nightclub. The only limits are what's funny. You're doing your thing.
But he's talking about Sirius imposed limits.
No, there are none. I mean, there are laws. You can't, you can't have sex with sheep. If that's
can't?
I think that's what my so-called expert on Howard Stern is referring to, because he did an internet show where I don't know if he had sex with sheep, but he certainly engaged in many sex acts.
But, Howard, to the best of my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe we ever identified Chauncey as a Stern expert.
Let's continue. Let's continue with your interview.
Sirius itself. Officials at Sirius would not comment to our show if this report was true or not. So could this be an issue for paying customers or even Howard Stern himself? Let's ask Stepping Out editor Chauncey Hayden. Chauncey, how real is this?
It's very real. And I'll tell you what, as a subscriber, I don't know if you are or not, but I feel scammed. And I think subscribers should feel scammed.
Why?
They got everyone into a big room. Howard spent a year marketing Sirius as
What room did I get everyone in?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. This is a lie. What room did I get everyone in?
You asked him if this was real. I mean, what proof does he offer that this is real?
Well, again, I can only go back, Robin, to what said that we wanted to get a position from Sirius, whether this was even true.
But you're talking to a fan.
You're right there. And again, I'm stressing here, guys, that could we have found other guests, maybe even better guests? On that,
of course.
You might be right, but I will tell you.
John Gibson talked to a guy named Hine from Billboard magazine. The guy came on, he goes, I don't think there's a story here. And Gibson didn't like that. I'll play you that one as well.
But I think the issue that we wanted to see here is, a lot of people said, well, what would a business show do this? I mean, as you know, Howard, you were a cover story in Barron's over the weekend, concerned about Sirius, the company, and the stock. I thought it was a legitimate story to cover. I think again and again.
Everyone knows that's another nutty story. Everyone knows this is a highly speculative stock. This is an industry that is in its infancy, in its birth. And the fact of the matter is, to ask Chauncey his opinion on the stock is like asking Beetlejuice his opinion on Iraq.
Yeah, our question is it really covering the story to talk to Chauncey?
Let's continue with the interview. Neil, you got to hear your own interview. You're going to laugh at it. Listen, you're going to say this is horrible journalism. Watch.
Censored radio, commercial-free radio. They get us all together in a room, they close the doors, and then they change the rules. It's not right. There's something so unethical about this that it's making me sick, and it should make subscribers sick.
What would be wrong if Sirius was setting some standards?
There's something very wrong with it. First of all, the word is that, well, it's Congress doing it. It's not Congress doing it. Sirius needs to make money. It's all about money. It's about money for Howard Stern. It's about money for the company. Now, they're not going to sell the mom-and-pop mattress king down the street anymore. What they need to do is sell Disney. They need to sell BMW, and they're not going to do it with this show. That's outrageous.
Where do I begin? This company isn't under some delusion. I don't go after McDonald's to advertise on this show. They're never going to advertise on this show. This guy's a raving lunatic. Secondly, is it about money? Of course Sirius wants to make money. What company do you know doesn't want to make money? The idea that Sirius is blaming Congress, Sirius isn't blaming anyone. There's no censorship here.
But, Howard, there is a bullish case to make on Sirius, and there's a bearish case to make on Sirius. And whether you're a stock analyst, some of whom don't know their you-know-what from their elbow, or someone who's a disgruntled fan, they're all free to have their opinions stated.
Well, you didn't identify him as a disgruntled fan.
You didn't identify him as a disgruntled fan. You're identifying him as some sort of expert on it.
But I'm also, no, I never said that, by the way. But I also think that if it was incumbent upon Sirius to say that there is no guideline story here, Neil, they would have come out and denied the guidelines. They never did. The company never did, Howard.
Oh, they're loving the publicity. This is the greatest thing ever.
I think you're right there. But I think I'm only free to go with on what a company is telling me.
Well, I was on the air for 4 hours telling you I've received no such guidelines.
So, to be clear, since I desperately had wanted you on my show, but, you know, you clearly have other things to do. This issue that Sirius might want to have some guidelines is just total bogus.
You almost said bullshit.
Say bullshit, Neil.
One satellite, man.
No, there are no guidelines, except if you want to call guidelines the basic issues of libel, slander, you know, you can't have bestiality, child pornography.
How would that be different, Howard? How would that be different from your terrestrial radio days?
Oh, my God. It's a whole different thing.
Geez, Neil.
If you listen to our show now, we can discuss anything. I was talking to Martha Stewart's daughter about anal sex yesterday. The fact of the matter is, every time I mention anal sex on terrestrial radio within the last 3 years, they bleep it off the air.
And we can say the 7 dirty words. That's a big issue, too.
Even then, Howard, you were kind of policing it among your own staff, right?
What are you talking about?
No, I said on my show, you guys aren't listening to the show. I said my guys were coming in and using the F word incessantly, and it wasn't funny. It's not that they can't use it. I said to Sal, I don't want you using the F word anymore. You're overusing it, and it's boring and not funny. It's my decision. They're not censoring me. My guy wasn't being funny.
Okay. So there is no policy. There's one way or the other to even have a standards or practices that they want to share with Howard Stern.
No, I'm the standards and practices here. The delay button is put in by me to protect, libel.
So before you came along, there was no such thing?
Oh, my God. That show didn't exist before we came along.
All I know is
I'm saying
I don't run the company. I don't think Sirius had any delay buttons, but maybe they did. I mean, you could do an individual assessment of each channel. But I don't know that there was. I came over from terrestrial radio saying I like a delay so that if somebody comes in here and says President Bush just fucked a cow, I can hit the button and say that's not a fair statement. You have no proof.
Mm-hmm. So that was something you did?
Something I did. Sirius doesn't control the button.
You know what? Neil is just being really funny here because he keeps trying to get you to say something is censored. Somebody's putting some pressure on you about something.
Robin, if I'm wrong, and if the premise of this story was all wrong...
Oh, the whole premise is wrong.
All right, fine. And you're saying it was wrong. I just wish someone would have said that unequivocally yesterday.
I did. I said it for 4 hours yesterday. Why is it coming from the horse's mouth no good anymore?
But
nobody wanted to stop and listen to what I had to say.
But, Howard, we were not getting that from Sirius management. We were not getting anything from Sirius management.
Why does Sirius management... If you make up a story about Sirius...
A bogus statement. That was as vanilla as you could get.
If you make up a story about Sirius satellite radio, why is it incumbent upon them to straighten you out? You never bothered to check whether or not Chauncey had any credibility as an interview. You didn't say he's some listener.
But why is it crazy then to talk about the same issues that Barron's also talked about this week?
That's not crazy. That's fine to talk about.
And that was brought up in the interview as well.
To Chauncey. You got to say the guy's no stock expert.
He has no expertise on Howard Stern or financial
but
news.
Howard,
why would you ask Chauncey?
Howard, we have done, I'd say over the last year, probably a dozen Sirius-related stories.
That's great.
And most of them were all Howard Stern-related.
Neil, I am not complaining about the attention you give me. The more attention you give me, the more radios Fox Network will help sell. I think it's great. The fact of the matter is, I'm trying to point out to my audience that while this story might not be the be-all and end-all of the world, can you imagine the mistruths you hear every day in the news on the Iraq War? On
serious issues.
On serious issues. On Judge Alito, who is the worst thing for this country. People don't understand why he's bad for the country. You know, it's laughable. If you can't get a story, if you got Chauncey Hayden commenting on my career as someone in the know.
And your motivations for doing whatever you do.
Right. I said they're filling up news time. I'm not upset. Neil.
What are my motivations, though?
The motivation is you want to sensationalize and get viewers so that you can get
Howard,
ratings.
Come on.
If you put me on, I'm good copy.
Well, you are very good copy.
But
you're
spreading word...
and you're an interesting media personality.
But to put Chauncey on to say I've committed fraud... And Sirius has committed fraud because they lured every... Listen to what this guy... You didn't even challenge him. He's a raving lunatic. Listen to the rest of this thing. He says that we not only lured people in, we committed fraud. Listen to this.
It's not, and they need those advertising dollars. That's what it's about.
Now, if I'm Howard Stern and I've come here to escape, the craziness of commercial radio and what's required of me there, I know a big paycheck was a big draw, to put it mildly.
Of course.
But all of a sudden, I don't have that freedom.
I don't think with Howard it's about freedom. It's always about money. Let's call it what it is. Howard's making $100 million a year. If K-Rock came up with $100 million a year, he'd still be on K-Rock today. You can bet on it.
How do you not challenge that? Well, how does he know that?
How does he know? Where does that statement come from?
Well, that's
K-Rock could have come up with $5 billion a year. I wouldn't still be there. I told them ahead of time.
Wait a minute. How?
Yeah, $5 billion.
They came up with $5 billion?
That's right. I would have said no.
Okay.
All right. You know what? Let me tell you something, Neil. I got enough money to live very comfortably. And if you think I've spent my entire broadcast career chasing money, you got to be high on acid. I'm the guy who got fired everywhere. I'm the guy who turned down money to play it safe. I'm the guy who expected to make $250 a week. You think when I got into radio, anyone was making money in radio? This is a fluke that I'm making money in radio. I work day and night in radio for one reason. I wanted to be good at it. Anybody who knows me knows I don't sit there like Bill O'Reilly and sell you every fucking T-shirt, telephone, puts his fucking name on a pen and sells it to you.
And I think he's over at Fox, isn't he? Why
not? I want you to do a report on his money-grubbing ways. And his bullshit about how he doesn't eat at Nobu. Guess who was at Per Se the other night? One of the most expensive restaurants in Manhattan.
But, Howard, to be
Bill
fair,
O'Reilly.
Have we had a record of being critical of you on my show? I can't speak for Fox.
No. You have not. You've been terrific.
So, where I'll grant you something right? I think you and Robin are right on this. Could we have done a better booking? Absolutely. Did we screw up by not getting a better booking? Absolutely. Did we try to get a better booking? Yes, we did.
But here's another thing, too. This is also, but this is where you're hypocrites, too. You love to do a report every 3 days on whether Sirius stock is going to be any good, because it involves me. You guys wouldn't pay attention to Sirius stock ever if it didn't involve me.
And by the way, is that true of all the media? Is that true of Barron's putting you on there?
But here's the hypocrisy. You guys will never do a story on Rupert Murdoch's failures. His business failures, the fact that the Post doesn't make money, you'll never do it. If you got balls, Neil, and you're telling me you're the broadcaster you think you are, let me see you do a report tonight on Rupert Murdoch's business failings.
He's not interesting.
What do you think? I'd be curious. Would you ever do it?
But Howard,
will you ever do it?
We have had Rupert Murdoch on in trying times in this company and difficult quarters.
Come on.
Howard,
would you sit there and speculate on this stock?
You were making the same type of statements you said that we made about you, which are not fair.
Would you do
Rupert Murdoch on. We've had him during difficult quarters.
You didn't call Howard to be an expert.
Why don't you call me up to be an expert on Rupert Murdoch the next time and have me comment on his business empire?
You know what, Howard?
And don't
I would have you on for any and all reasons you want to come on, anytime. If you want to blast Fox, you want to blast News Corp, you want to blast me, have fun at Bill O'Reilly, I would have you on. I think you're a great media personality. I get a kick out of you. I think your show's great. And I've said that on my show. I've said that on my air. And I stand by that.
But you know what? You're better. But you're better than you're better than yesterday's reporting. You know to turn to a guy and say, "Wait a second. You're accusing Howard Stern of fraud. You're accusing Howard Stern of getting people into a room and convincing them to come to satellite radio, and now he's lying." Wait a second. These are I would say libelous statements. You're accusing me of being a fraud on Fox News.
The best counter I had, but Howard, to be fair, the best counter I had was a company statement that said nothing.
So
and I wanted to get.
That doesn't mean we're guilty.
No, you're absolutely right. But I wish someone would have been more convincing, as you are right now to me.
Well, but also, you just let these statements of Chauncey stand without any background or corroboration. I mean, he's saying, of course, Howard's all about money. Like he sat down and had a conversation with Howard and knows that.
Listen to the next part of the interview. I mean, it's outrageous.
This whole thing with the fist in the air, free speech, uncensored radio, it was a big
But, I think Howard Stern is a brilliant marketer. This could be the best news coming. All of a sudden, he could say he's attacking the folks he's working for.
Bingo, home run. That's exactly right. This is the best thing that could happen to Howard. It gets him off the hook with having to go too far on the air. So now the fans can say, well, they're persecuting Howard once again. Well, you know something? We've all been sold a big scam. And that's what it is. It's a scam.
Well, are you saying now I've listened to his show a couple of times since coming to Sirius, and
he's been sold a big scam. What scam has he been sold?
Oh, that's one guy's opinion.
Well, but you're presenting him on Fox News as the one guy who's an expert.
Well, now, we could have talked to people bearish on the stock who would have said essentially the same thing.
That I'm a scam artist?
He's not anywhere on the stock.
I'm not talking about stock. You're accusing me, through this guy, of perpetrating a scam on the United States public, that I lured you in to listen to censor-free satellite radio, and now this is what Chauncey says, he's an expert, that after I lured you in, just so I can make my money, I'm now going to change the rules. That's a bunch of horse shit.
So, could I ask you this?
And my motivation is money. How does he know my motivation is money?
And this was a plan all along, apparently.
So could you be honest with me then, Howard?
I'll be honest any time you want me to be.
When you came to Sirius, and I know, you have money to be comfortable for the rest of your life and then some, that the money was never an issue at all?
Yes, money is an issue for me. I always believe in being paid fairly, and I also believe being paid what I was worth. I have this lingering feeling that what I ended up doing for Infinity Broadcasting and the merger with CBS and then eventually Viacom is something I should have participated in. I thought that I had a huge effect on the company. But, listen, I signed a contract, and I certainly will abide by my contract.
So let me ask you this.
Well, you asked me a question.
No, I did.
When Infinity came to me and offered me a renewal of my contract, I said, let's not even talk about it. I said, I will under no circumstances, no matter what the money is, no matter how much you offer me, I will never stand for another day here, once my contract is over, of censorship. You guys hit the button on me. I don't want this anymore. I turned to my agent and said, I want to retire. After I had that meeting with Infinity, because I'm not about the money. It's not all money with me. Yeah, do I want to make money? Do I want to be compensated fairly? You bet. If I do good for a company, do I want to be compensated? You better believe I do. But I was done. And my agent said, I'm going to talk to satellite. I said, you can talk to whoever you want. And then I met with both companies, XM and Sirius. And when I sat down with them and they started to talk about the environment that I could work in and what I could do, especially Sirius with the channels and all of that, I said I might be interested in continuing in radio under that circumstance. It hasn't been fun for me for the last 10 to 15 years. It's been absolute drudgery. I can't talk about what I want to talk about. And that's when I made my decision. And even after they offered me all of this so-called money that I'm so money hungry for, I said to my agent, I'm not sure I want to do it. I need 2 weeks to think about it. I didn't know how long I needed to think about it. My career hasn't been driven by money. Anybody who got into radio when I did in 1976 didn't get into radio for money, especially when you sounded like me. I had a nobler cause, and that's the truth. And I resent Chauncey going on your show saying the reason I did this was for the money because all I'm about is money. Well, yeah, it's easy to say that now that I'm making money. Where was everyone, all my so-called friends?
It's also saying you don't want any more listeners. Why would anybody else sign up if all of a sudden you sold them down the river and you're not going to be doing the show you came here to do?
Right, that's an excellent point, right? We still want more people to come here, obviously.
We were just talking in the office, right? After we finished our last show, we started talking about what we were going to do here. You were up at 3 in the morning. You would call me at 7 in the morning. The emails came at all hours of the night. We would meet on weekends. You were getting rashes on your body. You already had the money. You could have just got here.
I mean, I'm telling you, Neil, this idea somehow that I'm being painted into a corner, that everything I'm doing is for money. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of money to work here. I'm at the top of my game. I'm good.
And Sirius doesn't want any more listeners. We got enough.
Yeah,
right.
We don't want any more. We got enough.
As far as this deal goes, why don't you report today that here he wanted to comment on stock markets and this and that and deals. Everyone said when I signed this deal, it was a losing proposition for Sirius. Now all of a sudden, everybody in business, this is what I'm reading, had to eat their fucking words. And why did they have to eat their words, Neil? Because this deal paid for itself and then some. They needed 1 million listeners in order to pay for this deal. Well, lo and behold, 2.5 million already. 3.3 million subscribers, up from 600,000. And we're growing every day. You can't find the radios in stores. There's your story. Not some shithead from Barron's.
But let me
Chauncey.
Or Chauncey. What do they know?
Chauncey, who feels scammed.
Where would Sirius be if XM hired Howard?
But if you had known that
here's your story.
Was contemplating guidelines, and let's say they do those guidelines, would you stay?
If there are no guidelines, why would you ask me that?
If they're contemplating.
No, of course I wouldn't.
Wait a minute.
I am under contract. I am under contract for 5 years. I can't walk out a door. Just like I couldn't walk out the door at K-Rock.
Mm-hmm.
I went to management on 20 different occasions when I was at K-Rock, and I said, would you release me from my contract? I no longer want to work here. I feel that I can't do the show the way it should be done. They said, well, you have great ratings. I said, yes. I can't maintain the ratings with 22 minutes of commercials an hour. And the censorship, you guys aren't letting me do anything I do for a living. I like to talk about sex. I like to talk about outrageous sexual acts. You're not letting me do it. I want out. They said, you're under contract. We want you to finish your contract. Now, so you're asking me a hypothetical. Would I break a contract if Sirius said to me tomorrow, you have guidelines? Thank God there is nobody putting that to me. Nobody has put that to me. If they put it to me and they said, listen, we're thinking of putting in the guidelines, you have an option now. You can leave or you can stay. I would leave.
You would leave?
I would leave if they gave me the option, absolutely.
But you'd not be happy if they put in guidelines?
Absolutely not.
But what would be the plus side of that for Sirius? To now sound like radio and make people pay a subscription?
Sirius doesn't want that. And the idea that there are those in government who want to regulate satellite radio, you know as well as I do, that's completely unconstitutional. You're not talking about the public airwaves anymore. You're talking about a pay service. You're talking... Neil, come on, stop it. You're talking about a pay service where people buy the radios. You can block out any of the channels you want. How the hell would they declare that something the FCC would give guidelines for? If they do that, they have to start censoring books.
And how is it a different business from terrestrial radio if you now have the guidelines of terrestrial radio?
Well, Robin,
why would people pay?
Well, that was my point. But I think in light of the bearish argument for Sirius, that was one of the fears, that regulators in Congress are going to try to do that. And
Neil, aren't you shocked that since I signed with Satellite, you're now even hearing about satellite radio being censored? Don't you find that fishy, that Clear Channel who has so much to lose, that contributes regularly to Senator Ted Stevens, who you worship so much over at Fox Network, who builds bridges to nowhere?
I worship Senator Ted
Sure you do. You know you guys do.
I didn't know I did.
Well, come on.
Okay.
There's a very conservative agenda over there. I mean, these are the guys you got to start talking about.
Howard,
this is what you got to talk about.
Howard, all I got to say, I have no agenda here. There's no agenda to my show. Zero.
No, I don't think you have an agenda. I think this is an exciting story, and it's something that would bring ratings, and it's exciting to talk about Howard Stern and all that. But there is a danger here, and the danger is you're spreading a story on the air that says Howard Stern is a scam artist, someone who has duped people. You've got an expert on there. You don't challenge him.
A guy was identified simply as stepping out editor, and he was never identified as an expert.
But you don't challenge one of his statements.
Howard, in constant stories on you on this network, we have always taken the position that you're a media phenomenon. Now, people can disagree with what you're doing. They could talk about what's going on at Sears, maybe not going on, the rumors, but it's a legitimate story.
But so now it's a rumor, not fact.
Why would you report a rumor?
No. I don't think it's a rumor to know that there are some in Congress who want to go after.
Well, that's a good story.
What your story was.
By the way, we have gotten into.
And by the way, that is a great story because, let me ask you something. Don't you think it's weird? Time Warner, one of the biggest companies in this country, every day in my apartment I can order pay-per-view with hardcore porno. You've never heard a peep out of anyone about this. Suddenly, I go on satellite radio. They're screaming they got to start regulating satellite radio. That would mean you'd have to do away with all pornography, people's ability to buy it. You would have to begin censoring books, good ones from bad ones, ones that are considered pornographic by God knows who. This is a private sale. This is something. This story is ridiculous. The government can't regulate satellite radio. They're going to have to regulate books. Magazines. They're going to have to change the United States Constitution.
Could the government do it? But you guys are just, the government's going to do it.
They're not doing anything.
I think what we've gotten into, Robin, is that there are several who are looking into doing that.
Well, you know who's trying to do that.
But there is a Constitution. That's what we forgot.
Well, I'm not here to take sides on it, Robin.
Yes,
I'm just saying that there is an effort by some.
Well, when do you stop taking sides and say, wait a minute, the government is getting out of hand?
Wait, so you'd be for that? You'd be for censoring a pay service? What?
I'm not here taking sides on this issue.
Take sides. Are you for it?
Yeah, just forget it, Neil. You're
Neil, where does your personal belief lie?
You've got to take a side there. I mean, come on.
I told you this. I said if people don't want to listen to you, they don't have to listen.
That's it. That's the answer.
End of story.
That's it.
Same on my show. If you don't like my show, don't turn it on. I'm a big believer in just police thyself. But I think that the story was a legitimate one to explore.
Yes, but you had
it with a better person.
Yes.
Howard, you're right.
Okay.
And here's where I'm offering to you that anytime you, Robin, Gary, anyone on the show wants to come on to talk about this, you're so welcome. It goes.
No, I know that, Neil. And Neil, let me say something.
But you really will admit that you covered the story yesterday with a moron.
Well, I'm not going to call him a moron.
Why not? He called me a scam artist. He says the fist is a joke, that my motivation is clearly money. Gee, that's an amazing statement for a guy who doesn't know me, just listens to me on the radio.
Well, we're updating this.
Why challenge that?
The best is we're going after Disney as an advertiser,
that was
McDonald's, or BMW, or whoever else he mentioned.
Your expert suggests that I have to get McDonald's, Disney, and BMW in order to succeed here. Who would hire me expecting to get these big corporate sponsors?
I tell you, though, Howard, I'd be far more worried about what Barron said about you over the weekend than what this one
I wasn't worried about what Barron said. I've heard that. Listen, Barron's is trying to figure out. I've heard everyone. I hear that guy on Mad Money every other night switch his opinion on whether it's a good stock to buy.
And who reads Barron?
I'm not in the stock.
Who watches CNBC? What are you doing watching that show?
But Neil, I'm not in the stock business. If you ask me about stock, I don't know a goddamn thing about stock.
We never knew anything about Viacom stock or Infinity stock.
I'm an entertainer. I work at Sirius Satellite Radio. The only thing I can tell you is within a year, they've gone from 600,000 subscribers to 3.3 million. And predicting way more. There seems like there could be a viable business here. Do I know if it's a good stock? No. Do I care if it's a good stock? No. That's not my business. Barron's has an opinion. Everyone has an opinion on stocks. And by the way, if the guy from Barron's knew anything about stock, he would be a multi-billionaire.
They probably said the same thing about Google. I'm sure that was on the cover at one time, too.
Well, you raise a good point, but all I can say
there isn't a goddamn expert in this country in stocks, except for a couple that I know of who are multi-billionaires, and they run these incredible hedge funds. I mean, why would I sit and worry about that? I've never worried about the stock market. I'm not in the business of stocks.
Our story yesterday, to get back to what we're trying to do, was whether there were guidelines or not. When we tried with your Vice President of Communications...
Well, all you have to do is...
Here's what we tried.
Tune into my show. For 4 hours, I told you there are no guidelines.
We tried to get whether there were guidelines, and he wouldn't deny that they were being drafted. We can only do so much. Could we have done a better job maybe in other bookings? Maybe you're right, Howard, but that's what we were kind of left with.
All right. Fair enough, Neil. Neil, I don't hate you.
Well, Howard, I certainly don't hate you.
And, Neil, you can come up here anytime and I will argue with you.
I know that. I know. Well, when will you come here?
I'll come on your show.
You humiliated me for half an hour. The least you can do is...
Well, I wanted you to admit you had a bad guest on there, and you did, and that was manly of you. I'm glad you did that. And I admire your work ethic. God, you're in the office at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's awesome.
Well, we're a lot earlier than that, and I listen to you. I listen to you.
Of course you do. I'm the greatest broadcaster of our time.
All right.
Why would you listen to anything else?
Obviously, you're watching me.
So. Absolutely, I watch you. I've said I watch Neil Cavuto.
Well, I'm very flattered.
All right.
But why don't you both come over? We're just across the street.
I will come over.
You will? Today?
One day, not today.
See what I mean?
No, I will not be on that horrible show.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
You'll have to redeem yourself.
And good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, I know you're a cancer survivor.
Yes, I am.
I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you very much.
A lot of people wuss out. A lot of people wuss out and don't survive.
Go ahead and die.
Yeah,
You're not wishing ill upon me, then.
No, I'm not wishing ill upon you.
Okay.
What kind of cancer did you have?
Hodgkin's disease.
Well, that's what young Will had, isn't it?
Young Will had that, too.
Yeah.
We have a survivor of that here.
All right. I'm glad you survived, but try to get better guests on your show.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Chauncey's like a cancer.
All right, Neil. Bye-bye. Yeah, there's a cancer for you. Wow. I just realized that whole segment made no sense. Why do I give a shit?
I know. After a while, I was like, is this interesting?
No, it was totally horrible.
We could have been committing bestiality.
I realized that was like 20 minutes way too long. I apologize.
I couldn't tell you what Neil Cavuto looks like.
Neil's a guy who does like a financial show on Fox. I watch all that stuff.
But then you certainly wouldn't book Chauncey.
But that's another good point.
That's what I mean. I mean, who would book Chauncey?
That's another good point. Who expects you to be a stock expert? You're right. You're an entertainer. You're a guy who does comedy.
He thinks I care what a guy in Barron's writes about this. Every day they write something different. 2 weeks ago, I read something where the stock was a good buy. Then I hear it's a bad buy. And I don't even pay attention to that. I'm not in the stock market game.
But if you're looking for financial advice, whoever called Chauncey for financial information?
It's unbelievable.
If the Yankees were like a public company, you're going to blame Derek Jeter for the stock being in the shit?
I was
Gets
hired,
out there and plays ball.
That's right. He's playing as hard as he can.
I was hired to try to attract people to this service.
And you did. You put a huge spotlight on this industry.
That's all I'm trying to do. I can't tell you whether or not this is a great company, a mediocre company. I can tell you the people I work with are dedicated. I see people working here 24 hours a day. Scott Greenstein couldn't work any harder on attracting talent and big-name players to this company.
Right.
Mel Karmazin, I see him working 24/7 with the manufacturing of the radios and the car companies.
They're the guys who worry about stock. That's their business.
That's right. I don't worry about that. I'm not in the stock market game. Artie, and stop accusing me of it.
Oh, yeah, what the fuck? Jesus
Christ, we're always, people said when we came here, gee, aren't you worried you won't have any more enemies? I haven't stopped arguing with people since I got here.
But really, how can you call yourself a financial show and book Chauncey?
Let me tell you what we're doing tomorrow.
Call yourself any show.
Tomorrow, I'm doing a story on Rupert Murdoch, and the expert on Rupert Murdoch is coming in. Her name is Wendy the Retard.
Holy jeez. No, anyone who reads the Post could be an expert.
That's right, if they've ever read it.
That was my point to Neil, and Neil does say he could have done a better job getting a guest.
A better job.
Just because you couldn't get a comment from someone doesn't mean you throw Chauncey on as an expert.
And the other point that Robin made is so obvious. We need a lot more people to come here. So why would we fuck people over now?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
No, we tricked them all, and now we're going to screw them over.
No rationale to that at all.
And Neil never says to him, none of this is making sense, Chauncey.
Yeah, are you crazy is what he should have stopped down and said.
If he appeared in a straitjacket, then I would have said, okay, that's fine. Okay, we have got a guy here who's in a straitjacket, and he's going to comment on Howard Stern. Let him laugh.
Taser him every once in a while.
But don't dress him up and tell me he's an expert. All right, we got to take a break. We're very late. Thank you. We're very late for the news. I didn't expect that to go so long. I started the news at 9:30, and we still haven't gotten to it. All right, we'll be back right after this.
You've entered a new era in broadcast history. A new dimension in media. All the rules have changed. Here, there are no rules. This is The Howard Stern Show.
Hey-oh. What's this? Merch? Oh, me? Good. Do you need me some more, or I can look for... Why don't you let me and Robin do the news, and then let's... yeah, I'm going to be here recording stuff. Yeah. It's like queef or a fart, Fred? Those are farts. I think those are farts. Yeah. That's a fart, ladies and gentlemen. I realize I'm arguing with Neil Cavuto in the last segment for 40 minutes, and I realize that couldn't have been interesting to anybody.
Yeah, it occurred, but I love to argue so much. I forgot to say that and went right back into the argument.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. What can I tell you? Really, I mean, I like, would somebody stop me when I'm just arguing?
I meant to. I was like, is this really interesting? And then I was like, no, another point.
Gary said it was real interesting, so there. And by the way, Robin, I made a point earlier about female senators, Democrats or Republicans. I said I think that any woman who is a senator, many female senators have said that they, support a woman's right to choose. And I said they should not confirm this guy Alito. He's not moderate enough for the Supreme Court in a lot of areas. And you said, what are there, 2 or 3 female senators? There are 14.
Senators?
There are 14 women senators.
Wow, I did not know we had gained that much ground.
In fact, you've got Arizona, Arkansas, California. You got Dianne Feinstein and Barbara Boxer, both Democrats. You got a Republican in Maine, Olympia Snow. And I don't know what her politics are, but I think a lot of these women, Republicans and Democrats, do feel that a woman has a right to choose.
I don't know that. If they were Republicans and run on a conservative ticket, I don't know that they're for abortion.
Elizabeth Dole is from North Carolina, but she ain't down with women. So, anyway, there are 14 female senators.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Here's a note from Chauncey. Boy, I give my opinion and everyone gets upset. What happened to free speech? Now, free speech is fine. I don't have any problem with free speech. But, don't represent my feelings on television and not expect me to respond.
If you had only said it was an opinion.
Yeah, opinion is fine.
A personal opinion.
But that was an attack on me and what my motivations are for broadcasting. And, I just kind of resent it. Especially from a guy who's a so-called fan. You being a fan shouldn't affect you just because I don't talk to you anymore. I just don't trust you.
Yeah, if you like the show, you like the show, right?
That dude blew it with me. He would have been a big part of the channel, but he fucked up.
And that he must be kicking himself for.
Well, he should.
You blew it! He could have been a big part of our scam.
Yeah. He could have been an insider.
Right here in on it.
You could have been ripping off the public with us. All right, so if I sucked for the last 40 minutes, I hope you found something else to listen to.
There are many channels on satellite.
I get worked up sometimes. And as Robin said, we love to argue. We just love to argue with people. We really do. We have
it's a sickness.
It's a sickness because things matter too much to us when they shouldn't. Who would care?
We should do segments every once in a while, like a challenge. Like, we dare you to put on David Lee Roth. See how bad we could get?
Yeah.
We should put on David Lee Roth.
I tried calling into David Lee Roth. He didn't put me on the air. I was going to talk to him.
You had some advice for him, actually. You were going to try to help.
Yeah. I should have had a cock-off with Cavuto. If I learned anything from Bubba's show, I should have said to Cavuto, get over here. You take out your penis, I take out mine. And we smack it into the microphone.
Let's see your McGillicuddy, Neil.
Yeah.
No, McGillicuddy has now figured out our breasts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we could say that to Neil.
I didn't know that. Okay, Robin. Time for news.
One person we need to get on the show is Linda Carroll.
What is she an expert on?
Courtney Love. That's her mother.
Yeah, I saw her on TV. I think at this point she's kind of a fat woman, but she's smaller than Courtney Love.
Oh, Courtney Love has another kid from another marriage or something?
No, Courtney Love's mom.
Has written a book.
Oh, Linda Carroll's her mother.
Yes, and it doesn't seem that she knows Courtney very well at all. I'd like to hear that story.
Sounds like Chauncey with me.
So there you go. Yeah, she hasn't, I don't think, been in touch with Courtney for quite some time. In fact, she tried to get a hold of her all during that period when Courtney was losing possession of Frances Bean, and Courtney wouldn't return her calls.
What's different today that you don't notice?
What's different today that I don't notice? My theme!
Your theme. Never would you be so happy to hear that horrible theme. It's time for Robin's News. It's time for Robin's News. It's Robin's News. Yeah, we rescued your theme song.
Oh, thank you.
It's back.
Got it back.
Let's see your McGillicuddies.
We made a deal for it. So anyway, I want to talk to this woman because apparently she was given up for adoption by her mother, and her mother was a famous writer. And then somehow or other, I don't think she really raised Courtney. So
all I know is
there.
My heart goes out to Courtney Love. Now I know why she's so fucked up. Because when your mother writes a book about you, it's probably the lowest thing on the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, the one person you want to know that isn't going to sit and write a book about you is your mom.
And she's a psychologist or something. You know, it just seems to boggle the mind how she misses on so many
She claims that Courtney Love's been bad-mouthing her for years and she needed a chance to respond. But as far as I know, you know what? I've never heard Courtney Love bad-mouth you.
Well, Courtney badmouths everybody.
Right.
She really does.
Not Artie.
Actually, she did once.
No, didn't you two have a meeting of the mind?
We had a connection. She liked me. She thought I thought like her, which was one of the most fucked up things I've ever heard.
Yeah, you know what? That's it.
It horrified you.
Hey, Joe.
Jumped in my arm.
Joe from Pennsylvania, you're on the air.
How you doing, Howard?
Yeah.
Artie, Robin, Fred.
Hello.
I'd like to say, I think, I don't know, you tell me, Howard. I think I caught you talking out two sides of your mouth earlier when you were talking about Alexis Stewart and how you think she should adopt a baby instead of having her own.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, I've heard you on many occasions, and I 100% agreed with you.
Yes.
That, you know, adopted kids aren't loved like,
That's true.
like they're your own.
That's true. So how am I talking out of both sides of my mouth?
Well, because you know, don't you feel the same way about her? Shouldn't she have?
Let me tell you.
Like,
no. Let me clarify.
Go ahead.
It is true. Adopted children never feel as loved.
Are they as loved, though? Because your contention was they aren't as loved, so they shouldn't feel as
They
loved.
aren't as loved. But let me, okay, but then that's a sad fact. People love themselves, and they consider their genetic offspring as themselves.
Exactly.
But let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
This is a girl, she's not married, 40 years old, got more money than God. She's not in a marriage where you have a child with someone because, you know, you have this whole thing, you want something of your own together and all that shit.
All that bullshit.
All that bullshit. What she should do is, there's so many unwanted children.
I'm going to cry.
There's so many unwanted children in the world. And she's going to go get some sperm donor. She should really adopt a child. Now, it is true. The child will not be as loved.
Better be loved more than it is with no family.
That's
right. What
right.
happens if that kid's adopted? He doesn't feel like he's loved enough. He goes out and shoots up 50 people.
Well, you see, that's what I'm saying. He probably would go out and shoot 100 people if he's not adopted. If he's not,
cutting him by 50.
We're saving 50 people's lives. No, the fact of the matter is that the kid would experience a home and some love.
And if she doesn't have any other children for him to compare that love to, he might feel very loved.
Right.
Well, you know, me and my ex-wife spent $12 grand to artificially inseminate. We did in vitro because we were having trouble, and she said, we should adopt if, I can't have a kid. And I said, no way.
Yeah, well, I'm against in vitro fertilization. I'm against any of these new methods.
Why couldn't you deliver the goods?
Twins. I have beautiful twins.
If you're not man enough to make a woman pregnant on your own, then you should adopt.
What's wrong with you?
My fault. She had the problems with the eggs. My sperm's like 99.
That's what they all say. No.
Hey, Howard, my ex-wife's taking 55% of my pay. You have any money I can win?
I don't have any money, but...
I hope that's not the wife you had artificially inseminated.
Come on, Howard. I'm broke as hell.
I promise you I don't have anything right now. I'm so sorry.
Is that the wife he artificially inseminated?
Yes.
That he's now fighting?
Yes.
That's great.
What else is in the news, Robin?
Well, you're talking about adoption. I see in the paper that somebody is taking your advice. Meg Ryan says she's now adopting a Chinese baby.
I'm for that.
She has been working on this for months.
She's a single woman. She has this desire to have a child.
She has one child biologically, a 13-year-old she had with Dennis Quaid.
Fafa Fui has a newsbreaker on the line.
I did manage to track somebody down on the West Coast from R&R, Erica Farber, and she can explain to you what the whole nomination thing is about that we spoke about earlier. She's got a reasonable explanation.
Erica is the editor of Radio and Records.
Can I stop you if this gets boring?
Yes. Hey, Erica.
And, of course, I have a terrible cell.
And, by the way, Erica is somebody with a real radio background. I remember when she was the general manager, I think one of the first female general managers in radio.
Is that right?
You were the general manager of WOR, right, Erica?
All right, here it came back, yes. WXLO.
WXLO, right, 99X, which was the FM station for WOR.
Yes.
Right, yeah, she quite a good-looking woman, too.
I think I remember you talking about her.
Yeah, I wanted to do her.
Wanting her, desiring
I
her.
wanted her. Erica, go ahead. Explain to me how it could be that Radio and Record doesn't nominate me for 2005.
Well, first of all, Radio and Records as a company doesn't do the nominations. They come directly from the readers.
Okay.
However, this particular category, you have actually never been nominated in.
What category have I been nominated in?
And these nominations that you're looking at were solely based on the program directors and general managers of radio stations that program news talk radio stations, which is separate from the category that you've been nominated in every year, which we always have in June, which are all of the formats. They're the larger awards that we have.
Oh, so he wouldn't have qualified for this.
Been nominated.
All right, Erica, I got it. That's a perfectly legitimate explanation.
We'll call you back when he's overlooked in June.
Right.
No, you'll probably be calling to say congratulations again.
Thank you, Erica.
All right. Have a great day.
All right, baby.
Bye-bye.
Right. Well, she was good. She had a perfect explanation.
All right. Well, we're off her back, and we're off Neil Cavuto's back. For now. See, Artie, that didn't get boring.
No, that was fine.
All right.
No controversy there.
Very crisp.
Thank you.
I almost wish all the people that turned off during the Cavuto thing were here.
I believe we're still calling Rachel Hunter a cunty, right?
Yes, Rachel Cunter.
Rachel Cunter is her new name.
Yeah, Rachel Cunter.
Ooh, cunty.
Ooh, cunty.
Ooh, cunty. Ooh, cunty.
Oh, we got to put that in the song.
Yeah. Is this the one I like? Yeah.
Scheduled for an appearance on the Howard Stern Show. Rachel Hunter said the TV cameras have to go. She got mad and acted like a stuck-up bitch. The only reason she's famous and rich, she sucked a cock. She sucked Rod Stewart's cock. She weaseled her way into his jock. Now she's famous because she sucked Rod Stewart's cock.
Thank you.
Do you have that Ronnie one again?
The Ronnie one?
That one.
You love that,
Oh, that was good. I forget the tune it was.
Freddie's got that one.
An angry little Jew or something?
Uptight or Ronnie's 4 foot?
Ronnie's 4 foot. Yeah, that one.
Here we go.
Yeah, Ronnie's a 4 foot tall old angry Jew. And he thinks that he is Italian too. He wears bifocals so he can see. His t-shirt is way too tight and his belly's huge. Yeah, Ronnie. Ronnie's a 4-foot-tall old angry Jew, and he thinks that he is Italian too.
All right.
Such an intricate
parody.
What else is in the news, Robin?
Well, we're on this theme of adoption. Tom Cruise, who is now having his own biological child, I think.
So he's going to get rid of the other one?
Katie Holmes, is now said to have a nanny. He always claimed that he did everything himself with his children, and they didn't have any help. Well, his nanny is writing a book.
Uh-oh.
They claim that he had such an ironclad release that he used to make people sign, they could never say that he was that they were his nannies. So now they I guess this one got away with it. She's also worked for famous people like Mike Ovitz, Deborah Winger, and Danny DeVito in her past. And she also says that she never saw Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, oh, wow, no kidding.
Yeah, I never saw her. And they say that fuels suspicions that Kidman was less than a full-time mother to her adopted kids.
Wow. What's up with that? So where are these kids now?
Well, I guess, I don't know where they are.
Can you give them back?
Doesn't he has a black kid, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that poor kid.
Oh.
Well, you know, why would you deny that you have nannies if you're Tom Cruise? I mean, why would you put forth...
why would we think he has full-time...
Why would you put forth the myth that you raise the kids on your own? What was he going for there? Like, why would he care if I believe he has doesn't have a nanny?
But also, why would you... Who cares if a movie star has a nanny?
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking? Take Tom Cruise's kids, the adopted ones, and give them to Alexis Stewart. Then she'll have her kids. They'll have a good home.
I'll tell you one thing. He could have taken the kids on the road. When I did that small part in Jerry Maguire, you had to see his trailer, man.
Really?
Oh, my God. It was unreal. You couldn't even believe it moved. It was in the lot.
It was like a home.
The Airport Hilton in L.A. It was in the parking lot. It was like a condo.
And they didn't give you one of those?
I got what you call the double banger, I think.
Wasn't that the movie Tom Cruise yelled at you?
He yelled at me, yeah.
Hey, you were being annoying.
I was doing everything I had to do, man. He fucking had to yell at me in front of everybody.
He should have hauled off and
little motherfucker.
Yeah, you can take him.
How short is he, by the way? Is he 5'7"?
He's like about 5'7".
Right.
Wow. I mean, really, like, my first reaction as a Jersey asshole was to go, what the fuck's your problem? Because I was so nervous. I learned all my lines, and there was a pause before I came in. He's arguing with Kelly Preston. So I took a pause, and then I came in. We did it twice, and there's a guy with one of those cams where it's a steady cam, and the guy's sweating, or the crew is working so hard. I took my pause a couple of times, and finally he looks at me and goes, could you come in quicker, please? And everybody just put their head down. Like, and Cameron Crowe was so cool. He pulled me aside and he said, I'll take care of it. And he explained it to him that I'm doing the fucking script.
Nah.
And,
He's a douche.
After he goes, but Cameron Crowe said, listen, man, just do whatever he wants.
You should have kicked Cameron Crowe in the neck.
So I did whatever he wanted, and then this is the way he said thank you to me at the end of the scene. He said, thank you.
All stressed out from his big day on the set.
Well, when he's watching the kids full time, you do get stressed.
And then I made the mistake of throwing a baseball. The second day, I had so much downtime, I took a glove and a ball to play catch with the crew.
Yeah.
And
because Artie's every man.
Well, I just didn't. I had nothing to do.
I'm playing with the crew.
Somebody on the Stern Fan Network said something funny about you. They were like, what's the prediction on the over-under? How many times Artie this year is going to say he's like, just a regular Jersey guy? And I just counted one.
Well, I don't. Well, did I say I'm a regular Jersey?
Yeah, you always say.
I said I played catch. It did nothing with the. Okay, I played catch with Tom Cruise.
You're no regular Jersey guy anymore. But go ahead.
Thank God.
Yeah.
By the way, so Kelly Preston and Travolta's kid Jet was there with a nanny, and I made the mistake of rolling the ball towards him. And the nanny went fucking ballistic.
Really?
She started yelling at me. She goes, oh, he might get hit in the face.
Because the ball went near...
Jet.
Jet's Travolta's kid, yeah, right.
He was about 4 or 5 years old at the time, and I had the ball and glove, and I was just throwing it up in the air, and the kid looked like he wanted...
Get the kid off the fucking set.
The kid looked like he wanted to play or something, so I just rolled it to him, and the nanny...
Yeah, how's the ball going to hit him in the face on the ground?
What was the
Mr. Lang, they knew what you were up to. You were just trying to worm your way into Mr. Travolta's family's life, and then you were going to try to rob them like you did that bank. Everyone knows exactly what you were up to.
And then I get cut out of the fucking movie.
Yeah.
After all that.
I still get checks for it, though.
Here's something to think about when you're thinking of getting married.
Just a regular guy.
Because you'd figure Paul McCartney, if anybody is going to wear the pants in a relationship, it's got to be Paul McCartney, right?
I would hope.
No, they say that his wife does.
But on paper, it would look like he could have some power.
Right.
So here's the deal. Heather Mills said she gave Sir Paul McCartney a strict ultimatum as their relationship blossomed. Quit smoking marijuana or forget walking down the aisle with me.
And I would have said, okay, goodbye.
Take care.
I told him I would not get married to him if he was taking drugs. I hate it.
Well, how about Ricky Williams, the NFL guy? They told him to stop smoking pot. He said, fuck you, I ain't playing football anymore.
That's a cool guy.
People don't talk about that story enough. Ricky Williams said to the NFL... What? Say it again?
Didn't he rethink that?
He did, but he agreed to... He decided, I'm not playing again. He goes, I want to keep smoking weed.
Yeah, but he's...
the man, baby.
My point is the story's even funnier because he got away and he was like, what the F was I thinking?
Right.
And he came back.
Yeah, well, he was on the Dolphins making a shitload of money.
Well,
I must have been out of my mind.
That's a man of conviction.
But not Paul. She told him, I will not get married if he's taking drugs. I hate it. Well, how about not having a relationship with him while he's taking drugs?
Yeah.
How about never getting involved with a drug taker?
How about reminding her he's a fucking beetle?
I would have turned to her. I would have said, listen, when you walk down the aisle with both of your legs, I'm going to stop smoking weed. Now, shut up.
You better hope I'm high. I'm wearing a one-legged woman.
How many straight guys you know?
Of the two of us who wrote Hey Jude, remind me again?
I could not have him lying to our child. 2-year-old Beatrice.
So don't lie to him. Tell him to smoke weed.
Not taking drugs and then going out for a sneaky puff.
Yeah, I kind of screwed that one up. What? I remember I had to go down and lecture the kids about the evils of drugs, and I was high when I did it.
Oh, stop it. Are you serious?
Yeah, it wasn't good. I should have been straight for that.
At the very least.
You know, it's the funniest McCartney story with his wife. I went backstage at the last Paul McCartney tour because I love that guy. I think he's great. I don't know his wife at all, but I've seen her in pictures. So I go backstage, and I'm with Beth and my kid, and I go, I'm going to introduce you to Paul McCartney and everything. I go back there, and McCartney goes, hey, Howard, how you doing, bro? You know, was really being nice to me.
Right.
And I see the wife standing next to him, and I go over there, and I go, oh, hello, pleasure to meet you. Very nice. She goes, oh, she's being really stuck up, like hardly giving me the time of day.
Sort of cunty?
Very cunty. And I went, maybe I said some shit.
Cunty.
Who knows what, or she heard the crap I said about Linda, maybe she figures it's going to go on her, but whatever it was. And then I turn around, and I see Beth cracking up, and my daughter cracking up, and I go, what's going on? They go, that's not his wife.
Oh.
And we know you're thinking that's the wife. Meanwhile, I'm saying hello.
Who are you saying hello to?
With some fan. And McCartney knew it wasn't his wife. And all of them were goofing on me.
Oh, no.
Look like a douche. I hate when I'm a douche.
That backstage stuff can be weird if, like, you're with another song. Spade invited me to one of P. Diddy's big birthday parties once, and I went up to a VIP room.
Spade's all over that.
Right, exactly. It was when the movie was coming out that we did together. He goes, hey, man, I got invited to this party at the Limelight. It's a P. Diddy party. So it was me, Spade, and the kid who attacked him at the time, before he attacked him, Skippy.
Skippy, yeah.
The three of us in a VIP area, and the only other person there is Elton John.
Oh.
And P. Diddy had hired two guys to dance for Elton John, almost like go-go dancers.
Oh, yeah?
Buff guys.
Like two homos.
Yeah, buff guys in Speedos dancing for Elton John.
One thing about P. Diddy, knows how to, like, make people happy at a party.
Yeah, really, like he must have requested
Excuse me, sir, you're a homo? Oh, excuse me, come on over here, I got some homos to dance for you.
We need two guys for Elton, right?
Yeah, excuse me, the homos who are hot specifically for Mr. Elton John, please come to the forefront.
I said to Spade, I said, hey, man, you're the other famous guy in the room. You should go say hi to Elton John. So he went over to say hi to him, and we got a picture of this while he was talking to Elton John. It looked like one dancer was for him and one was for Elton John. The guy was like grinding at Spade.
So were the dancers like giving lap dances to Elton John?
They were like two strippers would be with a straight guy, like really getting grinding against him.
Was Elton sitting there with his legs open?
He had a smile on his face and he looked like he was enjoying it.
More knee on my head of my cock. So
And it was
pretty
funny.
cool.
Yeah, it was funny. So Spade looked like he was getting danced with.
I'd love to see that picture.
Spade loves those parties, man.
Yeah, he's into that. We had a walk.
What's his deal, though? I mean, like, he's not getting laid at those parties. He thinks he's gonna, though.
I think when I talk to Spade, he's always got chicks around.
No, he's got chicks, but I don't see him get...
He doesn't pull them at the parties, is what you're saying.
The one time I was in California, I went to like 7 parties with him.
Right.
And most of the times, I had to help Spade get into the parties.
Here's my thing.
We couldn't get past the velvet rope.
Spade has...
I was shocked.
Spade has an obsession with fucking famous chicks.
I know.
He's not on the level to fuck a famous chick. He could fuck the hottest chick at Hooters. He wants Julia Roberts.
Ah.
You know what I mean? Like, you either got to look like John Stamos, or, you know what I mean? Like, you got to have both. You got to look like that and have the money. Spade's got the fame and the money thing going on, so he can get a hot chick, but not a famous hot chick.
Also, he's short.
Right.
And, that's the big problem.
It doesn't matter if you've got the fame and the money.
It's a bit of a problem for him.
I think he wants like an A-list actress to be his girlfriend, and I don't think that's happening.
Well, he had Julie Bowen, who was on that show for a while.
She's a C-lister.
She's a C-lister,
right,
but he really was into her, but she was a C-lister, and I think he's sorry he let her go.
And Lara Flynn was probably as high up the food chain as he got, right?
Yeah, he should have grabbed her.
Well,
but she ran away from him to, she left him for Jack Nicholson. Boom, bing, bing.
And I said to Spade, that puts you in a whole new strike. You should be happy as hell. It's not like she's leaving you for fucking David Schwimmer. It's Nicholson, man.
Nicholson at 67. Sorry. Spade should have been able to hold on to her. That's got to be very shameful. You can't even bring it up to that guy.
Right.
You go to Spade. You lost Lara Flynn Boyle to a 67-year-old Jack Nicholson. It's embarrassing.
A guy who can't even drive.
Yeah. He is older. That's true.
One thing I feel good about, any girl I've had post-divorce, I haven't lost them to, like, another celebrity.
Right. No, it's not.
I was able to walk away or...
Without any names, do you think you ever got to a B-plus or an A-lister?
I thought he said he had at least one A-lister.
Right. Be honest.
Was I with an A-lister? I got to remember. Hold on, let me think.
Tell me the name.
Let me run down the list. I got to go through a whole list.
That's good. The fact that you have to go down a list is a good sign.
I don't think, I was only a couple of months into it, and then I met Beth.
Well, let me help you.
I don't think I had an A-lister.
Let me help you. Give me the name, and I'll tell you which list
you know the one. You know one of them. She's not an A-list.
Not anymore. At one time.
Right.
She was on that A-list.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've had ex-A-listers.
Catherine Deneuve?
Yeah, he's had a couple, I would say. At least... Maybe 3 even.
I can name one.
Who were on the A-list for a moment or two.
I can name one that blew me. I mean, I won't name her, but I can think of one that blew me that used to be way A-list.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
way used to be. Isn't anymore.
Okay. But when she blew you, she was?
No.
Wasn't?
No,
okay.
she was a C ready down to a D.
I think blowing you put it a G.
When she blew me, it was way past her prime.
Blew her right out of the list.
Whoever makes up that list.
Blowing me, put her down to a D. She was on a C list.
Whoever makes up that list, she had to call and go, listen, I just blew Howard Stern. Where am I? What letter?
No.
In fact, we were together, and she was going to leave the room, and I said, I'm so frustrated. She wasn't really doing anything. We were just laying there naked for a real long time. And then finally I said, you got to do something, so she blew me.
Oh, good.
And then she left.
That's better to me. And
then I spoke to her the next morning, and she goes, I don't know why I started in with you. You're not going to get married. I'm looking for a husband, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, you what?
You knocked me off the list.
I said, you know what? You're fucking right. Yeah. And that was the end of that.
Absolutely not.
That was a goodbye.
Take care.
Husband. I just got one lousy blowjob.
You got to come across a lot more than that.
She is.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You got to do more than that.
Yeah, Jesus.
Marriage. We're talking marriage?
How about a Blumpkin?
How about a Nasty Sanchez?
You're talking marriage.
How about a Cleveland Steamer? How about a couch bomb? You know what that is.
I don't know what a couch is. I don't know what half these things are.
That's when you fill a small Ziploc sandwich bag with Crisco oil.
Uh-huh.
And you place it between the cushions on the couch.
Yeah.
And then you have sex with your couch as if it were a woman.
Oh.
And that's called a couch bomb.
Wow.
That's the worst one ever. There's no broad involved.
That's it. That's a bad one.
That's worse than liver.
Yeah, you're fucking a couch.
You're fucking a Crisco bag.
Man, look at these. Some guy sent me a list of all these things. Angry Dragon. Do you know that one?
No.
Immediately after you blow your load in a girl's mouth, smack the back of her head, and make it come out of her nose. When she gets up, she'll look like an angry dragon.
Oh, man. Who's actually doing these? That's what
I don't know.
I like the ones that involve a trick, like the Copperfield.
Right. What was that one? Yeah.
You're fucking a chick from behind.
Bronco? What's a Bronco? Do you know that one?
Never heard of a Bronco.
You start by going doggy style, and then, just when she's really enjoying it, you grab her tits as tight as possible and yell another girl's name.
Oh, no.
That gives you the feeling of riding a wild Bronco as she desperately tries to buck you off.
These are sick.
The Copperfield involves an illusion. Like, you're fucking her from behind, and then you take it out, and you throw something on her back that's not your jizz, so she thinks you jizz, and when she turns around, you hit her right in the face.
Rear Admiral.
Oh, my.
This one is considered the best. When getting a girl from behind, while both partners are standing, make sure you don't let her grab onto anything when she's bent over. Then drive your hips into her backside so that you end up pushing her forward. The goal is to push her into a wall or table. It's almost as much fun as watching her face hit the floor. You rise to Admiral status, and when you can bang her around the room without crashing into anything and not using your hands to grab onto her hips. I don't even understand that.
You're running her around the room. You never disengage, is what they're saying, and you keep making her stumble all over the place.
I don't want to do that. Everyone's so angry.
Rise to Admiral status.
All of these sound like they're illegal to me, that you could be charged with something when you're done.
I'm so happy when a woman's just willing to make love to me. Jesus. I mean, my God.
And speaking of that, Pamela Anderson, the latest rumor is that she's with Kanye West.
What? Get out of here.
Well, what? You're throwing me out?
You have to leave now.
You don't see her messing around with no broke nigga.
Yes, Mr. Gold Digger. They say they were recently spotted getting very cozy at Hollywood's notorious Chateau Marmont Hotel.
Wow.
Specifically, a spy tells Celebrity Weekly he was standing in front of her and reached back and was cupping her. What's that?
You know what that is. You've had a few of those.
All the Hispanic ones are similar.
Okay. Anything else in the news, Robin?
Yeah, John Bon Jovi. When does he start mixing it up with people? He said something about Madonna's kids the other day, claiming that she was exploiting them by taking them to Hollywood premieres. And, of course, she had her publicity people get all over him, and now he is apologizing.
John's my man. He sent me the best birthday gift.
What was it?
He sent me this photo album. I don't even want, like a scrapbook photo album. It's huge, like this big, man. And it's really ornate, comes in a case, is beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
What you going to put in that?
He said, hey, I'm sorry I couldn't come to your birthday party, but this is for all your memories of your birthday party. Hey, where's that photographer's pictures?
Cool. I haven't heard yet what he's doing. He usually goes back and he does a lot of work on them.
Good, because I love to have them. I'll put them in the book.
Definitely.
Right.
Now that you've got someplace to put them, we have to get them for you.
Yeah, he's generous. And he sent me the best gift basket for the holidays. I called him up. I go, dude, you're way generous.
Do you send him anything?
No, never.
I like those kind of relationships.
I don't want to send him anything.
Maybe it's Payola trying to get you to play his tune.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, why should he care at this point about anything?
I think he genuinely likes me.
Why is he sending you gifts?
Entertainment Weekly put out a must list.
He does like it.
Number 5 on the must list is Howard Stern on Sirius.
Yeah, you got to come over. You got to tell your friends. Come on over and join us.
No surprises on satellite radio. The king of all media has the perfect forum for his considerable ego, wit, and nervy energy.
Would they ever say, like let's say tomorrow 50 million people signed up.
Yes.
Would they ever say we were successful?
No. Somehow we're always going to look bad.
Yeah.
No matter what we do.
We always suck.
It's our marker, our trademark.
People who are bearish on the stock, Neil Cavuto?
Yeah, Neil Cavuto with the bear. And I don't even know what a bear or a bull is. I don't even know the difference.
What the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
President Bush was talking to an audience yesterday, and someone stood up and asked him if he'd seen Brokeback Mountain, the movie about gay cowboys.
Hell yeah. By the way, if we ever got 50 million people, tomorrow, 50 million people sign up to Sirius Satellite, you know what they'd say? 250 million Americans refuse to listen to Howard Stern.
Absolutely.
That's what they'd say.
They'd get a negative slant.
Right. President Bush has not seen Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, it hit him sort of, by surprise because the guy stood up and said, hey, you're a rancher, and a lot of us in Kansas are ranchers, so I was just wondering if you've seen Brokeback Mountain.
No way.
The president flinched, but then said,
Let me tell you.
I haven't seen it.
If I saw that movie, I'd lock them cowboys up in a detention center.
You know, that's the move he's got to have, man. He can't mess over that constituency who hates gay guys.
Those are detainees. Yeah.
So, yeah, he said, I'd like to talk to you about ranching, but I haven't seen that movie.
I'm not going to see that. I can't do a Bush for the life of me, but you get the idea.
Any redneck boys will do.
Yeah, he can't go see gay movies. He'll,
That's not manly.
No way.
Senator Stevens will jump through the roof of the White House, strangle him.
All those red states.
Here's some other things he said yesterday. He says that we need to know if terrorists are calling the U.S. That's why he's doing all that domestic spying. One.
If they're making phone calls into the United States, we need to know why, to protect you.
Hello, my Debbie.
That's what he's hearing.
I love you.
If he hears Vinny's phone call, he'll throw him out of the country.
Who the hell is Vinny talking to?
Who's this Vinny we've been taping?
Scratching my balls. I caught myself. I won't do it again. I love you.
What the hell's wrong with him?
This hand. See, now that I'm not biting my nails, I have to find something for my hands to do. And, if you were here, you would benefit from that so much.
We don't talk about that tape enough.
Who does have Vinny?
Moving on. Instead, I'm going to pause 1 minute to change my clothes. And actually, not change my clothes, put on some clothes. You know why? I'm not dressed now. Look, this is what I'm wearing. Hold on a second. By now, you've seen this shot before, so this is not going to shock you, but I'll give you another glimpse of my bod. Hold on.
Oh, jeez.
What's to come?
What a douche.
I get a shower.
A glimpse.
Well... in a matter
all right, I don't have time for this. It's 11 o'clock.
What a total fag. The president also says that the elderly don't need their shoes removed at airports, too.
Security is strong at the airports. I hope they stop taking off the shoes of the elderly. I must confess I haven't taken off my shoes lately at the airport.
Yeah, that's funny. You're the president.
Right. You're on Air Force